In the lively town of Henan, beneath a sky scattered with faint stars, rows of red lanterns washed the streets in warm light while laughter and conversation drifted through the night, people mingling and celebrating without care, until the rhythm of the crowd subtly faltered. At the center of the gathering sat a man devouring food with frightening intensity, eating as though the next day would never arrive, stuffing one bite after another into his mouth while tears streamed freely down his face. A concerned bystander muttered that someone ought to stop him, wondering aloud whether any person could survive eating at that pace, and questioning how a man could cry while consuming such a lavish spread. Another listener nearby simply shook his head, sounding faintly amused as he remarked that it must be the newcomer's first time witnessing this scene. According to him, the man was famous across all of Henan. The newcomer hesitated and guessed the notoriety must come from the man's odd appearance. But the local immediately scoffed and cut him off, sharply remarking that any true merchant should know better than to judge a person by appearances alone, and that there was clearly much the outsider had yet to learn. Lowering his voice, the local went on to say that even someone from outside the region should have heard the tale, the astonishing achievement that had shaken Henan completely. The man sitting there, he explained, had managed to unite every merchant union throughout the entire region under a single authority. Hearing that, the newcomer's eyes widened in disbelief, repeating the claim under his breath as he struggled to imagine one individual forcing all merchant unions to submit. The local confirmed it without the slightest hesitation, and with clear respect in his tone he finally spoke the name. Young Huaren of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, the grand merchant who had gathered every banner beneath one rule. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from behind him, and someone pointed a finger directly at Young Huaren while accusing him of shameless excess. The voice declared that while ordinary people survived on 3 meals a day, this man was capable of devouring enough food for 3 days in a single sitting. A woman forced her way through the crowd and grabbed hold of Young Huaren's clothes. Desperation etched across her face as she pleaded with him to stop, her trembling voice warning that if he continued eating like this he would destroy his own body. Young Huaren slowly raised his face toward her, tears still running down his cheeks, and when he spoke his voice quivered. If he stopped, he said, the memories would return, memories of that night, of that day he could never forget. The woman froze where she stood, her grip weakening as the meaning of his words settled over her, and with pain visible in her eyes she asked whether he truly intended to keep living like this until it eventually killed him. Young Huaren had no answer to give. All he could manage was a quiet whisper of her name, his voice fragile and broken. Yonua. Later that night, the two of them departed the town together, riding in silence inside a moving carriage. As the carriage rolled forward through the dark, Young Huaren slowly began removing the jewelry from his body, placing each ornament aside with weary hands as though he were discarding a burden far heavier than the gold itself. At last he spoke, admitting that the mountains of gold and the dazzling jewels surrounding him had long since lost all meaning. The endless banquets and reckless excess, he explained, had never been about enjoyment at all. They were merely a shield, a desperate way to cover a wound he knew would never truly heal. The loss of those he loved had carved out a void inside him, and the only thing that dulled that emptiness, even briefly, was the presence of other people. Yet no matter how he tried to escape it, the nightmares of that terrible day returned over and over, clinging to him without mercy. Watching him in silence, Yonua's eyes filled with concern as she gently addressed him as young master. Young Huaren responded with a faint, self-mocking smile, reminding her that many years had already passed since he rose to become the head of the Sky Ocean Union. Yet she still called him the same way, never once addressing him as head merchant. Her voice remained steady as she answered that, in her heart, he would forever remain the master of the Tianzhong clan. His gaze lingered on her face, and only then did he notice the delicate lines left behind by time. The realization stirred something heavy in his chest as he recalled how she had remained beside him even after he walked away from his own clan and entered another family through marriage. To Young Huaren, she had never been merely a servant. She was family, and he knew with certainty that without her steady presence he would have lost himself long ago. The past surged back into his mind like a raging storm. The Tianzhong clan, once powerful and thriving, had ultimately been reduced to nothing but ashes. He remembered how deeply he had resented his family, and more than anyone else, how fiercely he had hated his father. In his reckless youth he had spoken cruel words he could never take back, declaring that a statue could stand in his place and that if his father ever wished to see him, he should be sent to that lifeless stone instead. With those words, he had severed every tie to his clan. As the eldest son of a martial arts family, his future should have followed a very different road. Yet instead he was given away to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union through an arranged marriage, a decision he accepted without protest. Years passed, and then the day sect arrived, and he could only stand by helplessly as flames swallowed the place he once called home. It was in that devastating moment that he finally realized something he had never admitted to himself before. Beneath all the bitterness and resentment, he had loved his father just as deeply. In his mind's eye he saw his youngest self again, frantically slamming his head against the very statue that had once marked his father's authority, blood running down as Young Huaren shouted desperately for him to stop before he destroyed himself completely. The image dissolved, and the memory faded, leaving him once more inside the still, dim carriage. He slowly straightened his posture, and a new determination settled into his eyes. From this moment onward, he would change. He would repair his marriage, take back control of his life, and abandon the body and habits that had kept him chained to the past. A broad, slightly awkward grin spread across his face as he scratched the back of his head, confessing that he was worried about how distant his wife might have become by the time he returned. Yet he swore that from this day forward he would dedicate himself to his family. He repeated to Yeonhua that she was never merely a servant to him. She was family. Her expression softened at those words, relief washing across her face as she began to reply, promising that she would always remain by his side. But she never finished speaking. Without the slightest warning, an old man's body came crashing through the carriage like a falling boulder and slammed violently into Yeonhua. The force of the impact killed her instantly. The carriage splintered apart, wood exploding outward as young Hwarin was thrown from the wreckage and hurled onto the ground outside. The old man, drenched in blood, barely managed to stay upright as he staggered toward a nearby tree and leaned against it, coughing violently. His voice came out rough and bitter as he muttered that his internal organs were already ruined. Shadows rushed in immediately. Masked figures surged forward from every direction, surrounding him. One of them lunged first, driving a blade toward the old man, but he raised his bare hand and caught the weapon mid-strike, stopping it completely. Another masked attacker spoke in a cold, flat voice, reminding him that he had already been warned there was no escape left for him. Rage exploded from the old man as he demanded to know how they dared betray him. Yet his furious words were cut short when several more blades pierced into his body. One of the masked figures sneered in satisfaction, announcing that this was the end of the so-called demonic master and mockingly bidding farewell to their dear master. The old man's voice thundered with pure hatred as he cursed them, swearing that he would grind the blood demon castle into dust and drink their blood, declaring that if he failed to do so then he would no longer deserve the title he carried. His fury burst outward, and a surge of crimson aura erupted from him, blasting the masked men backward. Not far away, young Hwarin groaned and forced himself to rise. His eyes immediately found Yeonhua lying motionless in a spreading pool of blood. Panic consumed him. Staggering forward, he cried out her name and collapsed beside her, pulling her lifeless body into his arms. Tears streamed down his face as a shattered scream ripped from his throat, cursing the merciless cruelty of fate. Meanwhile, the old man, barely clinging to life, staggered away before dropping to his knees. His breathing grew thin and ragged as he realized that before his heart failed he would need to find another body. Under his breath he murmured about the spirit possession technique, doubt shaking his voice as he wondered if this was truly the end. Then a cold voice sliced through the chaos. Consumed by grief and fury, young Hwarin turned toward the old man and accused him of dragging Yeonhua into this nightmare, of bringing his fight here and causing her death. Demanding an explanation, young Hwarin grabbed the old man by the collar with trembling hands. His voice broke as he shouted that everything he still had in this world had just been taken from him. The old man's lips barely moved as he weakly whispered that he should not. In the very next instant, the old man's left hand flicked upward. 2 fingers struck a precise hidden point. Young Hwarin gasped as numbness flooded through his body. Realization hit him as his strength vanished completely, and he collapsed helplessly, whispering in disbelief that he could no longer move. The old man stepped closer, his hoarse voice edged with faint mockery as he told him not to handle a wounded elder so roughly. Inside, young Hwarin cursed himself. He had known the man was a martial artist, yet anger had blinded him. Lowering himself beside the immobilized man, the old man finally began to speak of his true purpose. The old man revealed that his final plan had been to employ the spirit possession technique once more, seizing the body of a young and talented individual so he could continue living. Yet now that death stood directly before him he no longer cared about such details. At this point, he muttered bitterly, even the body of a pig would be enough. Then he began. A lifetime of power, 160 years of cultivated martial essence, surged violently into his left hand, his chi compressing to its absolute limit, while with his right hand he reached inward and dragged out his very soul. In a single brutal motion, he forced both that condensed chi and his soul into Yeonhua's body. Instantly, a torrent of crimson light burst upward toward the sky, and the ground trembled beneath the violent surge. Moments later, the aura disappeared completely. The old man's body dropped lifelessly to the earth. Nearby, young Hwarin's body suddenly convulsed before jerking upright, pushing the corpse aside as if it were nothing. He lifted one hand in front of his face, slowly flexing his fingers while a distorted smile crept across his lips. A sinister light burned within his eyes as he whispered that he had succeeded. Then his expression twisted sharply. His body was resisting. Inside him, 2 wills slammed into each other. The old man's spirit snarled with frustration, furious that he had not already crushed the other consciousness with his overwhelming Kai and soul force. Yet young Hwarin's spirit roared back just as fiercely, refusing to vanish. He would not die here like this. He had to survive. He had to avenge his clan. Again and again their essences collided, crashing together violently within the same body. Under the crushing pressure, young Hwarin's spirit began to crack and splinter. The old man mocked him coldly, remarking that although his will was stubborn, it remained fragile in the end. Young Hwarin felt his awareness slipping away, his consciousness slowly sinking toward darkness. Outside, one of the masked men returned and looked down at the struggling body lying on the ground. With a sneer, he immediately recognized the forbidden technique and remarked that the demonic master truly deserved his infamous title. The demons of the three heavens had once revered that man. He continued coldly. But this miserable, parasitic existence would end here. In a sudden burst of movement, the masked man thrust his blade straight into Yang Huaren's neck. The possessed body collapsed instantly, falling lifelessly onto the ground. When awareness returned, it did so beneath a bright and tranquil sky. A man groaned softly, clutching his head as if it were about to split apart. Slowly, he opened his eyes, disoriented and uncertain where he was. The faint scent of medicinal herbs drifted through the air. As his gaze wandered around the room, he realized he was lying inside an apothecary. His throat burned with thirst, so he reached for a cup resting beside him. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, a sharp bitterness flooded his mouth. Medicine. He lowered the cup, and suddenly froze. His hand looked wrong. Too young. Too unfamiliar. His eyes widened in shock, and a shout burst from his chest, loud enough to echo through the room. The cup slipped from his grip and shattered on the floor. Staring at his hands in disbelief, he demanded to know what had happened to them. At that moment, a young woman rushed into the room, alarm clearly written across her face. She called out to him as young master and asked if he was all right. Ignoring the pain pounding in his head, he leapt up and grabbed her by the shoulders, staring at her as though he had seen a ghost. He asked if she was Yonyua, and why she looked so young. The woman simply let out a soft sigh and replied that he must have had another nightmare. His thoughts spun wildly. A dream? The question echoed in his mind as he stepped forward, only for his bare foot to land on the broken shards scattered across the floor. A sharp, searing pain shot through him, forcing a sharp breath from his lungs as his eyes widened. The pain was unmistakably real. Before the young woman could stop him, he rushed outside, ignoring her frantic calls behind him. The moment he emerged, his gaze locked onto a statue standing nearby. His entire body began to tremble as he slowly raised a hand toward it. Memories surged through him. The image of his younger self repeatedly smashing his head against that very stone in open defiance of his father. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered Yonyua's name, his voice shaking as he asked when the statue had been erected. She blinked at him in confusion before answering that it had been placed there 5 days ago. His chest tightened violently as he repeated the words under his breath, disbelief thick in his voice. 5 days. To make certain, he suddenly lowered his head and slammed it forward with all the strength he had. His skull struck the statue with a brutal crack, and the stone fractured and crumbled apart. Gasps erupted from the people nearby as shocked voices cried out in alarm. Blood streamed down his forehead, yet his eyes burned with unwavering determination. This was no dream. Somehow, impossibly, he had returned to the past, and now he knew exactly how much time remained. 3 years. 3 years before the day the Tianzhong clan would be destroyed. His voice trembled as he spoke, yet the trembling did not come from fear but from a fierce resolve burning deep inside him as he swore that no matter the cost, he would protect his people and safeguard his clan. The man making that oath was none other than Yang Huaren. Once, the Tianzhong clan had stood as a proud and formidable martial lineage, their banners raised high near Tanzhong Mountain in Henan while their name was spoken with respect throughout the region. They had never been a mere clan struggling to survive. They had been a symbol of strength, discipline, and honor. Yet time had not treated them kindly, and the glory they once possessed had slowly begun to fade. Even so, in Yang Huaren's eyes, that legacy was not something to mourn but something to reclaim. Every word he spoke carried the weight of generations, a vow carved deep into his heart that no matter how far the clan had fallen, he would raise it once more and defend it with everything he had. From that shared bloodline, countless families across the generations had taken the mountain's name as their own. Yet among them, it was the Yang clan alone that had unified them, standing firmly at the center of that legacy. In those days, people throughout Henan referred to them as the Tianzhong Yang clan, a name that carried unmistakable weight wherever it was spoken. Those who still remembered that era spoke of its glory in hushed, reverent tones. But that age had long since faded into memory. The clan's reputation had steadily crumbled, its name no longer celebrated, until eventually they were known only as the Tianzhong clan. Inside the main hall, Yang Biang, the current head of the clan, sat quietly with a cup of tea in his hands, his face marked by deep exhaustion. After a long moment he released a heavy sigh and admitted that 30 years had passed, yet not a single true martial expert had emerged from their bloodline. After the era of elder Yang Gosang, once honored across Henan as the supreme dragon, the clan had declined until it was little more than a shadow of its former glory. Even ordinary townsfolk had begun to look down on them, and with a bitter tone Yang Biang admitted that this humiliation was a truth they could no longer deny. His wife quietly leaned forward and refilled his tea, trying in her own gentle way to ease the weight pressing on his shoulders. She told him that their remaining hope should rest with Huaren, praying that once he recovered he might someday guide the clan toward a better future. Biang slowly shook his head in response, reminding her that she already knew how deeply Yang Huaren hated him, and that every decision he had made had been born from concern for his son, even though the boy only saw those actions as cruelty. The guilt gnawed at him constantly, and he confessed that he believed the fault lay with him, because after his first wife died he had remarried far too quickly. He admitted with quiet shame that he had not even properly mourned her before bringing another woman into the household. His wife simply offered a soft smile and suggested that perhaps what they truly needed was patience, that young Huaren might only require more time. Byung frowned as he answered that he had once believed the same thing. Yet as the years slipped by, the distance between them had only grown deeper. Just 5 days earlier, when he had gone to see his son, young Huiran had placed a statue in the garden and told him to treat it as if it were him instead. Letting out a bitter laugh at the memory, he apologized to his wife for complaining so much. At that moment, Yeonhua came running toward them in panic, her eyes red and overflowing with tears as she shouted for the clan head. Startled by her sudden arrival, Byung demanded to know why she was rushing in such a frantic state. Yeonhua struggled to catch her breath, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tried to speak. His voice cracked sharply through the hole as he ordered her to stop crying and explain clearly what had happened. Through broken sobs, she finally managed to say that young Master Young Huiran had injured himself and fallen unconscious. Both Byung and his wife froze instantly, the words striking them like a bolt of lightning. The clan head's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out, unable to accept what he had just heard. Back in Huiran's quarters, the young man lay motionless on his bed, his body slick with sweat while he thrashed in the grip of a vivid dream. Within that dream, he stood beside a crystal-clear waterfall, mist drifting through the air as water thundered down the rocks. A younger version of himself laughed happily while splashing through the rushing stream, while his real mother sat nearby watching him with a warm, gentle smile. She called out softly and asked if he liked the roaring waterfall that much. The child shouted back that he did, pointing excitedly at the koi swimming everywhere before proudly lifting a massive fish he had just caught and calling for her to look at how big it was. But when he turned back toward her, the smile on his face vanished instantly. She was no longer sitting there. Her body had collapsed onto the ground. The scene shifted. Now he stood inside her room. She lay upon the bed, pale and frail, her breathing shallow and uneven. Tears poured down his face as she weakly reached out and asked him to come closer. In a soft, apologetic voice, she told him that she would no longer be able to go with him to the waterfall to catch koi. Young Huiran buried his face against her chest, sobbing as he called out for his mother. With the little strength she had left, she gently stroked his hair and whispered that she was fine, begging him to stop crying. Then her voice suddenly changed. The warmth drained away as her tone twisted into something deep and cruel, telling him to stop those useless tears while mocking him as nothing but a weakling. Her once gentle face began to distort and crack, warping into something monstrous. In her place now stood a demonic old man, his eyes brimming with malice while a sinister grin spread slowly across his face. He declared that young Huiran's head would make a fine trophy. Barbed teeth gleamed as his mouth opened impossibly wide. The boy screamed, his desperate cry tearing through the darkness as he begged someone to help him. With a violent gasp, young Huiran jolted awake. He shot upright in bed, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he struggled to catch his breath. Confusion filled his eyes as he looked around the room, his heart still pounding, until recognition slowly dawned on him. The surroundings felt both familiar and strangely distant, like a forgotten memory suddenly restored. It was the room he had lived in during his younger years. As his breathing gradually steadied, a single thought took shape in his mind. If this truly was the room from his youth, then it meant he had indeed returned to the past. This was the time when he had hated his father, when he had severed his ties with his family, and when the clan had begun its slow descent into ruin. Yet if he had truly come back to this moment, then perhaps everything that followed could still be prevented. His lips pressed together as determination hardened inside his chest, and he silently swore that he would change the fate of his father, his family, and the entire clan. Because this time, he knew exactly what the future held. At that very moment, a scorching heat suddenly erupted inside his body. His eyes widened as a strange sensation spread through him like fire racing beneath his skin. Outside his room, several attendants whispered nervously among themselves about what had happened earlier. One insisted that young Master Huiran had shattered a statue by smashing his head into it. Another dismissed the claim immediately, arguing that it was impossible since young Huiran had always been weak and sickly, spending most of his time bedridden and never once practicing martial arts. A third woman stubbornly insisted that she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Their voices grew increasingly uneasy, until one of them muttered in a frightened tone that perhaps he had been possessed. Suddenly, the door to young Huiran's quarters burst open. The women gasped when they saw him inside, his entire body trembling violently. One of them tried to speak, her voice shaking as she addressed him as young master, but the words faltered before they could leave her mouth. Young Huiran clutched both his head and his stomach as his body convulsed, panic surging through his mind while his thoughts spiraled out of control. Something was terribly wrong. His entire body burned as though flames were raging beneath his skin, while energy erupted violently from his lower dantian like a blazing inferno. His eyes widened in alarm as a desperate thought surfaced in his mind. He needed a woman. The realization stunned him. The power surging through him was far too much, an uncontrollable tide of violent yang energy. He cursed it inwardly as understanding struck. This was the demonic old man's power. It was overwhelming, and if he failed to control it, he would completely lose himself. His body jerked as the heat intensified further, fear tightening around his chest. If he did not restrain himself, he might do something he would never be able to forgive. Without hesitating another second, he shoved past the stunned attendants and rushed outside. They cried out in shock behind him, shouting that the weather was freezing and that he was barely clothed, that he should not be running around in such a state, and that if anything happened to him they would be the ones blamed. Yet young Huiran did not slow down. He kept running, his body trembling with unbearable heat, until he reached the bamboo forest. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself onward. If he hesitated even slightly, the old man's energy would swallow him entirely. At last he arrived at a place carved deep into his memories, the waterfall. Without the slightest pause, he leapt straight into the roaring torrent. The moment the icy water met the burning heat within his body, thick steam rose into the air. Relief flickered across his face as a shaky smile slipped from his lips. In his heart he silently thanked the heavens. He had survived. But before he could fully catch his breath, a voice suddenly cut through the mist. Huiran. His eyes widened as he turned. His father, Yong Biong, was rushing toward him. Father, Huiran murmured, disbelief trembling faintly in his voice. Biong stepped directly into the freezing water, his face pale with shock and fear. Grabbing his son, he pulled him into a tight embrace while tears streamed down his face as he shouted, asking whether Huiran truly intended to die. Even if Huiran hated him, he said, he should never throw his life away like this, especially not on such a bitter day. His eyes quickly searched his son's forehead with worry, asking anxiously if he was all right after injuring himself. For a brief moment, Huiran remained silent. His heart trembled within his chest. He had missed his father far more deeply than he had ever allowed himself to admit. Yet he knew he could not suddenly reveal that feeling now, or everyone would find it strange. For the time being, he decided he would close the distance between them naturally, little by little. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around his father. His eyes burned as a quiet voice inside him whispered that he had truly returned. If this was only a dream, he never wished to wake from it. If it was some illusion, then he prayed that his eyes would never open. 3 months passed. On a calm afternoon, Huiran sat beside his younger half-brother, Qijun. The two of them perched on a wooden dock while fishing together. Qijun laughed confidently and teased that he was definitely going to win their bet. Huiran chuckled in response and asked if Qijun had been fishing his entire life to be so certain of victory. Inside, Huiran quietly reflected on how different everything now felt. Over the past 3 months he had grown closer to his family than ever before, something that would have seemed impossible in his previous life, when he had barely exchanged a single word with Qijun. He remembered clearly how his younger brother had once attempted to train in the clan's secret martial technique, only for the effort to end in disaster when severe chi blockage struck him. From that point onward, Qijun had been unable to progress any further, and the Qianzhong clan's reputation had steadily declined. In time they had fallen so low that they were reduced to becoming nothing more than a subordinate branch of the Yuchi clan. By then, Huiran himself had already married into the Sky Ocean Merchant Union as their son-in-law and had been far too busy to notice what was happening. By the time the truth finally reached him, it had already become impossible to change anything. Qijun's voice suddenly pulled him back to the present as the boy asked quietly whether it was truly fine for Huiran to stop taking the medicine he had been prescribed. Huiran answered casually that those medicines were exactly why he had ended up becoming fat. Qijun tilted his head with a puzzled look, and asked when his brother had ever been fat. Startled by the question, Huiran stumbled over his words before quickly correcting himself, explaining that he only meant he might become fat if he kept drinking those medicines. Qijun simply grinned as he lifted the basket beside him to show off the fish he had caught, teasing that he liked how Huiran had been acting lately, especially because he always handed him extra allowance while pretending it was part of their betting game. Then, proudly raising the overflowing basket higher, he asked if that meant he had won. Huiran's lips curled into a sly smile. Without warning, he suddenly tossed his own basket high into the air and loudly declared that he could not possibly lose again. Qijun's jaw dropped in disbelief as he shouted that his brother was cheating. Huiran only laughed, grabbing him with a wide grin while announcing that he had already caught an even bigger fish. Before Qijun could react, Huiran leapt forward and dragged him straight into the lake. Water splashed everywhere as Qijun screamed in shock and Huiran burst out laughing. Watching him, Huiran felt a quiet ache of regret in his chest. He had never truly realized how bright and cheerful Qijun was. In his previous life he had placed far too heavy a burden on his younger brother's shoulders. Silently, he offered him an apology in his heart. Time continued to pass, and Huiran devoted himself entirely to training. Day after day he pushed his body to grow stronger, building his physical strength before beginning serious martial cultivation. Even now he remained wary of the demonic old man's energy that still lingered within him, though it had not caused trouble again. Ever since the day it had nearly spiraled out of control, he had made it a habit to meditate beneath the waterfall every morning in order to stabilize his chi. One day, after finishing his meditation, he noticed his younger half-sister Xiaolin walking toward him with a towel in her hands. Huiran approached her and told her that she did not need to trouble herself like this for him. She only laughed shyly and replied that she enjoyed doing it, explaining that she liked how they had become friends now. As Huiran looked at the gentle smile on her face, his heart tightened with regret. In his past life, despite her kindness, he had treated her cruelly. Xiaolin had always been bright and warm-hearted, someone who loved festivals and fireworks, and she would often ask him to go with her. Yet every single time, he had rejected her coldly. The memory surfaced clearly. One evening when she had approached him and softly asked if he would come with her to the festival. He had looked at her with eyes that were completely merciless and interrupted before she could even finish speaking. In a cold voice he told her that he had no time to waste on childish games, and with a chilling glare he warned her never to ask him something like that again. That moment had become the last real conversation they ever shared. She had gone to the festival alone, where she was murdered. His father had personally begun investigating her death, only to be assassinated not long afterward. Now, back in the present, as Huiran pulled his outer robe over his shoulders, he turned toward her and asked whether today was not the moon festival she had mentioned before. Her eyes widened in surprise, and then they sparkled with joy as she exclaimed that she had thought he had forgotten. When he confirmed that he would go with her, she jumped in excitement. Huiran smiled and suggested that they should go shopping for her before the festival began. Xiaolin clapped her hands happily and urged him to leave right away. As he watched the bright expression on her face, Huiran felt his resolve harden. This was another opportunity to live differently. He would not allow the same tragedies to repeat themselves. If he intended to protect Xiaolin, Qijun, his father, and the entire Tianzhong clan, then he needed strength. He had to become powerful enough to shield his family and restore the honor their clan had lost. 3 months had passed. Back in the training yard, Huiran ran lap after lap beside the other young men of the clan, his footsteps striking the ground in steady rhythm. With each breath he took, he felt how drastically his life had changed. In the past, he had done nothing but swallow medicine while sitting in his room and bury himself in books, rarely stepping outside. Now everything was different. Strangely enough, the transformation seemed to trace back to the ominous energy left behind by the old man. His body constantly demanded movement, his muscles longed to be tested, and he wanted to see how far he had truly progressed. His thoughts were interrupted when his father's voice suddenly called out to him. Turning his head, Huiran saw young Biang standing nearby, smiling warmly while pride shone clearly in his eyes. Biang said that Huiran had truly changed, that his son had finally grown up. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Huiran glanced toward the other disciples and muttered that everyone was watching. Biang ignored the comment completely. Stepping closer, he gripped his son's shoulder firmly and laughed, saying it did not matter at all, before asking whether Huiran planned to continue only exercising or if he would finally begin learning the clan's martial arts. Huiran paused for a moment before nodding, admitting that he had been thinking the same thing. Biang's face brightened instantly as he declared that he would arrange an instructor right away. Huiran hesitated briefly before confessing that he already had someone in mind. Curiosity appeared in his father's expression, but before he could ask who it was, Xiaolin suddenly came running toward them. With a bright smile, Xiaolin ran straight into her brother's arms. Watching them, Biang shook his head with a mixture of amusement and mild jealousy, playfully scolding her for suddenly forgetting about her father now that her brother was around. Xiaolin only laughed before spinning happily in place to show off her new clothes, explaining that her brother had chosen them and asking if they looked pretty. Biang sighed and admitted that he could not possibly argue with that. She giggled and told him that she loved him. Warm laughter filled the training yard, and Huiran stood there quietly, smiling at the simple scene before him. Yet even as he watched them, a faint reminder echoed inside his heart. A changed attitude and a healthier body alone would never be enough. If he truly wanted to protect the people he cared about, he needed real strength. He needed martial arts. Elsewhere, in a secluded and worn training ground far from the others, a lone figure practiced in silence. A slender woman moved with graceful precision, her sword cutting through the air in fluid arcs, each motion flowing smoothly into the next like water. When she sensed someone approaching, her blade stilled. She turned slowly, her expression calm and distant as she asked what had brought young Master Huiran to such a quiet and isolated place. The woman standing there was Mo Biung, a swordswoman known throughout the clan as the Dragonflower Sword. Huiran greeted her with a faint smile, and remarked that it had been quite some time since they had spoken. He admitted that he had come because there was something he wished to ask of her, though the words came out awkwardly, as if he did not quite know how to begin. Mo Biung observed him carefully. The rumors about his recovery must have been true. She had never really spoken to this twisted young man before, and she could not imagine what kind of request he might bring to her. When she asked him directly, however, his answer left him momentarily stunned. Huiran bowed deeply, his voice steady and resolute as he declared that he wished to learn her swordsmanship and asked her to accept him as her disciple. Mo Biung stood still in silence. She had heard whispers that he had changed, and though he did appear different, she could not believe that a person could transform so drastically in such a short time. Many people endured hardship and still remained upright. Yet Huiran had once drowned himself in bitterness, severing his ties with both family and clan. After a long pause, she simply turned away and refused him. The rejection caught Huiran completely off guard. He hurriedly asked her why. Without stopping, Mo Biung replied calmly that she was already occupied investigating the stagnation of the Tianzhong clan's secret martial arts and therefore had no time to accept a disciple. As she continued walking away, she silently apologized to him in her heart, because she did not believe a person could change so suddenly. The refusal tightened painfully around Huiran's chest. Bitterly, he thought that she still saw him as worthless. In the past, Mo Biung had rarely interacted with others, and even among the clan few people truly understood the depth of her strength. But Huiran, who had once lived through the future, knew better than anyone how terrifying her power truly was. Her martial cultivation surpassed that of everyone else in the Tianzhong clan. Driven by desperation, he suddenly dropped to his knees before her. Mo Biung spun around at once, her voice sharp as she demanded to know why the eldest son of the clan would lower himself over something so trivial. Huiran began answering in a quiet voice, But as the words continued, his tone rose, insisting that this matter was far from insignificant to him. Because the moment the question was raised, his thoughts drifted back to the life he had already lived once before. In that life, during the war against the Devi sect, the one who had contributed more than anyone else had been Mo Byung. For the courage she displayed in that battle, she was granted the title Dragon Bloodflower, a name that had never been intended for a woman, yet she accepted it without protest and continued fighting regardless. Later, when the Tianzhong clan had fallen into ruin, she devoted every ounce of her strength to restoring it, pouring her entire life into rebuilding the clan's foundation, only to meet a mysterious death in the end. She had sacrificed everything for them. Remembering that, Huaren's fist slowly tightened as resolve ignited in his chest, and in that moment he made a silent vow that this time he would never allow her to walk down the same tragic road again. He would protect her, and he would protect the Tianzhong clan. Mo Byung observed him quietly. The boy standing in front of her felt completely different from the Huaren she knew. Was it really possible for someone to change this much? After studying him for a while, she finally spoke and said she would agree to his request, but only if he accepted a condition first. Huaren's heart jolted the instant he heard that, and she calmly explained the terms. They would spar, and if he managed to touch her even a single time during the match, she would take him as her disciple. To make the challenge fair, she declared she would not use qi and would also refrain from using the Tianzhong clan's martial arts. Even so, she made it clear that she was certain he would still fail. Huaren paused for a brief moment, weighing her words, then slowly nodded as the determination in his eyes hardened. He accepted the condition. A short time later, he was already sprawled across the ground, unable to even brush the tip of her hair. The difference between them was simply overwhelming. Mo Byung turned away as if the result were obvious, calmly announcing that the duel was over. But Huaren clenched his teeth, refusing to accept that conclusion. With a rough, hoarse shout, he forced himself back up and charged at her again, yelling that it was not finished yet. Each time he tried to rise, she knocked him down with effortless precision, her strikes landing again and again until every blow hammered the truth of his weakness deeper into him. Eventually, Huaren collapsed once more, still clutching the wooden sword in his hand. Looking down at him, Mo Byung admitted that the effort he had shown deserved respect. Then she turned and began to walk away. At that moment, something inside Huaren suddenly burst. A violent crimson aura erupted from his body, surging outward in a wild, unstable wave. Mo Byung stopped immediately, shock flashing across her face. Red aura, she murmured under her breath. That is not the Tianzhong art. What are you? Alarm flickered through her eyes as she called out to him, telling him to regain control of himself. Yet Huaren gave no response. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of her, the wooden sword already raised. She narrowly evaded the strike, her eyes widening at the sudden speed. His movement had become terrifying. Huaren attacked again, forcing her to dodge once more. And though she continued avoiding each blow, the relentless pressure steadily drove her backward until her back neared the wall. Realizing the situation was becoming dangerous, she finally drew her blade and began gathering her strength, preparing to unleash the first form of the soaring Dragon Emperor's sword. But before she could release the technique, Huaren's wooden sword lightly brushed across a strand of her hair. Mo Byung froze. Huaren, smiling faintly through complete exhaustion, whispered weakly, "I touched you." Then he added quietly, "No, Master Mo Byung." The words had barely left his mouth when the last of his strength disappeared, and his body collapsed straight at her feet. Mo Byung stood there frozen, staring down at him, unable to understand what had just happened. Slowly, Mo Byung turned her head toward the wall behind her, and the moment her eyes landed on it, her breath halted. The wooden sword had carved straight into the surface, leaving the wall cracked and shattered as though struck by a real blade. The damage caused by nothing but sheer force alone. Her eyes widened as the realization struck her all at once. Just, what was that? Days slipped by after that. Huaren devoted himself entirely to training, pushing his body without pause, his concentration never wavering as sweat soaked through his clothes while his breathing grew heavier with each repetition. The blade in his hand slicing through the air again and again as he repeated every motion relentlessly. Not far away, Mo Byung stood watching in silence. Her sharp eyes tracked each step he took and every swing of his sword, and as the days passed, an unfamiliar disbelief slowly formed inside her. She had never imagined that the young master possessed talent like this. In the span of only a few days, Huaren had already learned the forms of the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword as well as the Azure Bamboo sword. Once, he had been known throughout the clan as someone utterly lacking any martial potential, yet now he moved through the techniques with a natural flow that felt almost unreal. When Huaren finally lowered his sword, gasping as he tried to catch his breath, he looked toward her with bright, expectant eyes and asked how he had done. Mo Byung answered in a steady voice, telling him that although he had not yet reached the true depths or hidden principles within the techniques, he was already performing both sword styles without any visible mistakes, and considering how short his training had been, his progress could only be called remarkable. Huaren let out a small laugh and waved his hand dismissively, saying she was praising him far too much. But Mo Byung's expression sharpened instead. Fixing him with a serious gaze, she told him that his growth was beyond anything she could reasonably believe. The man standing before her could hardly be connected to the frail young master who had once been too sickly to leave his bed. His speed of improvement was abnormal. There was no better word for it. He was incredible. Then her expression darkened as another thought surfaced. The memory of that crimson aura. Huaren scratched the back of his head and repeated that he truly could not remember anything from that moment. During their spa, he said, she had struck him so many times that the entire exchange had blurred together in his memory. With a crooked grin, he added that only someone like her would beat the eldest son of the Tianzhong clan that mercilessly using the dragonflower sword. Mo Biyun did not return the smile. She remained silent for a long moment before finally turning her back to him. She told him that since he clearly had no intention of giving her a real answer, she would not force the truth out of him. However, she reminded him that as someone who served the Tianzhong clan, she still carried responsibilities she could not ignore. And because of that, she would be watching every moment of his life. Huaren gave an awkward smile and admitted that hearing that sounded a little frightening. That night, inside his dimly lit chamber, Huaren sat alone at his desk with several martial arts manuals spread across its surface. A candle burned beside him, its weak flame flickering while his eyes moved rapidly over every line of text, his thoughts racing far faster than his hands could turn the pages. After practicing both the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword and the Azure Bamboo sword, he could now feel it with complete certainty. Huaren eventually reached a single conclusion. The martial arts of the Tianzhong clan were incomplete. To him, the reason felt inevitable. From the very beginning, their origins had never been purely orthodox. In his thoughts, he retraced the roots of the clan's techniques. Long ago, the founder of the Tianzhong clan had been nothing more than a wandering martial artist who traveled across Henan, seeking justice wherever he went. During those journeys, he had encountered the master of the hidden sacred cult and obtained from him a set of demonic techniques, methods that existed somewhere between the orthodox path and the demonic way, belonging fully to neither side. Even after studying those forbidden arts, the progenitor did not simply follow their path. Instead, he reshaped them with his own hands. From those altered teachings he created the Soaring Dragon Sword and the Azure Bamboo Sword, all while forcing himself to walk a righteous path. Yet in doing so, the overwhelming power those demonic arts once possessed had been reduced. Despite that loss, the techniques still gave rise to the finest swordsmen in Henan during that era. But the underlying truth remained unchanged. When demonic martial arts were fused with orthodox cultivation, the result was inherently unstable. The founder of the Tianzhong clan had climbed to an extraordinary height, yet he had never reached the ultimate summit. Fearing that the revelation of such origins might cause unrest, he concealed the real source of the clan's martial arts, and as the generations passed, that secret gradually vanished from memory. Now, however, the truth had resurfaced. The realization sent a thrill racing through Huaren's body. A faint smirk spread across his face as he clenched his fists, excitement staring in his blood. These fractured and unstable martial arts could still be completed, and he alone possessed the ability to do it. Only someone who had already lived through the future carried the knowledge necessary to finish what the founder had been unable to perfect. The following day, Huaren sat in the garden with his father and stepmother, sharing tea beneath the soft sunlight that filtered through the trees. With calm determination, he announced that he planned to visit the Zhuge family. His father lifted his gaze in mild surprise and asked what reason he had for going there. Huaren answered that now that he had recovered his health through martial arts training, it felt only proper to visit the Zhuge family and pay his respects, especially considering that a marriage between him and one of their daughters had been arranged even before his birth. Yang Biang leaned back and released a thoughtful sigh before nodding slowly, remarking that time truly passed quickly. That marriage agreement had been made long ago, and it had always been decided that Huaren would eventually marry into the Zhuge family. If he remembered correctly, the girl's name was Zhuge Qianjiang. When Huaren confirmed it, Biang's expression softened into a warm smile. He explained that he had once shared a close friendship with Zhuge Yu Gaiol, and that his old friend would surely be pleased to see Huaren again. With a light chuckle, he added that he had also heard that Chongyang was an extraordinary beauty. After that, he asked when his son planned to depart. Before Huaren could give an answer, his stepmother immediately spoke up in objection. She argued that he had only just regained his health, and that it would be far wiser for him to rest longer before setting out anywhere. Biang simply laughed, his voice loud and carefree, and replied that his son was already grown, traveling, meeting companions, and seeing the world were all things a young man should do. He even recalled that he himself had first met Yu Gaiol at around the same age. His wife finally relented, though the agreement came with a stern warning. She reminded Huaren that the journey would take more than a month, and because of that he absolutely needed a trustworthy bodyguard to guarantee his safety along the way. Several days later, Huaren met Mo Biyung again. The moment she saw him, she studied him with a faint look of irritation. Huaren greeted her brightly, but his attention soon shifted when he noticed two unfamiliar men standing behind her. Curious, he asked who they were. The two men stepped forward and began circling him slowly, examining his body from every angle as if inspecting a weapon. One of them let out a surprised murmur, while the other commented that although Huaren's build was not particularly large, his body was remarkably flexible. Between them, they concluded that the rumors were true. He really had changed. Huaren recognized them immediately. They were the Rising Ghost Blades, Zhongwook and Namwook. He gave a small bow and said it was an honor to meet them. One of the men laughed and declared that he, together with a dragonflower sword, would devote all his strength to protecting him. The other tilted his head slightly, observing that Huaren's body still contained even greater potential for strength. Privately, Huaren thought the pair looked like muscle-headed brutes. Even so, he knew their reputation was well-deserved. The rising Ghost Blades were masters of the Ghost Blade technique, and it was obvious that his father had gone to considerable effort to secure them as his escorts. When the time came to discuss their departure, Huaren gathered the group and told them plainly that he would decide the route they would take. The only thing he asked in return was that they follow his directions without question. Jianghu stayed at him for a long moment, holding his gaze before giving a faint nod. Of course he would obey. With that agreement settled, Huaren began making his preparations to leave. Before departing, he went to bid farewell to his family. Xiaolin immediately burst into tears, throwing her arms around him and asking if he truly had to go. Huaren gently patted her head and promised that when he came back, he would take her to the festival. She lifted her tearful eyes and asked if he really meant it, and he answered with a warm smile, assuring her that he did. After that, he turned to Ji Zheng, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and told him to protect Xiaolin and the rest of the family while he was away. Ji Zheng looked up at him in surprise, thinking that somehow his brother seemed taller than before, then replied with unwavering resolve that he would guard their family with his life. At last, Huaren bowed deeply to his parents before stepping toward his horse. Just as he was about to leave, a desperate voice suddenly rang out. Someone was running toward him, calling his name and begging him to wait. Huaren turned and saw Yanhua rushing forward. She skidded to a stop in front of him, breathless, and pleaded for him to take her along. For a moment, Huaren said nothing. Zhongwu quickly spoke up, urging him to refuse and warning that the road ahead would be far too dangerous for a girl. Huaren simply raised a hand, stopping him. Then he stepped down from his horse and walked toward Yanhua. When he reached her, he slowly extended his hand. She flinched at the movement, instinctively bracing herself as she lowered her gaze and whispered an apology. Instead, Huaren pulled her into a firm embrace. Yanhua gasped, her eyes widening in complete shock as his arms wrapped around her. In a gentle voice, he told her that she had always wanted to remain by his side, and for that he was truly grateful. But the road he had chosen was filled with danger, and as things stood now, he did not yet possess the strength needed to protect her if she followed him. Because of that, he could not allow her to walk such a path with him. He said he could never forgive himself if she were harmed, because to him she was precious family. So he asked her to stay behind with his parents, with Ji Zheng, and with Xiaolin, and to wait patiently for the day he returned. Tears welled in Yanhua's eyes, yet despite them she forced a smile and promised that she would wait. Huaren mounted his horse once again and set out with his companions. As the road stretched farther and farther ahead of them, he understood clearly that when he finally returned to the Tianzhong clan, nothing would remain the same. He would protect his family, and he would prevent the destruction of his clan. And the first step toward that future would be completing the unfinished martial arts they possessed. The visit to the Zhuge family was nothing more than a convenient excuse. Their real destination lay elsewhere. The Zhuge family resided near Wudong Mountain, and on that sacred peak, Huaren believed the secret to perfecting the martial arts of the Tianzhong clan was waiting. Tightening his grip on the reins, he whispered silently to himself that their true destination was Wudong. Days later, Huaren lay half-submerged in the shallow waters of a quiet stream, his eyes fixed on the vast sky stretching endlessly above him. The scenery should have felt peaceful, yet something about it seemed wrong. Too calm, too still. An uneasy sensation slowly crept into his chest, and in a quiet murmur he admitted to himself that this place was not ordinary. He slowly rose and stepped through the rippling current. That was when he noticed something lodged in the water nearby, a broken wooden sign half buried beneath the surface. Huaren reached down, pulled it free, and brushed the mud away with his hand. The moment his eyes fell upon the carved words, his expression instantly hardened. Tianzhong clan. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The tranquil stream disappeared, replaced by a horrifying vision. Before him stood the Tianzhong clan, completely engulfed in flames. The night sky glowed crimson from the fire. Buildings crumbled as they burned, collapsing into piles of blazing debris while thick smoke and drifting ash filled the air. The wooden sign slipped from Huaren's hand as his heart began pounding wildly in his chest. Staggering forward, he cried out in disbelief. No, no. His desperate voice echoed through the inferno as he ran across the burning ruins, shouting as though someone, anyone, might still be alive. Then, cutting through the chaos, a deep and chilling voice rang out. Huaren froze. He recognized that voice immediately. It belonged to the old demonic man, the one who had taken control of his body in his previous life before his regression. The mere presence of that voice made every nerve in Huaren's body tremble. It spoke with heavy contempt, saying that even after receiving a chance that defied the heavens themselves, Huaren was still wasting his time on childish pursuits. Nothing could be changed. He should simply surrender his body. Fear crushed down on him. Huaren stammered, demanding to know how the old man had returned. But before the demonic figure could finish speaking, the vision shattered like glass. A sudden slash cut through his thoughts, violently dragging him back to reality. Mo Byung's voice suddenly rang out, sharp and demanding as she asked what he could possibly be thinking about during their spa. The question snapped Huaren out of his thoughts. Startled, he stumbled backward with wide eyes, only then realizing that he had fallen into a trance. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and said simply that he surrendered. Mo Bi-young did not answer immediately. Instead, she studied him carefully, her gaze lingering on his face as she remarked that he seemed unable to concentrate, then asked whether he was feeling unwell. Hwarin turned his eyes away and quietly replied that he was fine, adding only that his sleep had been restless over the past few days. Not far away, Jongwook and Namwook were in the middle of their own training, lifting enormous stones as their muscles strained and sweat streamed down their bodies. Between heavy breaths, Jongwook glanced toward Hwarin and called out that if the young master was feeling out of sorts, he could always join them. He explained that the techniques they were practicing, matching river and lifting thrust flow, were methods meant to build physical strength. Namwook, panting as he worked, added his own advice while correcting his brother, telling him to engage the muscles along his sides and make sure the stones stayed perfectly upright. Watching the two of them struggle with the massive weights, Hwarin let out an awkward laugh and shook his head, replying that perhaps he would try it another time. Then his expression grew serious as he told them that he had something important to discuss regarding their journey. Later, as the group rode together along a dusty road on horseback, Hwarin finally revealed what he had in mind. Before continuing on to the Zhuge clan, he wanted them to make a stop at Mount Seven Sages. Jongwook turned his head in surprise and repeated the name of the mountain. Hwarin explained that he had once read a book written by a famous herbalist, and according to that text there was a particular area on Mount Seven Sages where 100-year-old ginseng could be found. The same book had also mentioned something even rarer, a treasure known as monkey wine, a drink said to be almost impossible to obtain anywhere else in the Jianghu. The moment the words monkey wine left his mouth, Jongwook and Namwook both froze. Their eyes lit up as their mouths began watering, and they repeated the name dreamily as if they could already taste it. Hwarin smirked slightly at the sight and teased them, remarking that he had heard of their reputation. The two of them, after all, were famous as the rising drunken ghosts because of their deep love for alcohol. Embarrassed, Jongwook cleared his throat and tried to respond, insisting that they supported the idea of a D-tier. But before he could finish his sentence, Mo Bi-young abruptly cut him off. Her voice turned cold as she reminded Hwarin that Mount Seven Sages lay dangerously close to territories controlled by demonic sects. For an orthodox clan like the Tianzhong to approach such a place, she warned, would be inviting disaster. Hwarin met her gaze without hesitation and calmly asked how anyone would even know that they belonged to the Tianzhong clan. If they were discovered, he said, they could simply claim to be from another faction. Mo Bi-young's expression darkened instantly with anger. She demanded to know how the heir of the Tianzhong clan could speak so casually about such disgraceful behavior. The pride and honor of their clan were not things that could be discarded so easily. Hwarin interrupted her without the slightest pause. He asked whether pride truly mattered when one's life was at stake. If a powerful enemy demanded to know where he came from, he said he would not hesitate to claim allegiance to a demonic sect if that was what it took to survive. Jongwook stepped forward and openly voiced his agreement with Hwarin's reasoning. He argued that there was no reason for an orthodox sect to fear the demonic ones and added that trusting the young master's judgment would be the wiser choice. At that, Mo Bi-young let out a scoffing breath and accused the two brothers of supporting the plan only because of their obsession with monkey wine. Hwarin responded by placing a hand over his chest and putting on an exaggerated expression of sincerity. He insisted that his true intention was simply to bring back ginseng for his parents, admitting that he had caused them far too much worry in the past and now wanted to repay them in some small way. Mo Bi-young hesitated. The anger in her face gradually softened, and after remaining silent for a long moment, she finally gave a reluctant nod. If he was truly determined, then they would head to Mount Seven Sages. Relief immediately appeared on Hwarin's face as he thanked everyone and suggested they stop at a nearby inn to make preparations. Yet deep within, the corners of his lips curled into a faint and knowing smile. He understood perfectly well that everything he had said was a lie. There was no ginseng waiting for them, and no monkey wine either. What truly awaited them there was something far more valuable. The demonic poison stone flower. He remembered its origin with absolute clarity. There were certain places where poisonous insects gathered at the end of their lives, and over countless years their venom would accumulate, condensing and hardening until it formed a crystal of pure poison. If a seed happened to fall upon such a crystal, it would absorb that condensed venom and grow into a flower saturated with both poison and demonic energy. That flower was known as the demonic poison stone flower, and Hwarin knew that somewhere within Mount Seven Sages, one existed. That evening, inside the inn, rumors filled the air. From a nearby table, Hwarin overheard several martial artists speaking in hushed voices about demonic masters gathering near Mount Seven Sages. One man leaned closer to the others and revealed in a whisper that a rare medicinal treasure had appeared there. Its name was the demonic poison stone flower. Hwarin stiffened where he sat, irritation flaring inside him. How had news of it already spread so far? It felt as though the entire world had somehow learned of its existence. Later that night, as they sat together drinking, Mo Bi-young spoke in a grave voice. She reminded Hwarin that he must have heard the rumors about demonic masters converging on Mount Seven Sages because of that flower, and she firmly insisted that going there now would be far too dangerous. Privately, Hwarin admitted that she was right. The demonic sects would inevitably clash and fight viciously over such a treasure. But he also knew something else. He did not need to confront them all. He only needed to defeat Gutchik, the one who would ultimately claim the flower in the end. In his previous life, Gutchik had risen from the level of a first-rate warrior to the absolute peak within only half a year. The demonic poison stone flower. For Huiran, it was the perfect ingredient to complete his martial arts. The techniques of the Tianzhong clan had always carried demonic roots. Yet Huiran merely raised his cup and spoke as though nothing had changed, calmly declaring that their destination remained Mount Seven Sages and that the decision was final. Mo Byung abruptly shot to her feet, disbelief flashing across her face as she demanded to know whether he had not heard that the demonic sects were already gathering there. Huiran answered without the slightest hesitation, reminding Mo Byung that Mount Seven Sages was one of the ancestral roots of the Zhuge clan. If the Zhuge were somehow involved in what was happening there, then this was precisely the place they needed to be. In fact, encountering them on that mountain might even turn the situation to their advantage. Mo Byung paused, clearly troubled by the idea, but after a moment she reluctantly agreed. However, she set down a single rule before giving her consent. If they came across martial artists whose strength exceeded their own, they would withdraw immediately. Huiran nodded and promised that he would not rush recklessly into unnecessary battles. When he turned to Zhongwook and Namwook to confirm the plan, he discovered that the two ghost blades were already slumped across the table, completely drunk. Letting out a quiet sigh, he repeated his promise that he would act cautiously. Several days later, the group finally arrived at Mount Seven Sages and checked into a nearby inn. Huiran told everyone that they would remain there for the time being, though inwardly he already sensed that the mountain had become a gallery of chaos. He knew very well that he was still far too weak to storm into the conflict blindly, yet a faint, dark smile touched his lips. In the end, only the person who laughed last would truly be the victor. Earlier, he had already given his instructions. They were to search every inn and tavern connected to the Serpent Dragon sect, paying special attention to those that had few guests yet housed a large number of horses. Gotchik, the young leader of that sect, would never travel alone. He would arrive with his subordinates, and such a group would inevitably require mounts and stables. Even after acquiring the flower, Gotchik would not leave immediately. Instead, he would secure the treasure somewhere safe, most likely inside and in control by his own sect. If they could identify that location, Huiran believed they could intercept Gotchik before the flower disappeared from their reach. In the past, Gotchik had been the one who claimed it. This time, Huiran intended to take it for himself. Later that day, Huiran stood with Zhongwook on a balcony, both of them watching the crowded street below. After a while, Namwook joined them and asked what they were observing so carefully. Zhongwook quietly pointed towards someone moving through the crowd and said that the man they were looking at was Gotchik, the young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect. Huiran's eyes widened at once. Gotchik should have already been deep within Mount Seven Sages, battling others for the flower. Why was he here instead? Not far away, one of Gotchik's subordinates leaned close and whispered something into his ear. Huiran strained to hear what was being said, but the noise of the street swallowed every word. Frustration slipped from him as a low curse. Then Gotchik's expression suddenly ignited with fury, and his voice burst across the street like thunder. Without holding back, he shouted orders at the top of his lungs, commanding that the Serpent Dragon 8 swords and the Serpent Dragon slashes be summoned immediately to pursue their target. Even Zhongwook stiffened at the sound. In a low voice, he explained to Huiran that those two groups were the most powerful forces within the Serpent Dragon sect, and that Gotchik had shouted so loudly that even he could hear the command clearly from where they stood. Huiran's eyes sharpened. If something urgent enough to trigger such orders had just occurred, then the situation had changed. A new opportunity had appeared. His chances of obtaining the demonic poison stone flower had just increased. With calm determination, Huiran turned to his companions and ordered them to prepare. They were going to follow. Mo Byung hurried forward, her expression tight with protest as she demanded to know whether Huiran truly intended to chase after a demonic sect, warning him that such a decision was recklessly dangerous and accusing him of pushing himself into greater peril with every step he took. Yet Huiran did not hesitate. Calm but unwavering, he told her that the Jianghu would soon descend into chaos, and if they hoped to survive what was coming, they had to become stronger. The demonic poison stone flower was the key to that strength. Mo Byung cut him off sharply, insisting that the Jianghu was still at peace and that they were not so desperate as to depend on poisonous herbs for protection. Huiran's voice immediately grew colder. He told her she was mistaken. They were weak. Then he asked if she truly felt no desire for the flower, only to answer the question himself. Of course she did. No martial artist in the Jianghu could resist a treasure like that. The only reason they stood aside and pretended indifference was because they lacked the strength to fight for it openly. He spoke firmly about his determination, declaring that he would seize the flower, grow stronger, and use that strength to shield their clan from the storms that would soon descend. Taking a step closer, he met her gaze directly and said that if she truly believed in him, as the heir of their clan, then she would follow his command. Mo Byung instinctively stepped back, shaken by what she saw. The young master who had once struggled simply to stand on his own now faced her with a will she had never witnessed before. For the first time, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she had never truly seen him as an adult. Then suddenly, Zhongwook burst out laughing, clapping his hands together with open delight. He admitted that he had never expected the heir of their clan to carry such bold fire within his heart. Without hesitation, both Zhongwook and Namwook stepped forward and bowed deeply, introducing themselves as the two rising ghost blades and swearing that they would faithfully follow the commands of their young clan leader. After a long stretch of silence, Mo Byung slowly lowered her head as well. She told Hwerin that she would follow his will, though her voice remained grave as she warned him that the Jianghu was not a world that could be taken lightly. Hwerin simply nodded, accepting her warning calmly before telling everyone to move. Yet deep inside, his thoughts sank into darkness. Silently, he answered her warning in his own mind, because in all of the Jianghu, there was no one who understood its cruelty better than he did. After all, he had already lived through it once. Days later, Hwerin and his companions trailed behind the Serpent Dragon sect, maintaining a careful distance as they followed their movements. Advancing through the dim cover of the forest, he observed the enemy forces with narrowed eyes, quietly surprised by how many of their members had gathered in this place. While crouching low among the bushes, Mo Byung leaned closer and whispered her concern, pointing out the shifting patterns of the sect's movements. Hwerin answered in a quiet voice that Gutchik and his men were setting up the inescapable net formation. Jongwook's eyes widened with alarm as he repeated the formation's name under his breath, while Namwook nervously urged them to retreat before it was too late. But Hwerin shook his head. He explained that the main squad of the Serpent Dragon sect had not yet made their move. They would only act once they detected something suspicious or discovered the person carrying the miracle medicine. Until then, the best thing they could do was remain patient and wait for the perfect moment. Moments later, a sudden uproar erupted from the direction of the Serpent Dragon sect. Hwerin listened carefully to the commotion and quickly realized what had happened. The sect had found the person carrying the miracle medicine. Without delay, he ordered his group to move toward the riverbank instead. When Namwook asked for the reason, Hwerin explained that someone fleeing for their life would be far more likely to run toward water than deeper into the forest. He also pointed out that the shouting had already stopped, which meant the enemy was closing in on their target. From this point forward, they would have to move with absolute silence. Not long afterward, a man stumbled into view near the edge of the river. He staggered forward before collapsing to the ground, desperately gasping for breath as he cried out weakly for help. But before he could even rise again, a violent burst of purple aura suddenly shot through the air and struck him down. The attack killed him instantly, and the force of the blow shook the ground beneath them. Dust and debris scattered across the riverbank, and when the haze finally settled, only a single figure remained standing. There, at the edge of the river, stood a man cloaked in a menacing purple aura. In his hand, the demonic poison stone flower emitted a sinister glow, its energy feeding directly into the dreadful aura surrounding him. The moment Mo Byung saw him clearly, the color drained from her face. In a shaken whisper, she revealed his identity. This man was none other than the flying demonic bloodlion. Her words sent a ripple of unease through the group. Hwerin observed the figure closely and remarked that the aura surrounding him felt deeply ominous before asking if she knew anything more about him. Instead, Jongwook answered, explaining that within the world of demonic martial artists, the flying demonic bloodlion was a notorious name, one of the most feared figures to ever walk the Jianghu. Yet Hwerin noticed something unusual. The man's condition did not appear stable. His gaze then sharpened as it fell upon the object clutched in the bloodlion's hand, the demonic poison stone flower. Before anyone could say another word, the Serpent Dragon sect arrived in full force, quickly surrounding the bloodlion in a tight formation. Gotchik stepped forward, his voice burning with fury as he accused the man of slaughtering the sect's most elite warriors. He admitted that he had never expected to corner such a monster, yet the moment had finally arrived. The flying demonic bloodlion responded only with laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. With a sneer, he said he never imagined he would end up surrounded by such weaklings, and claimed that if the Tang clan had not interfered earlier, he would have already torn them apart with ease. Gotchik reached calmly into his robes and pulled out a small weapon, holding it up as he asked whether the bloodlion recognized it. He announced that the device was the Thousand-Needle Downpour. The instant the bloodlion saw it, shock flashed across his face as he demanded to know how Gotchik had managed to obtain such a thing. Gotchik merely smirked and replied that the sect had paid an enormous price for it, warning him not to assume they possessed only one. At that moment, every member of the Serpent Dragon sect drew out the same weapon. The bloodlion's surprise twisted instantly into fury. With a snarl, he declared that such petty tools would never be enough to bring him down, and violent energy surged through his arms. Without hesitation, Gotchik gave the command to attack. The moment the technique was released, the air itself erupted with a thunderous roar as a Thousand-Needle Downpour unleashed its lethal storm, sending countless razor-thin projectiles raining down toward the flying demonic bloodlion in a relentless barrage. In response, the man let out a savage roar and drove his chi outward, and from his body a vast wall of purple aura burst forth, spreading wide enough to blanket almost the entire riverbank. Watching from their concealed position, Hwerin's eyes stretched wide with disbelief, his mind racing as he wondered if such terrifying power could truly exist. The Serpent Dragon sect's attack crashed against the barrier in a violent clash, yet the flying demonic bloodlion turned aside every single strike with effortless ease, and the collision produced a brutal shockwave that exploded outward so violently that even Gotchik had to brace himself, shouting in shock as he demanded how his opponent could still possess so much chi. At that moment, the bloodlion suddenly leapt high into the sky, hanging above them as he stared down with feral eyes before breaking into wild, unrestrained laughter, openly ridiculing the Serpent Dragon sect and declaring that they were nothing compared to him. Grinding his teeth in fury, Gotchik bellowed for the second Serpent Dragon squad to fire. Once again, the thousand-needle downpour was unleashed, this time targeting the Blood Lion while he remained suspended in mid-air, and the storm of needles struck him directly, sending his body crashing heavily into the river below. One of the sect members shouted in triumph that the flying demonic Blood Lion had fallen, but Gotchik wasted no time celebrating and immediately barked new commands, ordering the Serpent Dragonate swords and the Serpent Dragon bladesmen to finish the man off and recover the miracle medicine. At once, the warriors surged toward the river where the Blood Lion had plunged. Yet the man rose again, even with several needles embedded deep in his body. A defiant smirk spread across his face, and with a cold, chilling laugh he declared that they would never find the miracle medicine, then shouted for them to come and face him, swearing that he would drag every one of them down to hell alongside him. What followed was nothing short of slaughter. Alone against the advancing Serpent Dragon forces, the flying demonic Blood Lion tore through them as they rushed him from all sides, while from a distance Huiran and his companions could only watch in heavy silence. Mo Byung realized she had never witnessed such a horrifying massacre in her life, and as her gaze shifted toward the young master, she found herself wondering how someone with so little experience in the Jianghu could remain so calm in the face of such carnage. Eventually, however, the tide began to turn. The Blood Lion was struck again and again until his battered body could no longer endure the punishment. Countless arrows piercing into him while a sword was driven deep into his back. Blood poured from his wounds and spilled into the river, dyeing the current a deep crimson, and at last his strength abandoned him. He staggered weakly before collapsing into the reddened water, his lifeless body slowly drifting away with the flow. Gotchik immediately shouted for his men to search the corpse. In panic, the sect members reported that the miracle medicine was not on his body, and upon hearing this, Gotchik erupted in fury and screamed for them to search again. He was convinced that during the chase they had stayed close enough that the Blood Lion could not possibly have hidden the medicine anywhere else, and with a sharp, furious command he ordered them to search once more, this time faster, refusing to believe that the miracle medicine had simply vanished. At that very moment, Huiran motioned for the others to come closer and spoke in a quiet yet urgent tone, explaining the conclusion he had reached. The flower had never been on the Blood Lion's body because it had already been sent away. He reminded them of the instant when the wall of water rose to shield him. While it blocked the incoming attacks, it also cut off the Blood Lion's sight. A fighter of that caliber would normally rely on Qing Gong to escape danger rather than hiding behind such a crude defense, so there could only be one explanation. The barrier had been created to conceal a single crucial action. The moment he released the miracle medicine into the river, trusting the current to carry it somewhere he could retrieve it later. Before anyone could question the theory, a loud echo rolled through the valley. Huiran's gaze sharpened immediately, and he urged them to move at once, warning that the Serpent Dragon sect would soon reach the same realization. Without wasting another second, they hurried downstream, following the river's flow until the water spread wider near its end. There, floating calmly on the surface, was the very flower they had risked everything to obtain. Huiran reached toward it without hesitation, his voice tense yet certain as he confirmed that it was indeed the demonic poison stone flower. Yet instead of storing it away, he produced a vial of poison in a small container, then searched along the riverbank until he found an ordinary flower. Pouring the poison over it, he watched as within seconds the plant twisted and altered its form, transforming into a flawless imitation of the real one. Mo Byung stared at him in stunned disbelief and remarked that it was improper for an orthodox martial artist to carry poison. Huiran answered calmly that poison was merely another tool. Placing the counterfeit flower inside the container, he explained that although the trick would not deceive the demonic sect for long, it would buy them enough time to escape with the genuine treasure. Zhongwook muttered in disbelief, saying the whole thing felt far too easy, since others had fought and died for the prize while they had simply claimed it by following behind. Huiran only responded with a faint smile, remarking that they had merely been fortunate, before telling everyone to leave immediately. But the moment he tightened his grip on the container, it suddenly vanished from his hand. The group froze, and in that same instant a familiar figure appeared before them. The flying demonic Blood Lion, battered and drenched in blood, still forced his broken body upright. His voice sliced through the air as he declared that the demonic poison stone flower belonged to him alone. Mo Byung rushed toward Huiran, her voice cracking as she called out to the young clan leader. Yet Huiran remained motionless, his thoughts spinning wildly. The man standing before them could only be the flying demonic Blood Lion. The Serpent Dragon sect should have already finished him, and yet here he was. Before anyone had time to react, the Blood Lion moved. His sudden strike sent Huiran hurtling through the air, and in that same motion he snatched the container before crushing it in his grip, leaving only the flower in his hand. Fury roared from him as he cursed them, calling them greedy rats who dared to steal what belonged to him. The Blood Lion snarled through blood-stained teeth, declaring that he had intended to absorb the flower slowly, but the circumstances had forced him to burn away his own life as true chi. And now that the chance for patience was gone, he swore he would rip apart every human standing before him and replenish his fading strength with their blood. Without hesitation, he lifted the demonic poison stone flower and swallowed it in one savage motion. Instantly, a violent aura erupted from his body and crashed down upon everyone present. Mo Byung froze where she stood, her body trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat soaked her clothes, and a suffocating terror gripped her heart because, for the first time in her life, she faced an opponent who made death feel absolutely inevitable. Then Namwook and Jongwook stepped forward. Where her body shook with fear, the two brothers remained calm. Namwook spoke first, remarking that since the day he was born he had always acted before thinking, and that very nature was why he had earned the name Ghostblade. Standing side by side, the brothers declared themselves the two rising Ghostblades of the Tianzhong clan, and with unwavering resolve they vowed to protect their young leader, even if it meant standing against a demonic monster. Together, they proclaimed that they would defeat the flying demonic bloodlion. Mo Byung cried out at once, her voice breaking as she tried to stop them, warning that the enemy before them was far too powerful and that rushing in would only lead to their deaths. Jongwook cut her off immediately, his voice steady and sharp as he told her to focus on what had to be done, addressing her firmly by her title, the Dragonflower Sword. Namwook then turned toward her with a faint smirk and calmly reminded her that their opponent had just swallowed poison. Her eyes widened as realization struck like lightning. She remembered the moment earlier when Huaren had secretly switched the Real flower with one drenched in poison, and that single thought steadied the fear that had been shaking her heart. Namwook continued, explaining that the blood lion was already grievously wounded, had burned away his own life as true chi, and had now poisoned himself on top of everything else. If they could hold him off long enough, then victory might still be possible. Jongwook shouted that they would make the first move, and without another word the brothers charged forward, their blades drawn. The blood lion watched their advance with a cruel glint of admiration in his eyes. He admitted that he respected their refusal to run, but immediately sneered that courage alone meant nothing. Spreading his arms wide, he unleashed his surging aura, which crashed down like a crushing force and seized both brothers at the same time. Just as the invisible pressure was about to tear them apart, a burst of yellow light flared across the battlefield, forming a barrier that forced the blood lion to recoil. Mo Byung had stepped forward. Her sword flashed as she invoked her technique, her voice ringing clearly as she called out the soaring Dragon Emperor's sword. Without pausing, she followed with another strike, unleashing the heavenly lightning ascension. The blade drove into the bloodlion's left arm, and a roar of agony burst from him as the strike landed. He leapt backward, blood spilling from his mouth as violent coughing shook his body. Confusion churned through his mind. The burning sensation spreading inside him was unmistakably poison. For a moment he wondered whether the Tang clan crone had somehow managed to reach him, but he dismissed the thought instantly, knowing that Tang poison would have already melted his organs by now. This was something entirely different. Fury narrowed his eyes as his gaze locked onto Mo Byung and the two ghost blades. Clenching his teeth, he roared with murderous rage, demanding how they dared deceive him and swearing that he would grind their bones into dust. Another violent cough tore through the bloodline before he could continue. From a distance, Mo Byung forced herself to steady her breathing as she watched him closely. The ghost blades had been right. The bloodline had already reached his limit, and if they could endure just a little longer, victory might still be within their grasp. Then the bloodline suddenly burst into loud, bitter laughter. For a brief moment the laughter rang out with hollow strength, but it quickly deteriorated into a broken rasp. Muttering to himself, he wondered if this place would truly become his grave. Grabbing his head with trembling hands, he snarled that such a fate was impossible, declaring that he could not fall to the Tang clan, nor to the pathetic serpent dragon sect, certainly not to a group of nameless nobodies. His gaze lifted again, burning with hatred as realization struck him. The one he had sent flying earlier must have been the one carrying the real demonic poison stone flower. If that was the case, then he would simply tear open that person's stomach and drink what lay inside to seize its power for himself. Violent energy surged through his body as he stepped forward, moving slowly at first before suddenly leaping into the air. Namwook was his target. The bloodline struck without hesitation. Mo Byung rushed to intercept, her sword flashing toward him, but he twisted aside using a shifting step. In the next instant he vanished from her sight and reappeared directly before Jongwook. There was no time to react. His fist slammed into Jongwook's face with brutal force, sending the young warrior flying. With Jongwook thrown aside, the bloodline immediately turned his attention to Mo Byung and charged straight toward her. Terror locked her body in place. She knew there was no way to escape. Just as his hand reached out to seize her, a blade suddenly flashed through the air. Huaren appeared as though he had materialized from nowhere, his strike so fast it was nearly impossible to follow. In a single clean motion, the sword cut through the bloodline's left arm, severing it completely. The voice inside him would not stop, pushing again and again as it demanded control over his body. And Huaren ground his teeth while the pressure tried to drag his consciousness into darkness, because he knew that if he surrendered, if he let his eyes close even once, it would swallow him whole. Yet at the very brink of giving in, he forced his eyes open and shouted within his own mind, asking himself if he truly intended to rely on that power again, ordering himself to stay sharp as he refused to trust something he could not understand. Because since when had young Huaren ever become the sort of person who depended on an unknown force? The phantom voice pressed harder, but Huaren roared back at it to be silent. And as he struggled upright he declared that this body belonged to him alone, that the voice was nothing but a remnant from the past, and that he would protect the people precious to him with strength that was truly his own. His aura erupted outward, and in the very next instant he surged back into the battlefield, his blade flashing with controlled ferocity as a single clean strike sliced through the air and severed the flying demonic bloodline's left arm. The demon howled as he staggered back, staring in disbelief at the arm lying on the ground before cursing the boy in fury. Yet the moment his gaze fixed on the red aura surrounding Huiran, terror crept across his face as he recognized that energy, and trembling. Violently he shouted the name of the demonic master while demanding to know how a mere youth could possibly wield such power. His body suddenly convulsed before he bent forward and spat blood onto the ground, and nearby Mo Byung watched with widening eyes because the energy felt exactly the same as before, the identical power that had once revealed itself. While Jongwook and Namwook, bruised and barely standing, forced themselves upright again, and Jongwook, grinning despite exhaustion, called out that their young clan leader had arrived at precisely the right moment. They immediately regrouped, weapons raised as they faced the weakened bloodline together, and Mo Byung spoke quickly while assessing him, explaining that he had been poisoned and that enough time had passed since he burned away his life essence, meaning his body was already nearing its limit. Hearing this, Huiran's expression hardened, and with calm determination he issued his very first command as the clan's heir, telling them to survive, to which they all answered at once that they would. The blood lion stared directly at Huiran, studying him for a long silent moment before finally tilting his head back and speaking with unsettling calm, saying that he had witnessed countless strange things throughout the world of Jianghu, yet what stood before him now surpassed even his comprehension, and with grim resolve he declared that from this moment onward he would abandon any thought of his own survival. Raising both hands, he gathered a crushing torrent of energy as he prepared a final attack, his voice booming while he mocked Huiran and said that no matter how the boy had reclaimed such power it would never save him. And as the words faded, Huiran and the others steadied themselves. Then in the same instant, blades lifted and determination burning, they launched forward together into the clash. Later, when the serpent dragon sect finally arrived at the battlefield, Gucci clicked his tongue and cursed quietly, bitter that the blood lion had pushed himself so far as to burn away his own life essence. As Gucci walked across the shattered battlefield, his eyes suddenly widened when he sensed the lingering aura hanging thick in the air, and the moment he recognized it his expression hardened instantly, because there was no mistaking that presence. It was the unmistakable energy of the blood lion arts. A soldier hurried forward and called out that they had located the body, and Gucci stepped ahead before lowering his gaze to the corpse lying on the ground, the flying demonic blood lion himself, while another soldier, his face pale with fear, quickly confirmed that the man was dead. Gucci's voice turned sharp as he demanded to know about the flower, yet the soldier hesitated, his voice shaking as he struggled to answer, and Gucci's anger erupted at once as he warned that if the man dared say it was missing, he would lose his head immediately. At last the soldier forced the words out, stammering the truth that the flower was gone, and fury surged through Gucci as his sword flashed through the air, the blade stopping a hair's breadth from cutting the soldier down. His gaze swept slowly across the battlefield, cold and calculating as his thoughts churned violently. Who had interfered here? Which fool had fought the flying demonic blood lion and stolen the demonic poison stone flower? Huiran and the others rode hard as they fled the area, their horses racing across the open ground while Huiran, too injured to remain upright on his own, leaned heavily against Moon's back, and nearby Namwook was barely managing to stay in the saddle while Jongwook supported him, the latter blooded and worn out but still grinning through his exhaustion. Jongwook let out a breathless laugh, saying he could hardly believe what had happened, and with disbelief clear in his voice he declared that they had actually defeated the flying demonic blood lion. Mo Byung immediately snapped at him, asking what he meant by that, and she reminded him sharply that if the blood lion had managed to endure even a little longer, every single one of them would have died. Jongwook admitted how close the fight had been, his grin fading as he acknowledged the truth. Yet he added quietly that in the end, the only ones who are called strong are those who survive. Mo Byung answered in a cold, steady tone, saying that the flying demonic blood lion had only been one martial artist among the countless fighters roaming Jianghu, and that the man himself had clearly understood that fact, which was exactly why he had fought with everything he had. At that moment Huiran suddenly coughed from behind her, blood spilling onto Mo Byung's back, and startled by it she quickly asked if he was all right, while Huiran forced out a faint laugh before agreeing with her words, admitting that nothing had been as easy as it might have appeared, because he had never imagined they would end up confronting someone like the flying demonic blood lion. Inside his mind, however, his thoughts grew heavy as the reality settled in that any one of them could have died in that battle. Yet despite that weight his determination did not falter, and he spoke aloud that his promise to protect his family and his clan had never once been empty words. He then took out the demonic poison stone flower and, gripping Mo Byung's shoulder firmly, spoke in a steady voice as he warned that the road ahead would not be easy and that days when their lives hung by a single thread would surely come again, which was why he told Instructor Mo and the two brothers that they needed to grow stronger. Jongwook answered without hesitation, promising that they would. But Mo Byung shifted the mood almost immediately as her tone turned colder, saying there was something else their young clan leader needed to explain first. Caught off guard, Huiran asked what she meant, and while guiding her horse forward Mo Byung glanced back at him before directly questioning him about that ominous chi. Earlier, after being struck away, Huiran had been left slumped against the splintered trunk of a shattered tree. Blood had spilled from his mouth as he coughed violently, his breathing ragged while his battered body refused to respond to his will. His mind churned with disbelief at the realization that the blood lion had burned away his own life essence as true chi simply to hunt him down. Frustration filled him as he cursed under his breath and tried to rise, but his broken body would not obey. His left leg had been dislocated, and every breath felt as though it tore through him with fresh pain. No one understood the price of that kind of power better than he did. Staring up at the sky with blood staining the corner of his lips, he muttered bitterly to himself, saying that he had acted as though he understood everything, only to end up broken and helpless at this very moment. Tilting his head back, he suddenly felt something warm slide down his forehead. His eyes widened slightly when he realized it was blood. Then a chilling voice slipped into his ears. It whispered for him to hand over his body. Again and again the voice repeated the same command, urging him to surrender. As it spoke, a red aura began to coil around his battered frame, swirling like living mist. Huerin's thoughts raced as realization dawned on him. For as long as he could remember, he had sensed that something foreign slept deep inside him. It was the same power he had glimpsed within the mysterious old man before drawing his regression, the same force he had once relied on during his fight with Instructor Mo. Now he finally understood. He could call upon that power again. And if he did, it might be enough to defeat the flying demonic blood lion. Jianghu voiced the same suspicion, explaining that the energy they had sensed earlier did not resemble the genuine power of the Tianzhong clan at all, because the aura had felt darker and far more sinister, something much closer to the presence of the flying demonic blood lion. Mo Byung turned around completely this time, her expression sharp as she demanded to know directly whether he had learned demonic arts. And Huerin froze where he sat as his thoughts raced wildly, because the only way to tell the full truth would mean revealing that he had regressed in time, and doing so could twist the future beyond recognition. This was not the moment for that. After a short silence, he finally answered that he had not, though he promised that when the proper time arrived he would explain everything. Mo Byung's anger ignited at once as she reminded him that they had just risked their lives fighting side by side, demanding to know what he could possibly still be hiding from them. Yet before he could respond, Huerin suddenly vomited blood again as his strength gave out. Mo Byung cried out in alarm and asked if he was alright, and in a strained voice Huerin admitted that all of them had risked their lives together before promising that when the right moment came, they would be the first people to hear the truth. Mo Byung fell silent after that, unsettled by his answer yet unwilling to push him any further, though she could not help wondering whether he was simply avoiding the question entirely. The group continued traveling in uneasy silence until Huerin's coughing grew worse, and finally Mo Byung ordered them to stop because he needed rest. After helping him down from the horse, she examined him carefully before saying he looked extremely unwell and suggesting they seek a physician from the Zhuge clan. Huerin immediately shook his head and refused, explaining that Gutchik and the Serpent Dragon sect would still be searching for them, and going there would only cause more trouble. So instead he said they would head toward Mount Wudong. Mo Byung frowned at that and asked whether there was truly a physician living there, and Huerin confirmed it, explaining that he had once heard of a skilled healer from the Qi family who resided on that mountain. Far away on Mount Wudong, a cat dashed playfully through the forest, leaping from side to side while a boy ran after it in frustration, calling out for it to stop. He shouted the cat's name, Beak Seal, warning it that Mount Wudong was a dangerous place, yet the cat only glanced back with a mischievous look before darting forward again, which made the boy even more frantic as he called louder for it to wait. Suddenly Beak Seal stopped in front of a bush, staring at it with curious eyes, but when the leaves began to rustle the cat stiffened in alarm. At that moment the boy finally caught up and lunged forward, scooping the cat into his arms as he laughed triumphantly. Yet the sound of something moving came from the bush, and his smile slowly faded as he leaned closer to take a look. In the very next instant, Huerin, Jungwook, Namwook, and Mo Byung burst out from the undergrowth, and Huerin reached toward the boy with trembling hands, his face pale and streaked with tears as his voice came out weak while he whispered that they had finally found someone. Both the boy and the cat recoiled in shock at the sight. Later, inside a small wooden house, Huerin lay beneath a blanket, and when he suddenly woke he jolted upright while shouting the name of the flying demonic blood lion, only to realize moments later that he was safe, and that his wounds had already been treated. Confusion stirred within Huerin as he tried to understand who could have treated his wounds. The door creaked open, and the boy stepped inside with a relieved smile, saying he was glad to see Huerin awake before explaining that he had carried him here after discovering him injured in the forest, adding that this small house was where he lived with his grandfather, and telling him to rest while he went to prepare some medicine. Huerin observed the boy closely before asking if the boy's grandfather was named Hachukong. The boy nodded. Then Huerin asked another question, wondering aloud if the boy himself was Hachongyang. The boy froze immediately, surprise spreading across his face as he asked how Huerin could possibly know his name. Huerin clenched his fist tightly as his heart pounded, because this had been the true reason he came to Mount Wudong in the first place. The Zhuge clan had merely served as an excuse. Memories from the future he had once lived resurfaced clearly in his mind, reminding him that this boy was the key to completing the unstable martial arts of the Tianzhong clan, and beyond even that, he was someone destined to become the strongest man beneath the heavens. This child before him was Hachongyang, the One Supreme. In Huerin's previous life, he remembered a massive struggle that had erupted over a certain martial arts tome, a conflict that lasted for years and drew not only the unorthodox and demonic clans but also the 5 great clans into its chaos, the scale of the clash unlike anything seen before. The reason behind it had been simple. The tome revealed an entirely new principle of martial arts, teaching that good and evil both exist within every human being, and that when those opposing forces were unified, a power far beyond ordinary strength could be awakened. The text was believed to be the legacy of Zhong Sanfeng, the founder of the Wudong sect who had ascended to the heavens, and its name was the Yin-Yang Depth Heaven Tome. In Huaran's past life, it had been this very child who obtained it. Chongyang's family had discovered the tome purely by chance while gathering medicinal herbs, and through the knowledge contained within it, Chongyang eventually rose to become the strongest martial artist under the heavens. Because the tome embraced both good and evil, Huaran believed that if he could obtain it, he might finally complete the dream the Tianzhong clan had pursued for so long. Even so, as he looked at the boy in front of him, he could not help thinking that he had imagined meeting someone destined for such greatness in a far more dramatic way. While Huaran was lost in thought, Chongyang continued preparing the medicine. At one point a fly landed on the boy's face. Yet without breaking his concentration he caught it instantly in a single smooth motion. Huaran's eyes widened the moment he saw it, recognizing the movement immediately, and he asked whether the boy had already begun learning martial arts. Chongyang smiled casually and replied that his grandfather had taught him. Huaran stared at him in disbelief, asking how such a thing could possibly be true. And at that moment an elderly man passed by the doorway and remarked calmly that Huaran was finally awake. Huaran recognized him at once. It was Dukgong. Later, Huaran stepped outside with the elder, where his companions were already waiting. Zhongwook lifted his broken hand and waved with a grin as he called out to the young clan heir, and together Huaran, Mo Byung, Zhongwook, and Namwook bowed respectfully. With proper formality, Huaran introduced himself as young Huaran of the Henan Tianzhong clan before offering his thanks for the treatment, but Dukgong simply shook his head and replied that there was no need for gratitude. Treating the injured was nothing more than his responsibility. Yet the moment Dukgong heard the name of the clan, his interest was clearly stirred. He repeated the words quietly under his breath while studying Huaran with calm curiosity, then asked what could possibly have brought the young heir of the Tianzhong clan all the way to a place like this. An uneasy silence settled over the group, thick and uncomfortable, as though no one dared to respond. After a long pause, Huaran forced a bright smile and finally answered, claiming that he had come in search of wild ginseng. Dukgong's gaze sharpened immediately. He acknowledged that he did possess various medicinal herbs, but wild ginseng was no ordinary plant, and narrowing his eyes slightly, he demanded to know why Huaran would need something so rare. For a brief moment Huaran turned his gaze aside, then a faint smile appeared on his lips, and without warning he pressed a hand against his chest before suddenly bursting into tears. His voice trembled as he spoke about his mother, saying she was gravely ill and standing on the brink of death. He explained that when he had been weak, his parents had always protected him, and because of their care he had grown strong enough to leave the clan and see the world beyond it. Then the story poured out in a rush as he claimed he had received word that his mother had fallen to a deadly illness, and that only ginseng could save her life. Desperation, he said, had driven him to climb Mount Wudong, stumbling countless times along the path as he searched. Mo Byung watched the performance in complete confusion, her thoughts insisting that none of this added up, because she clearly remembered how healthy Huaran's mother had been when they last parted. Why would he fabricate such a story, and what would happen if Dukgong discovered the lie? Yet to her astonishment, tears began forming in the elder's eyes as he listened, the deception already taking hold. Overcome with emotion, Dukgong declared that Huaran was a true son, deeply moved by such devotion toward his parents, and without the slightest hesitation he rushed back inside the clinic, gathering his equipment while shouting that they would begin searching for wild ginseng immediately. Huaran watched the scene with a faint smirk, while the others remained frozen in stunned disbelief. Hours passed as they combed the mountains without success. Mo Byung was drenched in sweat and struggling for breath, because she had been certain from the beginning that Huaran was lying. Yet now, watching the fierce determination burning in his eyes as he crawled through rocks and tangled brush, she began to doubt her own judgment. Huaran searched with frantic urgency, and when he noticed Mo Byung standing still for a moment, he snapped at her to stop hesitating and help look. For an instant he nearly revealed the truth, but he caught himself and quickly repeated that the ginseng was meant for his mother. Mo Byung flinched at his sharp words and nodded awkwardly before continuing the search. As the sun slowly dipped toward the horizon, Dukgong released a tired sigh and announced that they would have to descend for the day. One by one they made their way back to the clinic, their bodies weighed down by exhaustion. Wiping the sweat from his chin, Huaran admitted quietly to himself that he had expected this to be difficult, and muttering under his breath that it was unfortunate, he realized that even possessing knowledge of the future did not guarantee success. Dukgong looked at Huaran with clear sympathy and promised that if he ever came across wild ginseng, he would send it directly to Huaran's clan. He then asked whether it should be delivered to the Tianzhong residence itself. Huaran bowed his head slightly in gratitude and replied that he would be deeply thankful. After letting his gaze linger toward the mountain for a moment, he turned back and, with respectful sincerity, apologized before asking if he might remain there for a few more days so he could continue searching on his own. The next morning, Huaran sat cross-legged inside his room, a faint red aura swirling slowly around his body as he meditated. His thoughts revolved around the paths Dukgong often traveled through the mountains, because if he searched along those routes, he was certain he would uncover traces connected to the tome. Without this clue, he knew he might have wandered for years without success. When his meditation ended, he rose to his feet and stepped outside. Ha Dukgong was sitting quietly at the doorway. Huiran bowed politely and greeted him in a calm voice. They exchanged a few quiet words before the elder asked whether Huiran planned to hike with him again that day. Huiran replied that he intended to search on his own instead. The elder simply nodded and granted his permission. The air that morning was crisp, and a cool breeze drifted between them. Huiran looked around briefly and asked where Chongyang had gone. Ha Dukgong had only just begun to respond when the boy suddenly came running toward them, panting heavily while clutching Beak Seal tightly in his arms. Alarmed by the sight, both men rose immediately. Ha Dukgong asked whether he had encountered a tiger, but Chongyang shook his head while catching his breath and explained that while hunting with Beak Seal, some people had tried to capture the cat, forcing him to run away. Ha Dukgong's expression darkened as he repeated the boy's words aloud, realizing that martial artists on Mount Wudong must have recognized Beak Seal as a mystic creature and attempted to seize it. He turned toward Huiran with a troubled look, and at that exact moment the voices of approaching martial artists shattered the quiet atmosphere as a noisy group arrived at the clinic. One of them shouted that they had finally found it. A young girl stepped forward from among them, her presence sharp and commanding. She glanced toward Chongyang and remarked that he was quite quick for a mere child before asking whether he was the cat's owner. Without waiting for an answer, she ordered him to sell the cat to her. Chongyang hugged Beak Seal tightly and shouted that the cat was not for sale. The girl's brow furrowed in irritation as she said she would pay generously and insisted that he hand it over. Chongyang refused once again, his voice steady and unwavering. The commotion drew Jongwook, Namwook, and Mo Byung out from their rooms, each of them startled as they took in the scene. Ha Dukgong stepped forward then, his demeanor calm yet firm as he offered a polite apology before explaining that Beak Seal was part of their family and could not be sold. The girl responded with a mocking laugh, declaring that if this had been anyone else, she would have simply taken the cat by force. He should feel grateful, she said arrogantly, because she was asking instead of seizing it outright. Huiran observed her closely. The pride in her attitude was unmistakable, yet something about her felt strangely familiar. And in truth, the way she carried herself reminded him very much of his younger self. Stepping forward, Huiran spoke with steady firmness, telling the girl that it was wrong to demand something that had already been refused. Immediately, one of her guards drew his sword and barked for Huiran to step back, demanding to know whether he understood who he was speaking to. Huiran did not retreat. Instead, he calmly asked who they believed they were to threaten others so casually. The guard straightened proudly and announced that they belonged to the Zhuge clan, declaring that the girl before them was the youngest daughter of their clan head. Huiran froze as the words sank in, his thoughts racing until realization struck him at once. She was Zhuge Yohe, the youngest sister of his fiancée, Zhuge Qianjing. Now her arrogance finally made sense, yet Huiran chose restraint. Bowing politely, he said it was an honor to meet a young lady of the Zhuge clan. The guard looked down on him with open contempt and demanded to know where he came from. Before Huiran could answer, Jongwook stepped forward with a deep frown and declared that such behavior could not be tolerated, rebuking the guard while asking if he was not acting far too boldly for someone in his position. Jongwook pushed closer with anger blazing in his eyes until they were nearly forehead to forehead, shouting that they were from Henan. Huiran immediately cut him off and ordered him to stop, stating firmly that they were merely visitors on Mount Wudong and should reveal nothing further. Yohe's patience finally snapped. With a dismissive scoff, she said she had no interest in dealing with people who refused to reveal their true background, and her gaze shifted back toward Chongyang. Leaning closer, she spoke coldly as she presented him with two choices. He could accept her money and hand over the cat, or she would simply take it by force. Chongyang hugged Beak Seal tightly and stepped backward. At that moment, he noticed Huiran giving him a subtle signal from the side, and the meaning was instantly clear. Huiran would distract them, and Chongyang was to throw the cat. He understood immediately. Just as Yohe reached forward to seize Beak Seal, Huiran stepped in front and cleared his throat, saying there was actually a third option. Irritated, Yohe turned toward him and demanded what he meant. At that exact moment, Chongyang tossed Beak Seal high into the air and shouted for it to run. The cat landed on the ground and sprinted straight into the forest, vanishing among the trees. Yohe cried out in fury and spun toward Huiran, demanding how he dared interfere. Huiran merely scoffed and replied that if the cat had run away, then she simply needed to catch it herself, adding that if she succeeded, the boy would have nothing to complain about. Yohe clenched her fist in anger and immediately barked an order, sending the guard scattering into the forest. Huiran glanced back toward Chongyang and raised his thumb in approval, and the boy grinned widely as he returned the gesture, relief clearly written across his face. Later that day, the guards returned looking disheveled, their clothes torn and their faces pale with exhaustion, and one of them admitted that they had failed. Yohe exploded in rage, shouting that warriors of the Zhuge clan could not even manage to catch a single cat. Another guard stepped forward cautiously and explained that the animal was no ordinary cat but a genuine mystic creature. Yohe's expression twisted into a scowl as she listened, her mind already working through her next move. She declared that she would head to the Wudong sect, and ordered her men to continue pursuing the cat until it was captured. Nearby, Mo Byung quietly moved closer to Huiran and whispered that if the girl truly was the youngest daughter of the Zhuge clan, then she could only be Zhuge Yohe, a woman so infamous for her violent temper that people often called her the Zhuge Witch. Huiran considered what he already knew about her. Despite her cruel reputation, She had surpassed the other young talents within her clan and eventually risen to the position of vice division leader. Huiran then spoke aloud to his companions, explaining that it would be safer for them to keep their identities hidden for the time being, because none of them could predict how Yohi might react if their true backgrounds were revealed, and besides, there was still something they needed to find on Mount Wudong. When he noticed the sadness lingering on Chongyang's face, Huiran walked over and knelt down so their eyes met. Gently, he asked whether the boy was worried about Beak Seal. Chongyang nodded. With a warm smile, Huiran patted his head and reassured him not to worry, telling him that the cat would never be caught and reminding him how fast it could run. Watching from a short distance away, Mo Biyun quietly reflected that Huiran had truly changed. That night, had Dukgong approached Zhongwook and Namwook while carrying a jar of liquor. He thanked them for helping earlier and offered them a drink, explaining proudly that he had brewed it himself using medicinal herbs. The moment they saw the jar, their eyes lit up. Zhongwook immediately claimed there was no need for such generosity, though his voice clearly betrayed his excitement. Dukgong insisted modestly and asked them not to refuse. Yet before he could even finish speaking, both men eagerly grabbed the jar. The elder blinked in surprise as Zhongwook lifted it with obvious delight, repeating that there was no need even as he drank from it without hesitation. Mo Biyun watched the scene quietly from the corner before turning away. Dukgong stared in disbelief as the two finished the liquor almost instantly, then stammered awkwardly that he would go and bring more. Outside beneath the pale moonlight, Mo Biyun wandered through the grounds. Suddenly her eyes widened when she spotted Huiran and Chongyang facing one another, each holding a wooden stick. Realizing they were sparring, she studied the boy's posture and quickly recognized that he had clearly begun learning martial arts. Chongyang suddenly leapt forward, swinging his stick toward Huiran. With effortless precision, Huiran deflected the attack, and the impact sent the wooden stick spinning out of the boy's hands. From where she stood, Mo Biyun froze in astonishment as her mind replayed the moment she had just witnessed. Chongyang was still only a child, yet he already carried the bearing of a true martial artist, so much so that the young clan leader had been forced to answer his strike with the Azhu bamboo sword technique, and all of this against nothing more than a simple wooden stick. The situation was utterly absurd. People often spoke about geniuses who grew at unbelievable speeds, but what she had just seen felt far removed from anything she had ever known. The next morning, Huiran stepped outside while stretching lazily and letting out a yawn, only to find Yohi already waiting with her arms tightly crossed and her sharp gaze fixed on him. He greeted her with an easy smile, politely wishing her a good morning, but she ground her teeth and snapped back that there was nothing good about it. Anger burned in her eyes as she clenched her fist and told him to wait, declaring that she would capture that cat with her own hands. Huiran merely smiled and asked calmly why she was not already continuing the search. Crossing her arms again, she replied that she had other matters to attend to but promised she would return and catch the cat herself. With that, she turned sharply and began walking away. Huiran raised a hand and cheerfully told her to take care. Yohi stopped in her tracks, glanced back over her shoulder, and demanded to know which sect he belonged to. Huiran answered humbly that he came from a small sect in Henan that she likely would not recognize. She scoffed in response, turned her head away, and left without another word. As Huiran watched her retreating figure, he thought to himself that she truly seemed frustrated, and he sincerely hoped he would not cross paths with her again when he eventually visited the Zhuge clan. Yet Yohi herself was already seething with anger. She was convinced that he had lied to her until the very end, because the amount of chi he had displayed was far beyond what anyone from a minor sect could possess, and even the presence carried by his companions felt intimidating. Finally, unable to hold back her irritation, she snapped at her guards and ordered them to uncover everything about him, his origins, his family, and the martial arts he practiced. She wanted every detail. The guards bowed at once and replied together that they understood. By midday, Huiran was walking alone through the dense forest covering the Wudong Mountains, his eyes sweeping carefully over the ground and the surrounding rocks as he searched tirelessly for the hidden tome. Days passed without any results, and despite all his efforts, Huiran had not discovered even a single clue. Each evening, as the sun sank slowly beyond the horizon, the weight of another fruitless day pressed down on him. He let out a quiet sigh, knowing he could not remain in that place forever, and the thought of how much longer he could afford to delay lingered heavily in his mind. When he eventually returned to the clinic, his companions were already waiting. Gathering them together, he spoke in a calm and steady voice, telling them to listen carefully because as soon as their preparations were finished, they would be leaving. At those words, Zhongwook and Namwook immediately stretched their stiff limbs, their faces bright with anticipation. Zhongwook muttered that he had been itching to get moving again, while Mo Biyun silently accepted the decision and began preparing their belongings. They had only just begun making arrangements when Chongyang suddenly came running out of the forest. His face was drained of color, and his breathing came in uneven bursts as he cried out desperately for help while rushing straight toward Huiran, his body trembling. Alarmed by the sight, Huiran quickly asked what had happened. Tears welled in Chongyang's eyes as he held out a small tuft of fur stained with blood, and through broken sobs he explained that Beak Seal must have been hurt. The cat should have returned by now, yet it had not, and he feared that something terrible had happened to it. Huiran accepted the blood-stained tuft of fur, his jaw tightening the moment he saw it. In his heart, he already knew what must have happened. Yohi's men had likely chased the cat without restraint, and now it seemed the creature had been wounded. Turning back toward Chongyang, He asked if the boy knew where Beak Seal's territory was. The child hesitated, repeating the unfamiliar word with uncertainty. So Huiran clarified that he meant the place where they had first encountered the cat. Chongyang quickly nodded and said he knew exactly where it was. Without wasting another moment, Huiran told him they would go there immediately. Chongyang stayed up at him in disbelief and asked if he truly meant it. Huiran answered with a gentle smile, saying that since Beak Seal was like family to him, of course they would help. Then he lifted Chongyang onto his back and carried him swiftly through the forest. As they neared their destination, the boy suddenly cried out that it was just ahead. They stopped before a massive formation of rock at the base of a mountain. Huiran looked over the jagged cliffs and remarked that the location was both far from the usual paths and carefully hidden. Chongyang confirmed it with a nod. Standing together, they began calling loudly for Beak Seal, their voices echoing again and again against the stone as they shouted the cat's name into the rugged mountain air. After some time, Chongyang suddenly called out to Huiran and pointed toward a patch of white fur lying on the ground, darkened and stiff with dried blood. Panic rose in his voice as he said it belonged to Beak Seal. Huiran knelt to examine the traces, his gaze sharpening as he followed the faint marks left across the stone. They were close. Calling out again for the white cat, he spoke in a calm voice meant to reassure Chongyang, explaining that the signs showed Beak Seal had passed through here and that if they kept searching, they would find it. Then something else caught his attention. A large and suspicious boulder stood before them, half concealed among the surrounding rocks. Huiran fixed his gaze on it and told Chongyang that this had to be the place. Stepping forward, he placed both palms against the stone, and a faint breeze brushed against his skin from somewhere behind it. Turning back, he told the boy there was an opening on the other side and asked him to step back. Huiran gathered his strength and pushed against the rock with all his might. Yet the massive boulder did not move even slightly. His jaw tightened as he admitted that it would not budge. Inwardly, he cursed his own limitations, realizing he did not possess enough Kai to move such a weight, and for a brief moment he wondered if he should call Instructor Mo or the Ghost Blades to help him. Just then, Chongyang noticed something near the bottom of the rock. Crouching down, he pointed out that there was already a hole there. Trying to recover his dignity, Huiran let out a light laugh and claimed that his push must have created the gap. Chongyang shook his head and insisted that the opening had been there all along. Huiran fell silent at that. The boy then added that Beak Seal must have slipped through that hole. Without hesitation, Huiran lowered himself and crawled into the narrow passage, telling Chongyang to remain outside because it was dangerous and that he would check inside alone. Chongyang nodded reluctantly. Huiran forced himself through the tight gap until he finally slipped out on the other side. And the moment he straightened his back and lifted his head, he halted in stunned silence, because the cavern spreading before him was vastly larger than anything he had expected to find hidden beyond that narrow opening. He continued farther inside while slowly scanning the stone walls with careful eyes, astonished that such an enormous underground chamber could have remained concealed behind nothing more than a single boulder. And just as that thought settled in his mind, a sudden glow poured across the cavern and bathed him in light. He snapped his gaze upward and noticed a lone figure standing calmly inside the radiance. In the instant Huiran recognized the symbol carved behind that man, the unmistakable yin and yang emblem. Understanding struck him all at once. The person standing there was none other than Sage Zhang Sanfeng himself. An excitement surged through Huiran's chest as the realization dawned that he had finally uncovered the long-hidden resting place of the Tide-Depth Heaven Tome. However, when his eyes drifted away from the sage, his body abruptly stiffened again after spotting a familiar shape lying nearby. Because Beak Seal was there, her white fur smeared with blood. Outside the cave, Chongyang waited in anxious dread, pacing back and forth near the narrow entrance while straining to hear anything coming from the darkness within. And eventually a faint movement echoed from inside, prompting him to call out nervously and ask if Beak Seal was there. A few moments later Huiran stepped out of the cave, and the boy's eyes widened before quickly filling with tears as Huiran gently told him that he had found her, which made Chongyang rush forward while calling the cat's name with overwhelming relief. Chongyang dropped to the ground while clutching Beak Seal tightly in his arms, tears streaming down his face as he whispered that she was far too weak, and his soft sobbing quietly spread through the clearing around them. A short distance away, Huiran stood watching the scene in silence for a while before finally turning his gaze aside, and in his hand rested the very tome he had spent so long searching for. Earlier inside the cavern, Huiran had carefully approached Beak Seal and crouched beside her, gently scolding the injured cat while asking whether she realized just how worried Chongyang had been about her. And after examining the wound he felt a wave of relief when he determined that it was not deep and could still be treated. While checking her condition he also found himself wondering if Beak Seal might actually be one of the mythical creatures raised by Zhang Sanfeng. And as that thought lingered he carefully lifted her into his arms while quietly saying that they needed to return as quickly as possible, because Beak Seal required help and he still had something left to finish. At that exact moment the mysterious figure nearby suddenly began to crumble away into drifting dust, startling Huiran so much that he hurried forward immediately, only to discover that a tome had been left behind in the exact place where the sage had stood. His breath caught the instant he recognized it, because it was the Tide-Depth Heaven Tome, and that was the moment he finally obtained it. Back outside the cave, Huiran silently reflected on everything that had just occurred, realizing that if he had not gone out searching for Beak Seal in the first place, he never would have discovered the tome at all. The version of himself from his previous life would never have made the decision to help that child. and as he slowly lifted his eyes toward the sky, he quietly admitted to himself that he had changed, though he also understood that he still had a long road ahead, and deep in his heart he made a firm vow that the Tianzhong clan would rise to become the greatest clan in Henan and escape the tragic fate that had once awaited it. He swore that his family would live in happiness, and that he would personally make sure it happened. Later, back at the clinic, Beakseal lay quietly resting beneath fresh bandages. Elder Duckgong examined Beakseal once more before finally declaring that he had done everything within his ability, explaining that the wound was not as severe as it had first seemed and that he was certain the cat would recover soon. Beside him, Chongyang sat quietly while stroking her fur with great care, softly whispering her name again and again while his eyes remained swollen and red from crying. Huiran stepped outside afterward and immediately found the rest of the group waiting for him. Mo Byung stood there with a hardened expression as she demanded to know whether he realized just how long they had been left standing around, scolding him that he should at least have informed them before suddenly running off on his own. Huiran cleared his throat before offering an apology, admitting that he had acted too hastily after hearing that the cat had been injured, then turning his head slightly as he added that they had located Beakseal, and more importantly, that he had obtained the thing he had been searching for all along. It was time for them to leave. Mo Byung replied that they were already prepared to depart, though she asked with clear curiosity what he meant by that statement, wondering if he had managed to find the ginseng they originally came for. Huiran simply shook his head while a faint smirk appeared on his lips, telling her that what he had discovered was far better than ginseng. Mo Byung frowned and questioned what could possibly be more valuable than such a rare herb, but Huiran looked back at her calmly and answered that what he had found was a future, and with that he walked ahead, leaving the others staring after him in confusion. Before their departure, however, Huiran returned once again to where Elder Duckgong and Chongyang were. He lowered his head slightly and thanked the elder sincerely for everything he had done. Chongyang looked up at him with a sad expression and asked if he was truly leaving, prompting Huiran to reach into his pocket and pull out a jade plaque, which he placed carefully into the boy's hands while explaining that if Chongyang ever found himself in danger or needed help, he should bring the plaque to the Tianzhong clan in Henan. One day he would surely need it, so he must never lose it. Chongyang accepted the plaque with eager determination and promised that he would protect it, and Huiran turned away while telling them that they would meet again someday. Just as he was about to leave, however, Elder Duckgong suddenly called out to him. The old man's eyes were cold as he demanded to know why Huiran was showing them such kindness, reminding him bluntly that they were nothing more than simple country people who gathered herbs and treated the sick. With bitterness in his voice, Duckgong pressed further, asking why someone like Huiran would go out of his way to help strangers he did not even know. The question caught Huiran completely off guard, leaving him without an answer for a moment. In truth, he admitted to himself that everything had begun because of the scripture hidden within the secret technique. Yet as memories of the days he had spent with them at the clinic surfaced in his mind, he finally responded by saying that it was because Chongyang reminded him of himself. The words struck Duckgong like a blow, leaving the old man shaken into silence, while Chongyang suddenly threw both of his hands into the air and shouted for Huiran to come back again someday. Huiran raised his own hand in response, a faint smile resting on his face. As they finally prepared to depart, Mo Byung glanced at him with a careful look and asked whether he had truly given the boy the jade plaque of the Tianzhong clan, reminding him that such a treasure was not something that should be handed out so easily. Huiran answered without the slightest hesitation that he had learned many things from Chongyang, and that the boy's worth far exceeded that of a single jade plaque. For a brief moment his thoughts drifted elsewhere, pulling him back into an old memory, to the afternoon when he had first met Yunhua while sitting alone and drinking quietly, when a young woman approached him with lively energy, bowed politely, and introduced herself as Yunhua before cheerfully announcing that she would be serving him from that day forward. Her bright greeting had caught him off guard at the time, yet it had not taken long before he smiled and returned her greeting. The present returned as they mounted their horses and began riding away. Mo Byung noticed that Huiran appeared unusually light-hearted and asked what had brought that smile to his face. Huiran chuckled softly and wondered aloud whether he really looked that way. Zhongwook then asked if their next destination would be the Zhuge clan, but Huiran shook his head and said they would return home instead. Mo Byung cried out in disbelief, pointing out that they were practically at the doorstep of the Zhuge clan and demanding to know why they would turn back now. Huiran calmly explained that it was still too early to visit them, and also too early to face his fiancée. Zhongwook suggested that showing the clan he had recovered might be the wiser course. Yet Huiran remained firm and repeated that they were going home. Then, without warning, all of them stiffened at the same time. A sharp metallic scent suddenly filled the air, and their expressions hardened immediately as they recognized it, almost speaking in unison that it was the smell of blood. Mo Byung lifted a hand and pointed toward the distance, saying the odor was coming from that direction. They urged their horses forward and soon arrived at a scene that forced them to stop. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Huiran's expression darkened as he cursed the martial artist responsible, anger burning in his chest as he wondered how anyone could take lives so easily, as though those lives carried no value at all. Zhongwook glanced at him uneasily and asked what they should do. Huiran narrowed his eyes and replied in a cold voice that there was no reason to interfere in someone else's fight, urging the group to move on as he pushed his horse ahead while the others lingered behind him. Mo Byung called out to him, addressing him as young master, and Huiran finally reined in his horse before lowering his voice and admitting that he could not truly pretend to ignore what they had just seen. When Mo Byung asked what he meant, His expression hardened further as he revealed that the corpses belonged to the guard martial artists of the Zhuge clan. They moved forward once more, but suddenly Mo Byung shouted that fighting was happening nearby. Huaren immediately raised his hand and ordered everyone to dismount. They left their horses and continued on foot, moving quietly as they slipped deeper into the shadows. The ghost blades stretched their bodies and rolled their shoulders as they prepared themselves. Jianghu clenched his fists and declared that this would be their second battle since the flying demonic lion, shouting that it was time to fight, while Namwook muttered under his breath that another battle awaited them. Huaren raised his sword and halted them before they could rush forward, telling them that instead of charging in recklessly they should watch the situation first. Jianghu paused at those words, clearly unwilling, but after a brief hesitation he gave a reluctant nod. Concealed within the shadows, they observed the battle unfolding ahead. As Huaren studied the figures locked in combat, his gaze sharpened the moment he recognized familiar faces. The realization struck him that the woman fighting there was Zhuge Yohi, and standing beside her was Zhuge Buck, the eldest son of the Zhuge patriarch, which surprised him greatly since neither of them had appeared earlier at Wudong Mountain. Not far away, a masked man lifted his hand, and in the next instant a violent surge of energy shot forward toward them. An elderly man stepped into its path without hesitation, placing his own body between the attack and the others, and when the force struck him directly, blood burst from his mouth and soaked through his robes. Yohi screamed for her uncle, her face drained of color while she struggled desperately to breathe. While watching the scene, Huaren quietly turned his head toward Mo Byung and asked whether she recognized the men wearing white robes. Mo Byung shook her head and admitted that she did not know who they were. Huaren's thoughts immediately began racing. If these men were hiding their identities, then it meant this group was still operating from the shadows. His eyes moved carefully over their horned green snake masks and the white garments they wore, and suddenly a memory aligned perfectly in his mind. With certainty, he realized that they were the Green Blood Viper Squad. He remembered what the future records would say about them. A man named Duke Sang would one day obtain a pill of life created from the mythical Green Blood Viper, and after consuming it he would ascend into the divine realm. With that overwhelming power, he would establish an assassin organization named after the creature itself, and that order would eventually become infamous for its ruthless cruelty and flawless assassinations. Yet Huaren could not understand why they had chosen the Zhuge clan as their target. He cursed quietly within his thoughts, knowing that if he possessed more information at this moment, he might be able to find a way to resolve the situation. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield while his expression slowly tightened, and for a brief stretch of time he did not move at all. Then he rose. He stepped forward slowly, each motion deliberate and steady as his hand slid along the hilt and drew his sword. Inside his mind he scolded himself, calling his own actions foolish. He reminded himself that he already possessed the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome, as well as the demonic Poison Stone Flower. He had sworn that he would return home, refine the martial arts of his household, and alter the future that once awaited them. That had been his vow. And yet, despite everything, his feet were carrying him straight toward danger. Even now, he asked himself why he still could not turn away. At that moment a masked assassin lunged toward Zhuge Buck and Yohi. Before the strike could reach them, the attacker's head was suddenly severed and sent flying through the air. Huaren appeared before them in the same instant, his sword already drawn while fresh blood dripped from the blade. Zhuge Buck and the leader of the Green Blood Viper Squad both froze in stunned silence. Yohi's eyes widened in disbelief as she cried out, recognizing him and asking if it was truly him. Huaren turned toward them and announced his name clearly, young Huaren of the Tianzhong clan. The Viper leader let out a snarl and immediately ordered his assassins to kill him. One of the masked men leapt forward at once, but Mo Byung, Jongwook, and Namwook rushed in without hesitation, intercepting the attack before it could reach him. After the clash subsided, Zhuge Buck stared at Huaren with open disbelief and asked if it was truly him, admitting that he had believed Huaren's illness was so severe that he could barely even move, and remarking that it had been a very long time since the two of them last met. Huaren cut him off immediately, stating that this was no moment for conversation. Buck fell silent at once, though he continued staring in shock as he struggled to comprehend how drastically Huaren had changed within the span of a single year. Nearby, the leader of the Green Blood Viper Squad tilted his head with interest and demanded to know Huaren's true identity. Huaren responded by raising his sword and calmly explaining that they were merely travelers who had happened to pass by. The masked leader scoffed at the answer and replied that it made no difference, because every one of them would die here regardless. Huaren's thoughts began racing rapidly. He understood that a direct confrontation would end badly. The enemy's numbers alone were not impossible to face, yet the Zhuge warriors were already exhausted from battle. His only objective now was simple: ensure that everyone here survived. He needed an escape, a strategy, anything that could break them out of this situation. Before he could reach a decision, Mo Byung suddenly stepped forward and declared that she would fight. The squad leader curled his lips in contempt, mocking her while asking whether she only possessed courage when hiding behind someone else. At that moment, Huaren's restraint snapped. He shoved Mo Byung behind him and roared furiously at the masked man, demanding when he had ever hidden behind anyone, then declared that he would be the one to fight. The squad leader burst into laughter and dismissed them as foolish youngsters. With a shout, Huaren charged straight ahead, completely ignoring Mo Byung as she cried out desperately for him to stop. She reached toward him in alarm, but Namwook grabbed her shoulder and shook his head, quietly telling her to hold back and watch. The young master they once knew no longer existed, he said, and they needed to see what kind of person he had become. Huiran roared with fury as he swore that he would kill the enemy in a single strike. Namlook muttered under his breath that things would not be that simple. Across from them, the leader of the Green Blood Viper squad slowly licked his lips while preparing himself. When Huiran launched his attack, the strike was effortlessly deflected. The masked leader mocked him immediately, asking whether losing control of his emotions was all it took. Huiran clenched his teeth and continued pressing forward, unleashing strike after strike without pause. The leader frowned and demanded to know what Huiran was attempting, but in the very next moment his footing suddenly slipped. Huiran seized the opportunity without hesitation and swung his blade. The sword cut cleanly across the leader's hand, severing one of his fingers. The assassins of the Green Blood Viper squad shouted in alarm, calling out for their leader, while even Huiran's own companions stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. Huiran tightened his jaw as he admitted to himself that he had originally aimed to sever the entire arm. Yet the enemy had twisted away at the final instant, managing to evade the full strike even while his vision had been obscured. Even so, Huiran allowed a small smile to appear. He had accomplished exactly what he intended. Mo Byung tried again to stop him, shouting that the situation was too dangerous, but this time Jongwook stepped forward and told her to let Huiran continue. Mo Byung hesitated, still insisting weakly that she could not simply stand aside and watch. Meanwhile, Huiran continued advancing, step by step, his movements slow and steady while his mind settled into perfect calm. In his mind, Huiran repeated the same thought over and over, forcing himself to stay calm and think with absolute clarity as he searched for a path where everyone could survive. Facing the most feared assassination force that would rise in the future, raw strength alone would never be enough. He needed something else. One single opening. From this point onward, everything would become a gamble. The squad leader met his gaze, and for a moment the two men simply stood there in silence. Then Huiran's voice echoed directly inside the masked man's mind. He told him to deliver a message to Juksang. The leader stiffened immediately, his eyes widening as he realized the words had not been spoken aloud. Huiran continued speaking through the transmission, calmly explaining that he too belonged to the Hidden Saint cult. Standing further back, Jongwook narrowed his eyes and whispered that it looked as though the young master was talking, yet not a single sound could be heard. He guessed it must be some sort of special technique. Mo Byung, still watching Huiran closely, confirmed in a low voice that it was the sound transmission technique. Inside, she was deeply shocked. It was not an ability easily mastered, and she could not understand when Huiran had learned it. Through the silent technique, Huiran warned the leader of the Green Blood Viper squad to deliver the message to Juksang, promising that forgiveness would be granted if he obeyed, and ordering him to withdraw immediately. The masked leader clenched his teeth in irritation before speaking aloud, demanding how Huiran knew his leader's name. His tone grew sharper as he repeated the question and demanded to know Huiran's true identity. Huiran felt the tension tightening around him. Even after revealing Juksang's name, the man still refused to believe him. After a brief pause, he finally answered, explaining that 5 years earlier, when the Hidden Saint cult had been destroyed by the three demonic heavens, he had been present at that event. He then asked whether the Green Blood Viper squad was not among those attempting to restore the cult. With unwavering certainty, he declared that he himself was also a member of the Hidden Saint cult. The masked leader moved instantly. With a single step he surged forward and pressed the cold edge of his blade against Huiran's throat. From behind them, voices erupted in alarm as Huiran's allies shouted for their young master. The leader of the Green Blood Viper squad narrowed his eyes and mocked him, saying that he looked nothing more than a half-grown child, and yet this same child somehow knew his name along with the secrets of the Hidden Saint cult. The masked man admitted that such a claim was difficult to believe. Still, he said he would accept Huiran's words, if Huiran could answer one question. He demanded to know which heaven of the Hidden Saint cult Huiran belonged to. Huiran's mind began working instantly. He understood at once that this was a test. According to what he knew of the future, the cult during this era was not united under a single banner but instead existed as a fragile alliance between three factions. The Sun cult pursued power above everything else. The Moon Saint cult followed faith and doctrine with absolute devotion. The Hidden Saint faction existed between them, acting as mediators who balanced the two sides. The real problem, however, was simple. No one knew which of those factions the Green Blood Viper squad actually served. He considered the answer with great care. It seemed unlikely that either the Moon faction or the Hidden Saint faction would create an assassination unit, though he could not dismiss the possibility entirely. The Sun cult, however, fit the idea perfectly. Huiran knew he was gambling, yet throughout his life he had always chosen the path that appeared most probable. In the end, he resolved to stake everything on this single answer. After a brief stretch of silence, Huiran allowed a faint smile to form and said that he belonged to the Sun cult. The two men continued staring at one another while the moment stretched long between them. Then, at last, the leader of the Green Blood Viper squad withdrew his sword and announced their retreat. In the next instant, the assassins vanished into the darkness. Only after they were gone did Huiran's body finally give way. Blood suddenly spilled from both his nose and mouth as he muttered a quiet curse, realizing that the earlier strike had inflicted far more damage than he had first believed. His vision blurred rapidly, and just as Mo Byung rushed toward him, the world around him faded away. When Huiran opened his eyes later that day, he slowly pushed himself upright and noticed people moving about nearby as they carried out their tasks. Zhuge Yohi stood not far away. When he called her name, she responded without a word by tossing something directly at him. Startled, he caught it and looked down. While Yohi told him curtly that it was medicine from her clan, she explained that it would help heal his internal injuries. Huiran frowned and replied that he had not helped her, expecting anything in return. Yohi immediately turned toward him with a sharp expression and demanded whether he would only accept it if she begged him to take it. She ordered him to just use it, then turned and walked away without waiting for a reply. From a short distance away, however, her voice softened slightly as she muttered a quiet thank you. Hearing those words, Huiran smiled faintly and admitted to himself that he had never realized Yohi possessed such a gentle side. At that moment, Mo Byung suddenly appeared behind him while examining the medicine with clear interest. She remarked that it was a rare remedy reserved only for the direct bloodline of the Zhuge clan, and admitted she had not expected Yohi to give something like that to him. Huiran let out a quiet sigh and complained that she should announce herself next time because she had startled him. Mo Byung ignored the complaint entirely and instead scolded him, saying that when he had rushed toward the assassin earlier she had been terrified, convinced that he had completely lost his senses. Huiran simply answered that he had only been trying to protect everyone. Mo Byung then sat down beside him and leaned lightly against his back, resting her hand on his shoulder as her voice grew softer. She asked why he had changed so much. Only a few months earlier, he had hated both the world and himself, living every day as though it was some kind of punishment. That was the Huiran she remembered. Yet today he had risked his life for all of them. She said she felt proud of him, but she also wanted to understand what was pushing him forward. Huiran hesitated, his words faltering as memories from his past life surfaced within his mind. After a long silence, he finally answered that he was simply doing his best so that he would not regret the future. The following day, Huiran's group set out together with the members of the Zhuge clan, traveling side by side along the road. As they continued riding along the road, Zhuge Buck turned toward Huiran with a look of sincere gratitude and thanked him for choosing to accompany them back. He admitted openly that their family was short on capable fighters, and if the assassins had launched another attack, they would have had no strength left to defend themselves. Huiran replied calmly that it was no trouble at all, since he had intended to visit the Zhuge clan anyway. Buck nodded at that, then remarked casually that Huiran must be on his way to meet Qianjing. Before Huiran could answer, the window of the carriage slid open and Yohi leaned out, her sharp eyes filled with curiosity as she asked what it was that he liked so much about Qianjing. Was it her strength, or was it simply her beauty? Her teasing gaze lingered as she waited for his response. Huiran gave no answer, choosing instead to steer the conversation elsewhere by directing a question toward Buck. He asked why the assassins had targeted the Zhuge clan in the first place. At once, both Buck and Yohi stiffened, exchanging uneasy glances between themselves. Huiran continued pressing the matter, pointing out that the Zhuge clan stood among the most powerful families in the region, governing this territory as though it were their own courtyard, and questioning what possible reason an assassination group could have for traveling such a distance merely to strike He. Yohi hesitated before weakly suggesting that it must have been a coincidence. Buck immediately shook his head and said that it was not. He reminded her that Huiran had risked his life for their sake, and because of that, he deserved to know the truth. Buck admitted that he did not fully understand the reason himself, but it seemed that the assassins had been attempting to kidnap Yohi. Hearing this, Huiran repeated the claim in disbelief, clearly stunned that the daughter of the Zhuge clan had been their intended target. Buck continued explaining that although the attackers had slaughtered their guards without hesitation, they had deliberately refrained from harming her. Because of this, he was convinced that some hidden force was working against their family. Huiran reasoned aloud that if kidnapping had truly been their objective, then Yohi must have been meant as leverage. Whoever stood behind the attack clearly wanted something in exchange. Buck's eyes darkened as he tightened his grip on the reins, the weight of the situation settling heavily on his mind. He admitted that he had long suspected the presence of an enemy operating in the shadows, yet this incident had clearly crossed a line, and he began wondering whether the recent attacks by martial artists might be connected to sensitive information somehow leaking out. Not long afterward, they arrived at the borders of the Zhuge clan. As the great gates came into view, Huiran felt his heart stir quietly within his chest. Inwardly, he thought about the reunion awaiting him. Too much time had passed, and now he was finally about to see Qianjing again, his beloved Qianjing. Memories from his previous life slowly surfaced in his mind. Their marriage had been arranged before either of them had even been born. Yet as the years passed, their path had gradually drifted apart. He had been frail and plagued by constant illness, while she had devoted herself entirely to martial arts with unwavering determination. Step by step, the distance between them had grown, until eventually they became nothing more than two individuals bound together by duty rather than by genuine feeling. His train of thought broke when Zhuge Buck suddenly called out, addressing the heir of the young clan and asking him to come forward and greet the clan head. Huiran gave a small nod before turning to his companions and telling them to rest while he went ahead alone. Inside the grand estate of the Zhuge clan, Huiran bowed deeply and began his formal introduction, stating that he was young Huiran of the Tianzhong clan. Yet before he could even finish speaking, the clan head abruptly rose from his seat, stepped forward, and seized Huiran by the shoulders while bursting into loud laughter. He exclaimed in amazement that it was unbelievable to see Huiran looking so healthy, especially when compared to the frail state he had been in during their last meeting. This imposing man was none other than the head of the Zhuge clan, the heaven-ruling sword, Zhuge Cheek. Huiran greeted him with proper respect and remarked that it had indeed been a long time. Cheek immediately asked after the leader of the Tianzhong clan, and Huiran replied that his father was well and had sent his regards. As their conversation continued, Cheek's sharp eyes carefully studied Huiran from head to toe. With a satisfied chuckle, he observed that Huiran's sturdy physique showed clear signs of training, adding that Qianjing would surely be pleased to see him like this. Huiran cleared his throat awkwardly and answered modestly that he was unworthy of such praise. Cheek dismissed the remark with a casual wave of his hand and said that he had already kept Huiran long enough, adding that it would be wrong to delay him further when someone was undoubtedly waiting eagerly to see him. Huiran bowed once again in gratitude. Just before allowing him to leave, Cheek mentioned that another guest around the same age had arrived earlier that day, and suggested that it might be worthwhile for the two of them to talk. Huiran acknowledged the suggestion with a nod. Once Huiran departed, however, the atmosphere within the room changed completely. Now alone with Buck, Zhuge Cheek's laughter faded away, and his voice grew heavy as he ordered Buck to explain everything. Outside, Huiran descended the stone steps of the estate, his thoughts fixed on the meeting that lay ahead. He had already greeted the clan head, and now the moment he had been waiting for had finally come. It was time to see her. As he continued walking, a disturbance near the main gates caught his attention. One of the attendants was engaged in a heated argument, faintly insisting that the clan head was not accepting visitors at the moment. The man standing opposite him responded sharply, saying that he only wished to announce his name. When Huiran turned toward the commotion, his eyes narrowed as recognition struck him instantly. He knew that man. The stranger noticed him at the same moment and let out a mocking scoff. With a crooked smile, he addressed Huiran directly, remarking that the person standing before him was none other than the heir of the Tianzhong clan. He then introduced himself as Jiok Guang of the Songchun clan and extended his hand forward in greeting. Huiran did not accept the gesture immediately. Instead, he stayed at the offered hand for a moment and clicked his tongue quietly, realizing that this must be the guest Zhuge Cheek had mentioned earlier. Only then did he speak, acknowledging the name. Jiok Guang's smirk widened as he asked whether Huiran had come to see Lady Qianjing, adding that since he had arrived first, the meeting should naturally belong to him. At last Huiran took the offered hand, gripping it firmly with a strength that did not yield. Wearing a polite smile that carried no warmth, he replied that it was a pleasure to meet him and remarked that he had heard much about the Songchun clan. Then, without releasing his grip, Huiran spoke in a cold voice and stated that he had come to see the woman who had been promised to him as his fiancée before he had even been born, adding that he certainly had not expected to encounter Jiok Guang here. Jiok Guang's expression twitched slightly under the pressure of Huiran's grasp, though he quickly concealed it behind a smirk. He replied that he had heard plenty over the years about Huiran's frail health. At that moment Zhuge Buck arrived, immediately sensing the tension between them. He asked whether both of them had come to see Qianjing and mentioned that she was likely in the courtyard. Both men repeated the word courtyard at the same time. With equal determination, they rushed forward at once, each trying to outpace the other. As they approached the courtyard, however, a sword suddenly shot through the air and nearly struck Jiok Guang, forcing both of them to halt immediately. Huiran's eyes widened as the scene before him came into view. In the center of the courtyard stood Qianjing, tall and composed, her blade pressed firmly against the neck of the man she had been sparring with. The defeated fighter raised both hands while trembling and admitted his defeat. Qianjing withdrew her sword and slid it back into its sheath with effortless ease, muttering in a calm yet disappointed voice that the match had been boring. Huiran's mind drifted back to the very first moment he had ever seen her. She had returned in victory that day, and the entire territory had erupted into thunderous cheers. Voices rose and overlapped, shouting her title again and again until the words themselves seemed to shake the air. The snow blossom blade of the 12 martial blossoms has returned with the head of the demonic human. Someone in the crowd cried out in astonishment, asking how the Zhuge clan could possibly have produced such a terrifyingly talented martial artist. Another voice answered immediately, saying he had heard that she lived solely for martial arts. Her name spread rapidly through the gathered spectators until it was spoken clearly and unmistakably. Zhuge Chongyang. Among those watching stood the Huiran of the past, weak and sickly, his body so frail that he could barely remain standing. From a distance, he gazed at her, and in that moment, Chongyang turned. Their eyes met for the briefest instant before the memory dissolved and the present returned. Huiran reflected quietly on what she had become. Through relentless training, she had earned the title of Snow Blossom Blade, and by the age of 40 she would rise to become one of the 3 strongest female martial artists in existence. When it came to swordsmanship, she had long ago surpassed him. A loud voice suddenly shattered his thoughts. Jiok Guang hurried toward Chongyang while calling out her name with exaggerated familiarity, claiming that it had been far too long since they last met. Chongyang looked at him with a blank and thoroughly unimpressed expression before asking why he continued visiting their clan. Jiok Guang let out an awkward laugh and replied that he only wanted to see her. Before he could continue, she cut him off immediately, telling him to stop and firmly declaring that she already had a fiancé. Her gaze then moved past him and settled on Huiran. She spoke his name, her voice carrying both surprise and uncertainty, before stepping closer and asking whether it was truly him. Huiran greeted her calmly and said that it had indeed been a long time. Chongyang observed him closely, her voice gentler now as she asked how he was even able to stand before her and whether his health had truly returned. Huiran explained that he had only recently regained his strength and had since been traveling across the land, admitting without hesitation that the sole purpose of his journey here had been to see her. Chongyang wondered aloud if that meant he would remain for several days, but Huiran simply held her gaze in silence for a long moment before giving a faint, restrained smile and answering no. He explained that he intended to leave early the next morning because seeing her had been the only reason he came at all. He began to add something further, paused midway as though reconsidering the words, then turned slightly away instead and suggested that they speak again after her training the following day, because there was something he needed to tell her. Chongyang stood where she was, watching him walk off with eyes that lingered and an expression impossible to decipher, while behind them Jiok Guang's face tightened with unmistakable jealousy, his fists slowly clenching as he struggled to restrain the storm of emotions building inside him. That night, within his quarters, Huiran sat quietly reading when someone arrived. Without lifting his gaze from the text, he asked whether Jiok Guang had come because he had something he wished to say. Jiok stepped inside and took the seat across from him, ignoring every formality, and bluntly announced that he was in love with Chongyang. Huiran looked at him coolly and remarked that it was rather bold to confess something like that so directly. Yet Jiok continued regardless, asking whether Huiran truly intended to marry her. Huiran's tone sharpened at once, replying that Jiok clearly lacked manners. Jiok let out a scoff and pressed forward, his irritation growing more obvious as he argued that Chongyang lived entirely for martial arts and therefore desired strength in the person beside her, then mocked Huiran by claiming he was weaker. He boasted that in recent years he had carved out a reputation for himself and earned the title Azure Cloud Dragon Blade, demanding to know what accomplishments Huiran could claim in comparison, especially considering he had only just recovered. Leaning closer across the table, Jiok sneered and declared that Huiran did not even love Chongyang. Huiran's eyes turned cold as he brushed Jiok's hand aside and told him that if he had finished speaking, he should leave because he was busy. Jiok's anger deepened, though he concealed it carefully, and out of sight his fingers closed around a small vial hidden within his sleeve, something that looked very much like poison. Rising to his feet, he warned that Huiran would regret this, then departed without another word. Huiran clicked his tongue in annoyance, already certain from the expression in Jiok Guang's eyes that trouble would follow soon. His gaze shifted toward the tie-depth heaven tome resting before him, and he muttered quietly that he might have to make use of it earlier than he had planned. A short while later, another visitor arrived. Huiran turned, prepared to complain about yet another interruption, but stopped the moment he recognized who had entered. It was Yohi. She asked gently whether she had disturbed him. Huiran regarded her in silence, noticing how different she appeared now, refined and composed, nothing like the mischievous girl he had once encountered at Mount Wudong. When he asked why she had come at such a late hour, Yohi explained that she had heard he would be leaving in the morning and offered him a polite bow. Huiran responded that remaining any longer would only disrupt Chongyang's training, and besides, there were matters waiting for him back home that he needed to handle. Yohi gave a small nod, but then unexpectedly leaned closer with a teasing smile and asked whether he truly planned to marry his sister. A brief spark of irritation passed through Huiran, though he kept his silence while her sharp eyes remained fixed on him. Inwardly, he wondered why everyone seemed so obsessed with the topic of his marriage, and at that moment he decided it was time to make things unmistakably clear. The following morning, Huiran and his companions made ready to depart. Buck, Chongyang, and Yohi stood at the front to see them off. Buck asked whether he really had to leave so quickly, and Huiran replied that he had already greeted the clan head and met Chongyang, so it was only proper that he take his leave now. Buck laughed and joked that Chongyang would certainly feel disappointed by that. At those words, Chongyang lowered her gaze as a shadow of sadness crossed her face. Huiran gently spoke her name and asked if the two of them could talk somewhere in private. Before she had the chance to respond, a loud voice suddenly rang out, calling for the heir of the Yang clan. Jiok Guang stepped forward wearing a smug smile and offered an exaggerated bow. Introducing himself as the Aju Cloud Dragon Blade of the Songchun clan, he formally issued a challenge, declaring that he wished to duel the heir of the Tianzhong clan. The announcement sent waves of shock through the onlookers, and murmurs of disbelief quickly spread throughout the crowd. Chongyang's voice sliced through the rising noise, cold and unyielding as she accused him of having no shame while fixing him with a stare full of disappointment. She pointed out that he was challenging someone who had only just recovered, adding that if he truly wanted a fight, he should at least set a proper date instead of acting like this. Jiok Guang simply burst into laughter, openly mocking her as he raised his voice and declared that there was nothing shameful about challenging the heir of a martial clan. Projecting his words so everyone present could hear them clearly, he claimed that his only wish was to witness the famous soaring dragon emperor sword of the Tianzhong clan. Since Huiran was about to leave, he explained that he had no choice but to challenge him now, otherwise he might never have another opportunity. Then, with another arrogant bow, he asked whether Huiran would accept the duel. The crowd erupted into restless whispers, every pair of eyes turning toward the heir as they waited for his response. Huiran narrowed his eyes, already aware that Jiok Guang's true aim was not simply to cross blades but to humiliate him publicly in front of everyone gathered there. His body had not yet fully recovered, yet his gaze drifted toward Zhongwook, Namwook, and Mo Byung standing nearby. None of them showed the slightest hint of concern. Instead, their expressions carried a quiet excitement, as though they already knew what he was capable of. Zhongwook, especially, felt that the moment had finally come for the world to see that Huaren's sword had been restored. A faint smile slowly appeared on Huaren's lips. Turning his head toward Mo Byung, Huaren asked whether his instructor intended to stop him. At first, Mo Byung replied lightly that he should refuse the duel, since he had not yet fully recovered from the attack by the assassins. Then she stepped closer, and her expression shifted as she admitted that she already knew what decision he would make. No matter the circumstances, she said, he would accept because he always acted for the sake of the Tianzhong clan. As someone who belonged to that same clan, she would follow him down whatever path he chose. With complete confidence, she declared that she believed in him, young Huaren, and urged him to accept the challenge and win. Her words caused him to pause for a moment. Had she truly changed after all this time? The thought lingered briefly before a warm smile formed on his face, a quiet sense of warmth rising in his chest. Then he stepped forward and spoke with clear certainty, declaring that he, young Huaren, heir of the Tianzhong clan, accepted the duel. Later, within the open arena, Jiok Guang and Huaren stood facing one another. Between the two fighters stood Zhuge Buck, Yohei, and Chong Yang, acting as overseers for the match. Yohei stepped forward and announced the rules in a famed voice. Because this duel was considered friendly, the use of qi would be permitted, but sword qi and lethal techniques were strictly forbidden. Victory or defeat would be determined if one participant dropped their weapon or if their weapon broke. Furthermore, if a blade shattered because it failed to endure the flow of qi, that too would be judged as a loss. Jiok Guang wore a confident smile, concealing the thoughts moving through his mind. He understood that these rules worked in his favor. With Huaren still suffering from internal injuries, his control over qi remained limited. Already forming a plan, Jiok Guang decided he would prolong the fight and play with his opponent. However, before the duel could properly begin, Huaren spoke again and introduced an additional condition. He suggested placing a wager on the outcome. Whoever lost would never again be allowed to set foot within the Zhuge clan. Jiok let out a scoffing laugh. Yet he accepted immediately, mocking Huaren as he reminded him that if he lost, he would be the one permanently barred. Huaren responded with calm assurance that the wager would indeed be on it. Yohei blinked in surprise as she quickly considered the implications. If Huaren emerged victorious, Jiok Guang would be driven away for good. If Huaren lost, however, it would hardly matter, since he would eventually live with Chongyang regardless. The fact that Huaren had devised such a plan so quickly left her quietly impressed. Zhuge Buck then gave the order for both fighters to prepare. The arena erupted with roaring voices as tension spread through the watching crowd. Yohei leaned toward her brother and asked who he believed would win, reminding him that Huaren had defeated assassins not long ago. Buck slowly shook his head and answered that the heir of the young clan would lose. Startled by his certainty, she immediately asked why. Buck explained that while Huaren's future held great promise, the injuries he carried had weakened him for the moment. Jiok Guang, despite his many faults, possessed years of genuine combat experience. Known widely as the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade, his sword roared like a dragon while his chi flowed like drifting blue clouds. According to Buck, Jiok's strength already stood on par with the elite rookies of the Great Sex. If the two fought under the present circumstances, Huaren would fall. He then turned his gaze toward Chongyang and asked what she thought. She gave no answer, remaining silent with her eyes lifted toward the sky. At the center of the arena, Jiok Guang smirked and proudly declared his identity as the Azure Cloud Dragon Sword of the Songchun clan. Huaren responded with equal composure, stating his own name, young Huaren of the Tianzhong clan. Jiok's eyes narrowed as he mocked the so-called Dragon clan, sneering that they were nothing more than worms. Huaren's expression grew firm as he calmly promised that he would show him exactly why they carried that name. Both men drew their swords, their eyes locked onto one another, and in the next instant they lunged forward at the same time. Steel clashed sharply as their blades collided. Jiok Guang wore a smirk as he unleashed his technique, shouting its name while his attacks shifted and flowed from one motion to the next. Huaren struggled under the relentless assault, yet even so he managed to dodge and deflect the storm of strikes. Forced backward, he staggered a step, then straightened himself again, refusing to fall. But Jiok Guang only laughed and intensified his assault, springing forward with another savage roar as he declared that now they should begin to have some real fun. Even while pain ripped through his body, Huaren twisted aside once again, deflecting what blows he could and narrowly avoiding the rest. Guang's irritation darkened, bitter thoughts rising in his mind. How was Huaren still managing to block his techniques? With injuries that severe, it should have been impossible for him to even track the path of the sword. Yet Huaren's eyes blazed with unwavering focus. Each motion of the blade appeared clearly before him, its trajectory visible as though the path had been traced through the air itself. This was insight, the strange state that emerged when Kai began to affect one's sight. Even as the realization struck him, Huaren clenched his teeth. He should not have reached such a stage yet. Could this also be the result of the old man's teachings? Guang roared again, calling him a rat and mocking the speed he relied on. Lifting his sword, he declared that this time he would see whether Huaren could still manage to block. Blue Kai erupted from the blade as he unleashed a powerful sideways slash with a mighty technique. Yohei cried out in shock, instantly recognizing it as the Azure Cloud Sword. Huaren observed closely, tension flickering briefly in his eyes. So this was the sword art of the Songchun clan. Jiok Guang smirked and demanded that Huaren come at him with everything he had. Huaren steadied his breathing while Golden Kai wrapped itself around his own blade. At the same moment, both fighters shouted the names of their techniques and lunged forward together. Jiao Guang called upon the Azure Cloud Sword, while Huaren invoked the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword. Their blades collided violently, and the arena erupted with sparks and surging waves of Kai Guang screamed in mocking laughter, asking whether this was truly the full worth of the Tianzhong clan's sword, while his strikes rained down in an unrelenting torrent. Huaren struggled to endure the relentless barrage, every collision sending tremors through his body, until one particularly heavy blow finally hurled him backward through the air. Guang threw his head back and roared triumphantly, proclaiming that this would be the end. Then he unleashed his hidden move, the Severing Sphere, flooding the entire arena with roaring blue Kai. When the dust slowly began to settle, Huaren was still standing. His body was torn with wounds, blood running down his arms. His companions and the Zhuge siblings stared in alarm. Yet Huaren's gaze remained calm even as a line of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. Guang's fury surged higher. His eyes widened in disbelief as his teeth clenched tightly. He cursed inwardly. His intention had been to sever at least one of Huaren's arms. Yet the man had even managed to block the clan's secret technique. Huaren tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it tightly around his arm and the hilt of his sword to support his grip. Raising the weapon again, he calmly stated that the fight was not over. Then he pointed the blade toward Jiao Guang and beckoned him forward. At last, Jiao Guang's rage erupted completely. He openly admitted that he had never liked Huaren, that he despised the man's composed demeanor, those calm eyes, and the infuriating way he carried himself as though he understood everything. At the beginning, this confrontation had only been about Chongyang, but now it had become something far more personal. Jiao Guang screamed that the only thing he wanted was to crush Huaren completely. His aura exploded outward, thick with killing intent, surging across the arena like a raging storm. From the side, Yohi shouted in alarm, insisting that this had clearly stopped being a friendly duel. She turned urgently toward her brother and begged Zhuge Buck to end the match before it went too far. Yet Buck remained silent. Desperate, she rushed to Chongyang and pleaded with her to step in. But Chongyang stood motionless, her eyes locked on the battle as though she had been rooted to the ground. Huaren watched them briefly before slowly lowering his sword. His thoughts churned as Jiao Guang's words echoed within him, striking something buried deep in his heart. He realized that he had been deceiving himself all along. He had faced death with a calm mask, pretending that he understood the future, when in truth the future had always been uncertain. He admitted to himself that he was no saint. He had stolen the future of child. Yet as he stepped forward again, his resolve solidified. He would not run away from this moment. Instead, he would walk directly into the storm. He would no longer flee from the pathetic past that haunted him. Though he was no saint, he would do everything within his power to protect those he still could. Tightening his grip on the sword, he felt Kai surge heavily around the blade. Within his heart, he declared that this was the path he would follow from now on. For a brief instant, Jiao Guang's eyes widened at the presence radiating from him. But that flicker of hesitation was quickly swallowed by his fury. Roaring once more, he demanded to know what nonsense Huaren was talking about as his attacks accelerated, growing faster and more savage than before. Huaren lifted his weapon, his determination completely unshaken. His voice carried calmly through the arena as he told Jiao Guang that he would now show him why the Yong clan was truly called the Clan of Dragons. As the clash between Huaren and Jiao Guang grew more intense, a sudden gust of wind tore across the arena, bringing with it a crushing pressure that caused the surrounding crowd to tremble. Yohi shouted again that this was no longer a friendly spar and had to be stopped immediately. Chongyang drew her sword without hesitation, prepared to interfere if the fight continued to escalate. While waves of blue Kai still flooded the battlefield, a different kind of energy slowly began rising at the very center of the duel. Chongyang fixed her gaze upon it as that power gradually formed into the shape of a dragon. The entire audience fell silent and motionless. Yohi stammered in confusion as she asked what it was, then whispered in disbelief that it looked like a dragon. Nearby, Huaren's companions watched the scene with quiet smiles, pride clearly visible in their eyes. The collision of Kai between the two fighters grew so violent that Jiao Guang felt his composure beginning to fracture. Alarm spread across his face as the truth suddenly became clear to him. Huaren was drawing in his energy and becoming stronger because of it. Panic surged through his mind. If things continued like this, he would lose. Just as the pressure between them reached the brink of eruption, a commanding voice thundered across the arena, ordering both of them to stop. At the same moment, a figure appeared directly between the two fighters. With a single effortless motion, he gathered the raging energies into his hands and dispersed them instantly. The man stepped forward and revealed himself as Zhuge. Standing tall, he carried an air of calm authority as he smiled faintly and announced that the duel would end here. At once, the Zhuge siblings lowered their heads and bowed respectfully, addressing him as their lord. Zhuge's expression sharpened as he warned that if the fight had continued even a moment longer, someone would have truly died. Jiao Guang's face twisted with disbelief. Grinding his teeth, he shouted that he had already won, insisting that if Zhuge had not interfered, he would have defeated Huaren without question. Cheek answered him with a cold, steady gaze and asked whether he truly believed that. Then he reminded him of the rules that had been set before the duel began. If a sword was broken or dropped, that alone determined defeat. Jiao Guang's eyes widened as the meaning of those words struck him. Slowly, he looked down and saw that his blade had been snapped cleanly in half. The color drained from his face, and his voice trembled as he muttered that it could not possibly be true. Desperation quickly pushed him to defend himself as he accused Huaren of using sorcery. He insisted that he had clearly sensed Huaren's grave injuries and believed him incapable of drawing upon his strength. Yet somehow the man had suddenly gained unnatural power. Raising his voice in agitation, he declared that it had to be demonic arts. Before he could continue his rant, Chongyang stepped forward with precise, icy composure. Drawing her sword, she lifted it until the tip hovered dangerously close to Jiao Guang's neck and told him to stop making a spectacle of himself and leave immediately. She reminded him of the wager he had accepted and asked whether he had already forgotten his own words. The entire arena fell silent as Jiao Guang stood frozen in place, his pride completely shattered. After several long moments passed, he finally turned his back, walked away, and departed in humiliation. Zhuge Qi clicked his tongue with clear disappointment and muttered that the Songchan clan had truly declined, wondering aloud how someone like Jiao Guang could ever claim to be the heir of the Yang clan. When his gaze returned to Huaren, however, the sharpness faded and his face opened into a broad smile. He laughed freely and praised the young master of the Tianzhong clan, saying the duel had been splendid and that Huaren's performance had genuinely surprised him. Resting a hand on Huaren's shoulder, he remarked that even while still recovering, Huaren had displayed remarkable martial ability. Yet his eyes narrowed slightly as he added that it was precisely because of that strength that he had been forced to intervene, since a duel within the Zhuge clan could not be allowed to end with a corpse. Huaren responded with a faint smile and bowed respectfully, offering his thanks for the recognition. Zhuge Qi burst into loud laughter. As Huaren wiped at his mouth, he noticed blood slipping from his lips. Qi clicked his tongue and scolded him, asking whether he truly planned to depart in such a condition. He told Huaren to remain in the main estate for the night and leave the following day instead, advising him to use that time to have a proper conversation with Chongyang. Huaren bowed once more and quietly accepted the suggestion. As he stepped down from the stage and returned to his companions, Zhuge Qi watched him closely, interest gleaming in his eyes. A wide grin slowly spread across his face as the thought crossed his mind that the Tianzhong clan truly possessed a dragon among them. They truly deserved to be called the Dragon Clan. Yet when Zhuge Qi glanced down at his own hand, he noticed that it was wounded and stained with blood. The instant when he had suppressed Huaren's Kai flashed through his mind, and his eyes narrowed as a thought began forming. Could it be? The question lingered only briefly before it turned into a booming laugh that rolled across the courtyard. After a moment, he raised his voice and summoned his son, calling out for Buck with firm authority and declaring that their plans would have to move forward sooner than expected. Buck immediately bowed and answered that it would be done. Later that night, Huaren sat alone inside his quarters as he treated his wounds. Studying the battered state of his body, he muttered to himself that the duel had left him with even more scars than before. A knock sounded at the door. He quickly composed himself, straightened his clothes, and called out for the visitor to enter. The door opened slowly, and Chongyang stepped inside with calm, graceful composure. Huaren turned toward her and quietly remarked that she had come, while she crossed the room and took a seat across from him. For a short time, Chongyang simply observed him in silence before finally asking softly how he felt. Huaren lifted his injured hand and glanced down at it, then gave a faint smile as he admitted that he had pushed himself a little too far during the duel, though he assured her that he was fine. An awkward silence soon settled between them, lingering until both of them suddenly spoke at the same moment and broke the stillness. Chongyang remarked that Jiao Guang had not been an easy opponent. Huaren looked at her with slight surprise, and she continued, explaining that the Azure Cloud Sword of the Songchan clan was a terrifying martial art designed to tear enemies apart through overwhelming Kai. On top of that, she added, Jiao Guang's martial ability was far from weak. Yet despite his injuries, Huaren had still managed to defeat him. She then brought up the final technique he had used. To her eyes, it had resembled the soaring Dragon Emperor's sword, but something about it had felt different. As she watched him slowly absorb his opponent's energy during the duel, she could not help but wonder whether he had secretly learned a martial art from the sect of Limit. With genuine curiosity, she asked how he had managed to reach such a level of training when it had not been long since he recovered. Huaren smiled faintly to himself, thinking that Chongyang's deep fascination with martial arts had not changed at all. He sighed inwardly, having already expected these kinds of questions. Realizing that she had been speaking too much, Chongyang suddenly stopped and reminded him that he had been the one who wished to say something to her. Huaren nodded, admitting that she was right. Straightening his posture, he told her that what he was about to say was important. He explained that after regaining his health and returning to his training, he had finally come to understand his true goal. Or perhaps, he added, it had always been the same goal that he carried deep inside his heart. Raising his right hand, he declared that his wish was to protect his clan and his family, no matter the cost. A faint smile formed on Huaren's face as he looked at her, and added that she likely carried a similar dream. He told Chongyang that he hoped she would live freely and follow the path she truly wished to walk. Chongyang tilted her head slightly, confusion appearing in her eyes as she asked what he meant. Meeting her gaze with complete seriousness, Huaren explained that he believed she would one day become an extraordinary martial artist, and because of that, he did not want to stand in the way of her future. Chongyang said nothing at first, studying him closely for a long moment. Then her expression abruptly hardened, and in a sharp voice she demanded to know whether there was another woman. Huiran coughed awkwardly and quickly denied it, insisting that it was nothing like that. The truth, he explained, was far simpler. The two of them did not love each other in the same way. Chongyang loved martial arts, while he loved his clan and his family. That was why he wanted her to live the life she truly desired, without being bound by obligations that might slow her path or chain her down. Their gazes met and lingered. After a long pause, Chongyang closed her eyes and exhaled quietly before saying that there was something she wanted from him. Huiran looked at her with surprise and asked what it was. That night, beneath the pale silver glow of the moon, the two of them stood together in the training court. It was her request that had brought them there. Huiran rubbed the back of his head and asked with disbelief whether her wish had truly been to fight him. Chongyang's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as she told him he already knew the answer. Some things, she said, could only be understood when swords crossed. Within the clash of blades, one could feel the other person's thoughts, even the words that could not be spoken aloud. This, she declared, was her reply as she lowered herself into her stance, sword ready. A small smile appeared on Huiran's lips as he lifted his own weapon and settled into position. Without hesitation, he told her he would grant her wish. In the next instant, they surged forward, and steel met steel beneath the moonlight. The sound of clashing blades echoed through the courtyard as they exchanged strikes again and again. Yet behind every collision of swords, faint smiles remained. They moved with effortless rhythm, sharing silent laughter, as though each strike carried a message meant only for the other to understand. Within his heart, Huiran whispered a quiet farewell. Goodbye, Chongyang. When morning arrived, Huiran and his companions stood at the edge of the Zhuge clan grounds. They bowed respectfully to the family before mounting their horses. Just before departing, Huiran turned back once more. In the distance, Chongyang stood watching. She smiled at him, and he returned the gesture. With that silent parting, they finally rode away. Back in the training court, the sword from their duel still remained embedded in the ground. They stood together beneath the warm glow of golden sunlight, letting its quiet warmth wash over them. After the long journey they had taken, the group now rested inside an inn, surrounded by the smell of liquor and the steady sounds of laughter and clinking cups. Jongwook leaned forward eagerly, his eyes shining with curiosity as he asked Huiran when he had ever found the time to train so intensely. Namwook quickly followed, asking what those strange techniques during the duel had been. Jongwook leaned forward insistently, declaring that the final strike had clearly been the soaring Dragon Emperor's sword. Yet it had felt different from the version they knew. Huiran laughed the question away and reminded them that he had been with them the entire time. So when could he possibly have found the chance to train in secret? Yet inside his mind, a different truth lingered. What he had used truly was the soaring Dragon Emperor's sword. When his Kai had nearly run dry, the Tie-Depth Heaven Arts had interfered. The original form of that sword technique was meant to crush an enemy with the overwhelming force of a blue dragon. But once it fused with the Tie-Depth Heaven Arts, it transformed into something entirely different, a style that devoured an opponent's chi to suppress them. The head of the Zhuge clan had intervened before it could go any further. Yet Huiran understood that if his mastery had been greater, it might have even consumed the clan head chi and spiraled beyond control. His thoughts continued to churn. The soaring Dragon Emperor sword, the Azhu bamboo sword, the chi of the Zhuge clan head. What would happen if all of them could be combined? His train of thought was interrupted when Jongwook suddenly lifted his cup high into the air. Wearing a satisfied grin, he declared that the duel had awakened something in Huiran, pushing his understanding of martial arts forward by leaps and bounds. Mo Byung remained silent, her gaze resting quietly on Huiran as memories of their journey drifted through her mind, along with thoughts of the Tianzhongyang clan, once known as the greatest clan in Henan. A small smile filled with hope appeared on her lips as she wondered whether that lost glory might truly return. She raised her cup, drank deeply, and then set it down with a firm strike against the table. They would all have to work harder, she said, so that none of them would fall behind their young clan leader. Jongwook slapped the table loudly and burst into laughter, shouting that no one could have imagined any of this just a few weeks ago. No one had believed that their young clan leader would defeat the flying demonic blood one to claim the special flower, let alone overcome the Azure Cloud Swordsman. Pride swelled in his voice as he declared that Huiran was becoming stronger with every passing day. Laughter spread around the table as warmth filled the entire inn. Above them, on the upper floor, a cloaked figure stood by a window, quietly observing the lively gathering below. After watching for a moment, he turned away and slipped into a darkened room. Inside, a man sat hunched over a table while several other cloaked figures stood nearby as guards. The newcomer bowed respectfully and announced that he had something to report. The man at the table muttered to himself, his voice twisted with obsession as he spoke repeatedly of witchery and sorcery. His bare fingers scraped across the wooden surface until blood began to well up, carving fresh marks into the table. With a warped expression, he shouted again that it was sorcery. The following day, Huiran and his companions rode along a narrow path through the forest. Mo Byung frowned as she noticed that Huiran's horse had surged far ahead of the group. Raising her voice, she called out to warn him that if he continued pushing the horse at such a pace, it would collapse from exhaustion long before they reached the clan. Huiran pulled back on the reins and brought his horse to a halt, glancing over his shoulder with an apologetic expression as he admitted that his eagerness had carried him too far ahead. Mo Byung urged him to slow down, reminding him that rushing forward without restraint could cost him something far more important than time. Huiran responded with a smile and nodded, respectfully addressing her as instructor Mo before pointing toward a small spring nearby and suggesting that they stop there to rest and water the horses. The group dismounted and settled beside the spring. While Jongwook, Namwook, and Mo Byung gathered water, Huiran quietly sat down and entered meditation. Watching him, Jongwook remarked that their young clan leader seemed completely consumed by martial arts. Namwook replied that such dedication was not a bad thing. Mo Byung added that this kind of period would not last forever, and if one failed to seize it, breaking through later would become far more difficult. Huiran sat in stillness for a time, when suddenly his senses sharpened. A cold presence stirred among the surrounding trees. His eyes snapped open, his hand moved instantly to the hilt of his sword, and he called out sharply, demanding that whoever was hiding reveal themselves. His companions hurried to his side, asking what had happened. In the next moment, several cloaked figures stepped out from the shadows of the forest. The group froze in shock at their sudden appearance. Mo Byung's expression immediately hardened as she shook her head and said they were not ordinary bandits. No bandit, she stated firmly, could possess such overwhelming chi. These men were assassins. Jongwook asked whether they were the same enemies they had encountered before. Huiran narrowed his eyes and replied that they were not. Their masks were different, and the presence they carried felt unfamiliar. Yet deep within him, an uneasy feeling stirred. The aura surrounding these men did not resemble that of assassins at all. Instead, it felt closer to something far more rigid and oppressive, like the presence of an orthodox sect. Then, from deeper within the forest, a voice echoed out, low and filled with hatred. The words repeated again and again, calling him a ruined demon. Someone declared that they had finally found him. Slowly, a man stepped forward into the light, his face revealed at last. Huiran stiffened as recognition struck him, and he spoke the name aloud. Jiok Guang. The air grew heavier as pressure thickened around them. Huiran clenched his teeth while the hostile energy bore down upon him. His gaze swept across the men standing behind Jiok Guang, and bitter recognition flashed through his thoughts. Azhu Cloud, the Songchun clan. So they were no longer attempting to hide who they were. Raising his voice, Huiran demanded to know whether Jiok Guang had come seeking revenge for what had happened to the Zhuge clan. Jiok Guang's furious roar shattered the tense silence as he ordered him to be quiet. His eyes burned with rage while he pointed directly at Huiran and accused him of practicing demonic arts. Others might not sense it, he insisted. But he, the Azure Cloud Dragonblade, could feel it clearly. His voice trembled with twisted conviction as he declared that he had come to slay the demon. Behind Huiran, Mo Byung observed the madness blazing in Jiok Guang's eyes and muttered that the man did not appear to be sane. Huiran agreed immediately, pointing out the bulging veins across Jiok Guang's body and the chaotic turmoil within his inner chi. Jiok Guang had already descended into chi deviation. With that cold conclusion, he reminded Jiok Guang of the defeat he had suffered before and asked, without a trace of warmth, whether he truly believed this time would somehow end differently. Jiok Guang answered with laughter, the sound slow and hollow as his face twisted further into madness. You still don't understand your situation, do you? He mocked, the grin on his face warping as he added with cruel amusement. Then tell me, how did the poison spring water taste? The words struck them like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively, each of them attempted to circulate their inner energy. Yet the moment they tried, nothing answered their call. Mo Byung gasped first, shouting that her inner power refused to move at all, and Namwook quickly echoed her alarm, admitting in panic that his own Kai had frozen just the same. Huiran's thoughts collided in an instant. Gentleman's poison. The spring had been contaminated with it. Anger surged through him as he shouted at Jiok Guang, demanding whether this had been his plan from the very beginning, as though threats and ambush were not already enough. He accused him openly of stooping to poison and demanded to know how someone capable of such cowardice still dared to call himself a martial artist of the orthodox path. Jiok Guang's temper detonated immediately. He roared for Huiran to shut his mouth, shouting that if it meant killing a demon he would willingly commit even greater sins, because people like them could never comprehend what he had endured to reach the level he now possessed. He had not dedicated his entire life to martial arts only to be defeated by someone like Huin. With his face twisted by fury, he raised his sword high and bellowed that the power of the Azure Cloud Sword was invincible. Behind them, Jongwook spoke in a voice that trembled despite his effort to stay calm, explaining that the situation had become desperate. Every one of them had drunk from the poisoned spring, and now they stood surrounded by armed warriors while Jiok Guang himself had lost control to chi deviation. It was obvious their enemies intended to eliminate them all here. Huiran forced himself to think quickly. Even if Jiok Guang's energy was unstable, victory was impossible while their own Kai remained sealed. He began issuing an order, but Namwook stepped forward before he could finish, placing a firm hand on Huiran's shoulder and calmly reminding him that they were his guards, and protecting him was their duty. Mo Byung, Namwook, and Jangwook immediately moved ahead of him, planting themselves between him and the approaching enemies as they prepared to fight. Mo Byung glanced back over her shoulder and told him that while they stalled the enemy, he had to escape, because there was no chance he would be allowed to die before any of them did. Huiran stopped where he stood, his face darkening as the words sank in. Then his expression hardened, and when he spoke again his voice carried the unmistakable weight of command. No, He stepped forward, eyes steady and unyielding. Not today. Today, no one was going to die. As he walked past them, Mo Byung's eyes widened in horror, and she shouted desperately for him to stop. Yet he paid no attention to her cry. At that moment, the Pu-Kai within his body began to surge violently. The energy compressed tighter and tighter inside him until the pressure became almost unbearable, and then it burst outward all at once, its once clear color deepening as it twisted into a dark crimson that raged completely beyond control. Because I will make sure of it, he swore silently as the transformation overtook him. Jiok Guang's body trembled, caught between rage and dread as he stared at the sight before him. He screamed that he had known the truth from the beginning, accusing Huiran of being a demon. Blood slid from Huiran's nose as he continued walking forward, his mind grinding under the crushing weight of the power he had forced into the open. This was the first time Huiran had forced his own chi out with such ruthless intensity, and the torrent flooding his body felt as though 60 years of cultivation had been unleashed into his veins all at once. If his concentration wavered for even a single breath, that overwhelming force would devour him completely. Jiok Guang's face warped with pure hatred as he shouted for his men to attack, proclaiming that the Songchun clan themselves would personally cleanse the world of this monster. At his command, the masked warriors behind him surged forward like a breaking tide. From the rear, Mo Byung, Namwook, and Jongwook shouted in alarm, calling out to their young lord. But Huiran forced his breathing steady, knowing the fight had to end quickly. In one fluid motion he drew his sword and unleashed a crushing slash, the blade cutting through the first line of attackers in a single instant. Jiok Guang thrust his own sword toward him and screamed again, urging the rest forward. Another wave rushed in, and the battlefield immediately collapsed into chaos. Huiran moved like a storm tearing through them, his sword striking with relentless precision as he leapt, spun, and cut through the masked warriors while the crimson glow of his blade flashed again and again, bodies falling one after another in his wake. Then he kicked off the ground and vaulted high into the air, soaring directly over Jiok Guang. The clan leader tilted his head up with a glare, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth as he clenched his teeth and shouted that Huiran must die, ordering everyone to attack together. The masked warriors jumped immediately, surrounding Huiran while he was still airborne. In the next instant, Huiran disappeared from the air and reappeared on the ground within their ranks. The warriors shifted at once into a unified stance, shouting the name of their technique in unison as they formed a circular assault around him. Huiran was caught at the center, blades striking from every direction. He blocked frantically while sparks burst into the air as steel collided again and again, and when his sword swept toward him from behind, he twisted aside at the last possible moment. His counterstrike cut one man down. Yet the moment his blade finished its arc, Jiok Guang lunged forward, bringing his sword crashing down in a heavy vertical slash. Huiran barely managed to raise his own weapon in time. The clash exploded with a thunderous sound. Jiok Guang sneered as he forced the blade downward with sheer strength, mocking Huiran as the so-called hope of the Yang clan. Huiran clenched his teeth as his body began to feel heavier and heavier. The formation surrounding him was already dangerous, but the real threat was the old man's chi. The crushing power behind Jiok Guang's strike was devouring him. If he failed to break free now, everything would end. Hey. Then a desperate cry pierced through his thoughts from a distance. Jongwook's voice rang out in panic as he called for Master Mo. Huiran snapped his head toward the sound and saw Mo Byung locked in battle. A masked warrior struck her across the shoulder, sending her staggering backward. His eyes widened instantly. Without hesitating for even a moment, he abandoned his clash with Jiok Guang and sprinted toward her. Master Mo, he shouted. Don't let him escape. Jiok Guang roared in fury. His warriors reacted at once, rushing forward to cut off Huiran's path. A deafening crash echoed as the masked fighters closed in from every direction. Mo Byung cried out in desperation, calling to the young lord while Huiran found himself completely trapped, surrounded on all sides. From above, Jiok Guang launched himself into the air, his sword lifted high overhead. You bastard. This ends now, he screamed. At that exact moment, a violent eruption of demonic chi burst outward from the center of the formation. Heavenly lightning ascension. Demonic Huiran let out a thunderous roar as the unleashed power shot upward, a towering pillar of energy ripping through the sky and piercing the cloud before collapsing inward, leaving the battlefield trembling in its wake. When the blinding light faded, an oppressive silence settled over the area, thick with drifting dust and smoke. Mo Byung remained kneeling where she was, staring ahead in stunned disbelief. That technique had truly been heavenly lightning ascension. Even she, with all her skill, could barely replicate that advanced sword art, yet somehow Huiran had executed it. Shaking off the shock, she turned sharply and called out to Namwook and Jongwook, who were struggling just to push themselves back onto their feet. The two men groaned as they rose, their eyes widening as they took in the enormous crater torn into the earth before them. At the very center of that destruction stood Huiran, unmoving while dark demonic chi continued to swirl around his body. The blast had devastated the surrounding ground, yet the shockwave had not reached where they stood. Mo Byung narrowed her gaze, then gave a slow nod. He had reined the attack in at the final moment. Huiran's body remained still, yet within his mind he was calling her name again and again. His vision blurred as the world around him dissolved into nothingness, and when the haze finally cleared he found himself sitting alone in a vast open space where endless puddles stretched in every direction beneath a clear blue sky. Confusion crept across his face as he slowly looked around. Where is this? The realization struck him moments later, and he clenched his teeth. This place was his mind space, and he had to return. Master Mo and the two rising ghost blades were still fighting outside. He could not leave them behind. Without warning, the still surfaces of the puddles began to churn. Dark ripples spread across the water as a demonic aura seeped upward, and in the next instant the clear puddles turned into a deep, disturbing crimson. Before he could react, Huiran felt a powerful force dragging him downward into the blood-red depths. Pale hands emerged from the darkness below, countless fingers clawing at him as he was pulled deeper into the void. Outside his mind space, Huiran's chi erupted violently out of control. The energy surged outward with terrifying force, causing the ground itself to tremble beneath their feet. Jianghu stayed in horror and demanded to know what was happening. Mo Byung's expression hardened as she answered grimly that they had to stop it, because the thing standing before them was no longer their young lord. She did not know what had taken hold of him, but whatever it was, they could not allow it to move while wearing Huiran's body. Jianghu shouted back that none of them had any inner kai left, asking how they were supposed to stop something like that. Mo Byung snapped at him immediately, demanding whether he intended to simply stand there and watch the young lord be devoured. Before either of them could act, Namwook suddenly cried out that Huiran was moving. They turned at once and saw him walking slowly toward Jiok Guang, whose body, drenched in blood, was slumped against a tree. Huiran's steps were strangely calm, and his eyes held no trace of emotion. Without the slightest hesitation, he lunged forward and thrust his sword straight toward Jiok Guang's heart. Meanwhile, within the mind space, Huiran continued sinking through the cold crimson darkness. The void was about to swallow him completely when a soft glow appeared nearby. A gentle hand touched his back and pushed him upward. His eyes opened, and he saw a familiar face looking at him with a faint smile. Yunhua, he whispered. Warmth surged through him in an instant, and his consciousness snapped back to reality. He woke to the sound of Mo Byung calling his name in desperation, while the two rising ghost blades and Master Mo held his body upright, struggling to keep him from collapsing. Mo Byung shouted sharply for him to hold on, warning him not to lose control and not to allow that violent power to devour him, reminding him of the vow he had once made, to protect his family and to raise the Tianzhong clan into the greatest sect beneath the heavens. Gradually, Huiran's breathing began to slow. His voice, when it finally came, was weak and barely above a whisper. Master Mo, my acupressure points. Mo Byung immediately understood what he meant. Without wasting a single moment, she struck a sequence of pressure points along his body with flawless precision. The raging kai that had been exploding outward slowly began to fade, thinning and dispersing like smoke carried away by the wind. Huiran's eyelids fluttered before finally closing as the last of his strength drained away. Just before his consciousness slipped completely into darkness, an ancient and chilling voice whispered from deep within him. Next time, it won't end so easily. Then everything fell silent. Jongwook finally released a long breath and muttered that it was fortunate the young lord had regained control of himself. Kneeling beside Huiran, Mo Byung explained that if she had sealed his acupounce while he was still trapped in deviation, his inner energy would have erupted uncontrollably and destroyed him from the inside out. Jongwook clicked his tongue and admitted that when Huiran had attempted to kill Jiok Guang, he himself had almost lost control. Jiok Guang might have been driven mad, he said, but the Songcheng clan still belonged to the orthodox faction, and if word of his death spread, the consequences would be serious. He turned toward the wounded man, then abruptly froze. Mo Byung was already standing over him. Jongwook called out to her uncertainly, but beside him Namwook quietly muttered a single word. Antidote. Jongwook blinked, suddenly understanding. Mo Byung looked down at Jiok Guang, her gaze dark and unreadable. Her grip tightened around the hilt of her sword as she spoke in a hollow, icy voice. Even now, your first thought is to search for an antidote. Without the slightest hesitation, she swung her blade. Steel flashed through the air. Jiok Guang's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The two rising ghost blades stood there in stunned silence. Jongwook was the first to react, shouting in disbelief and demanding to know what she thought she was doing. Mo Byung calmly slid her sword back into its sheath and answered that Jiok Guang had already attempted to kill the young lord more than once. More importantly, he had witnessed the strange nature of Huiran's kai. If he survived and spread that knowledge, it would bring calamity upon them all. She then lifted Huiran's unconscious body onto her shoulder and turned away. There's no need for anyone else to stain their hands, she said quietly. I'll take responsibility for it. Jongwook watched her figure retreat into the distance and murmured that just as the young lord had changed, she had changed as well. Perhaps, he added softly, all of them had. Clicking his tongue, he turned toward Namwook and ordered him to hurry and search for the antidote. But Namwook was already drinking from a small vial. Jongwook shouted at once, asking how he could possibly be sure it wasn't poison. Namwook only smirked before explaining that a genuine antidote produced a sensation of dizziness and dryness when smelled, because the poison already inside the body reacted defensively to it. Poisons, on the other hand, carried such a foul and sickening stench that merely catching their scent would make a person want to vomit. Once someone understood that difference, Namwook said calmly, Identifying an antidote became a simple matter. Jongwook nodded, clearly impressed by the explanation, while Namwook lifted a small pouch he had discovered and flashed a sly grin. Along with the antidote, he added, he had also found something that looked extremely valuable. Sometime later, Huiran slowly regained consciousness. When his eyes opened, he found himself lying on a bed inside an inn. He pushed himself upright and murmured quietly that he had returned. Crossing his legs into a lotus position, he began circulating his chi through his meridians, but only a few moments passed before his eyes widened in surprise. His inner energy had not merely recovered, it had grown noticeably stronger. The memory of Jiok Guang's attack surfaced in his mind, along with the terrifying power that had erupted uncontrollably from within him. Letting out a long breath, he leaned back against the bed and covered his eyes with his arm. It had been far too close. When his Kai spiraled out of control, he had nearly lost his body entirely. After a moment he sat up again and muttered under his breath that if he ended up losing himself, or even dying, before fully mastering the Tai Depth Heaven Tome, then everything he had endured until now would amount to nothing. The force dwelling inside him was not ordinary chi. It might even be something closer to the remnant soul of an old master. If that possibility was true, then the presence within him might possess knowledge far beyond his own. Elsewhere inside the inn, Mo Byung and the twin rising ghost blades sat gathered around a table when Huiran entered the room. Jongwook immediately greeted him with clear relief and asked how he was feeling. Huiran answered that he was fine, but his attention shifted to Namwook, who was holding a small golden token between his fingers. What's that? Oh, this. Namwook replied casually. He explained that Jiao Guang had been carrying it, and since it looked valuable, he had taken it. As Huiran examined the token more closely, recognition flickered across his face. He murmured that it was Cho Wuhi's golden token, proof that granted its holder the chance to meet the most beautiful woman in all of Henan. What puzzled him, however, was how Jiao Guang had come to possess such a thing in the first place. Then a soft chuckle escaped him. I see. An awkward silence immediately settled over the table. Clearing his throat, Huiran remarked that the atmosphere had suddenly become rather strange. Mo Byung then addressed him in a serious tone, calling him young lord. But before she could continue, Huiran lowered his head and apologized to her as well as to the twin rising ghost blades. He explained that the poison had prevented him from using his inner energy, that Jiao Guang had already descended into madness, and that in that desperate situation he had acted only because he wanted to protect them. At that moment, he had simply had no other option. Mo Byung slowly stood from her seat and bowed deeply to him, thanking him as though nothing else mattered. She said plainly that without his intervention they would all have died there. Yet when she straightened again, her gaze hardened as she added that they could not ignore the truth of what had happened. She needed to know exactly what that strange Kai flowing through his body truly was. Huiran hesitated, the weight of the moment pressing heavily against his chest, before finally agreeing that he would explain. But first, he asked what had happened to Jiao Guang. Namwook tried to answer, though his words faltered midway. Yet Mo Byung cut in with a flat response. Jiao Guang had disappeared. Huiran's voice rose with sudden alarm. If Jiao Guang returned and reported everything to the Songchun clan, the consequences would spell disaster for all of them. Mo Byung interrupted once more, her tone calm and firm as she assured him that such a thing would never happen. She explained that when Huiran, while possessed, had forcibly drawn out his inner Kai, he had completely lost control of himself, and by now Jiao Guang was likely nothing more than an empty shell, a mindless husk incapable of even forming proper speech. Turning toward Namwook and Jongwook, she asked them to confirm it. The two men hesitated, clearly reluctant, yet in the end they both nodded. Only then did Huiran finally relax his guard. If Master Mo had said so, he would trust her judgment. He clenched his fist slowly and began to speak, admitting that there was something important he needed to explain. Before he could utter even a single word more, a man suddenly appeared beside their table. Huiran flinched at the unexpected presence. The stranger quickly introduced himself as the owner of the inn and apologized, explaining that he needed them to leave immediately. Jongwook shot to his feet at once, anger flashing across his face as he demanded to know why an innkeeper would suddenly throw out paying guests without warning. The owner glanced nervously toward the entrant before answering in a quiet voice that the entire building had just been rented by the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. The moment they turned to look, Huiran froze at the name. Under his breath he muttered in disbelief as an old memory stirred somewhere deep in his mind. The Sky Ocean Merchant Union. Wasn't that the very place where he had once become a son-in-law in his previous life? The Sky Ocean Merchant Union was among the most powerful and prosperous merchant groups in all of Henan. Under its banner operated three enormous enterprises: the Sky Ocean Escort Agency, the Sky Ocean Inn, and the Sky Ocean House, each of them a pillar that generated endless wealth and influence. But for Huiran, the meaning of that name reached far beyond business or authority. In his previous life, he had been the master of that very union. The memories of how that life had ended remained painfully clear, along with the moment when she had attempted to drag him down alongside that strange and twisted faction. The uneasy voice of the innkeeper broke through his thoughts again as the man firmly repeated his request for them to leave the premises. Huiran drew a slow breath and forced his composure back into place. If the Sky Ocean Merchant Union truly stood behind this demand, then the innkeeper's trembling was perfectly understandable. Rising calmly from his seat, He offered the man a polite bow and replied that although he understood the situation, he could not simply yield to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's demand when he was still a paying guest. Beside him, Jong-wook leaned closer and whispered urgently, warning that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union was not an opponent the Tianzhong clan could afford to offend. Their wealth alone was immeasurable, and beyond that, they also possessed tremendous martial strength. Before Huiran could respond, the doors of the inn swung open. A man strode inside, his posture arrogant and his steps heavy with confidence. The instant Huiran saw his face, his expression darkened. That bastard, of all places. I had to run into that arrogant face here. The man swept his gaze across the room before speaking with clear contempt, asking whether Huiran even knew who he was and demanding to know where he had come from. Huiran answered calmly that he was young Huiran of the Tianzhong clan of Henan. The man narrowed his eyes as he slowly examined Huiran from head to toe. After a brief silence, he remarked that he had always heard the young master of the Tianzhong clan was so frail he could barely step outside his own residence. Huiran returned the stare without the slightest hint of discomfort, and calmly asked whether he still appeared sickly now. For a moment the man said nothing, his arrogance faltering ever so slightly before he stepped forward, his looming shadow falling across Huiran. Speaking in a firm and condescending tone, he explained that the warriors of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union had just completed a long and exhausting journey and merely wished to rest peacefully. Since they were all martial artists from Henan, he said, surely Huiran could understand such hardship. A faint curve touched Huiran's lips. That sounds more like a threat to me. The man's composure shattered instantly. His voice exploded with anger as he demanded to know what Huiran had just said. Huiran merely smirked and raised a finger toward the ceiling as he replied that if an orthodox faction used its strength to impose its will upon others, then how was that any different from the demonic or unorthodox sects they so often condemned? The man's face flushed deep red as his teeth ground together. With fury spilling into his voice, he shouted that Huiran was nothing more than an insolent wretch. Huiran burst into laughter, the sound ringing throughout the inn. So the Sky Ocean Merchant Union truly was as formidable as people claimed. To think that a mere martial artist belonging to a merchant union would dare raise his voice like this before the young lord of a martial sect. The moment those words fell, Mo Byung and the twin rising ghost blades rose from their seats at the same time, their hands already resting on the hilts of their weapons. The man's fists clenched tightly as killing intent surged from him. Huiran's hand moved as well, sliding onto the hilt of his sword and gripping it with his left hand while his voice turned cold. With his right hand he lightly tapped the sheath and spoke again. If the man truly intended to claim the entire inn, then they should settle the matter according to the rules of the Jianghu. The man's eyes flared with rage. Seizing his sword, he shouted for Huiran to come outside. Not long after, the two of them stood facing one another in the courtyard. Behind Huiran, Mo Byung called out with concern, asking whether he truly intended to fight. Huiran answered immediately that if he retreated now, the world would see the Tianzhong clan as weak. If he allowed a mere martial artist from the Sky Ocean Merchant Union to threaten him and leave without consequence, rumors would spread that the Tianzhong clan stood beneath a merchant organization. The moment their names had been spoken aloud, this confrontation had already become inevitable. It was neither something that could be avoided nor something that should be avoided. Taking his stance, Huiran spoke in a calm and steady voice. The loser would remain silent. The victor's words would become law. Without any warning, the man lunged forward and drove his sword straight toward Huiran's chest. Huiran shifted aside effortlessly, his movement smooth and fluid. The man's eyes widened. He dodged. Planting his feet, the man unleashed a rapid storm of thrusts, each strike faster than the one before it. Yet Huiran watched calmly as he slipped past every incoming blade with graceful precision. While he moved, his thoughts sharpened. His sword, why does it look so slow? Then Huiran suddenly leapt into the air. While still mid-flight, his sword slid free from its sheath, and he descended like a streak of falling light. Before his opponent could even react, Huiran's blade halted a single breath away from the man's throat. All around them, members of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union began whispering in shock. One of them muttered that no matter how fiercely their companion attacked, he could not even touch the young lord. Another replied that those movements were nothing like the actions of a sickly man. The first quickly agreed, realizing that the rumor claiming the heir of the Tianzhong clan was too frail to move must have been nothing but a lie. Huiran's sword remained poised at the man's throat. Then a commanding female voice suddenly echoed across the courtyard. "Stop right there." The man clenched his jaw and slowly raised his head, staring up at the blade pressed against his neck. At the same moment, the attendants surrounding the courtyard bowed deeply as the door of an elegant carriage swung open. From within, a woman stepped down with calm and graceful composure, her mere presence drawing every gaze toward her. As she walked closer, her sharp eyes calmly surveyed the scene before her, Huiran standing upright with his sword drawn, and her subordinate kneeling beneath its edge. The instant Huiran saw her face, his eyes widened in shock. Hua Wunqiang, the daughter of the master of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, and the woman who had been his wife in his previous life. His thoughts spun wildly. Why is she here? Hua Wunqiang raised a delicate fan to her lips and spoke with refined elegance, introducing herself as Hua Wunqiang before adding that she had not expected to discover a hidden dragon within the Tianzhong clan. Huiran turned his gaze away for a moment, forcing himself to steady his composure before answering calmly that he was young Huiran. Hua Wunqiang studied him carefully, a faint glimmer of curiosity passing through her eyes. Taking another step closer, she said in an even voice that she wished to invite him to share a meal with her. Huerin's breath caught as a flood of memories surged through his mind. Echoes of laughter, bitter arguments, and the tangled emotions that had once bound them together. A bead of sweat slid slowly down his temple. Maintaining a courteous tone despite the slight tremor in his voice, he declined her invitation, explaining that he had matters requiring his attention and hoping she would understand. For a brief instant, her expression froze. She lifted her fan fully to cover her face, allowing the silence to stretch between them. Then, with a crisp snap, she closed the fan and replied coolly that it had been a pleasure meeting him, Lord Yong Huirin. As she turned away, she added that she had the feeling they would be seeing each other often in the future. Her entourage soon departed down the road. Huirin watched their figures fade into the distance before finally releasing a quiet breath. Mo Byung stepped forward, her admiration plainly visible as she remarked that Huirin had impressed her yet again, not only by defeating a skilled martial artist so effortlessly, but also by rejecting the daughter of the master of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. Namwook and Jongwook struggled to contain their amusement, and Jongwook eventually sighed, muttering that if such a woman had personally offered wine, it must have been something truly exquisite. Huirin ignored their teasing and walked back inside the inn. In a curt voice, he said they should eat something light and leave as soon as possible. Getting entangled with her again would only end badly. Later, inside the inn, they sat together around the table while Huirin ate without saying a word. Beneath the table, his legs trembled faintly. Mo Byung noticed the movement immediately and asked him in a gentle voice whether he was feeling unwell, remarking that he had seemed unsettled ever since encountering Lady Hua Wunqiang. Huirin forced a weak laugh and hastily insisted that he was fine, but a moment later he pushed back his chair and stood up abruptly, saying he needed to calm his mind with a bit of meditation and some sword practice. Mo Byung rose as well and offered to accompany him, yet Huirin quickly waved his hand and declined, explaining that he would prefer to be alone. He stepped out into the quiet streets beneath the fading light of dusk, and as he walked, his thoughts slowly drifted back into the past. Memories of his former life with Hua Wunqiang surfaced uninvited. He remembered the sight of her waiting at street corners, the way her eyes would light up the moment she spotted him. He remembered their laughter and their endless quarrels, the warmth they had shared along with the bitterness that had followed, and the complicated look she had once given him, a gaze filled with both love and hatred. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it. That's all in the past. It's over, Huirin." Just as he tried to force the memories away, the sound of raised voices reached him from somewhere nearby. A fight. He moved toward the noise, and when he finally reached the gathered crowd, his eyes widened slightly as he recognized one of the men standing in the middle of the commotion. That man. Gotchik stood in the center of the street, gripping the chain attached to a rabid black dog that snarled and snapped viciously beside him. Opposite him stood another man with his sword already drawn, clearly prepared for battle. Huirin quietly withdrew into the shadowed corner of a nearby building and observed the scene from a distance, his eyes narrowing as he wondered how Gotchik had managed to travel all the way here. His attention soon shifted to the beast beside him, and the moment he sensed the strange, ominous aura surrounding it, his expression grew more serious. Gotchik's voice thundered across the street as he shouted, "I'll say it again. Hand over that thing, and we'll leave quietly. Keep denying it, and you'll die here." The man facing him shouted back in fury, demanding how he was supposed to surrender something that did not even exist. Gotchik crouched down calmly and began stroking the head of the black dog at his side. "This dog can smell its prey from 50 kilometers away," he said coolly. "It's a black wolf. The fact that it led me straight to you means you have it." From his hiding place, Huirin's expression stiffened as realization finally dawned on him. So that black dog had followed the scent of the demonic poisonstone flower all the way here. That was the only explanation that made sense. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the very flower in question, and frowned deeply as he looked at it. "But it's with me. Then why are they targeting that young man instead?" Across the street, Gotchik's patience finally wore thin. His jaw tightened as he glared coldly at the man standing stubbornly before him. "Do I really have to kill you to find it?" he growled. Then he raised his voice so that everyone gathered nearby could hear him clearly. "Listen well," he declared. "I am Gotchik, the young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect of Hube. Anyone who helps me capture that man will be rewarded generously by my sect." The surrounding martial artists began to stare. Some exchanged uneasy glances, while others slowly tightened their grip on their weapons as they edged closer, forming a loose circle around Gotchik's target. Yet the young man in the center did not retreat. His eyes burned with fierce defiance as he shouted back, "When you meet the king of hell in the underworld, tell him you were killed by Jong-suk." At the sound of that name, Huirin's eyes widened slightly. Jong-suk. The name tugged at his memory. It sounded familiar, yet the man standing before him looked little more than a wandering vagabond. Still, there was something unmistakable in the way he carried himself, upright, calm, and proud, that hinted at a man of distinguished lineage. Huirin barely finished the thought before Jong-suk lunged forward. His sword sliced through the air with deadly precision. Steel collided with steel, and the street instantly erupted into chaos. Jong-suk moved like a raging storm, his blade flashing as he cut down one opponent after another with overwhelming speed and force. Watching from behind the fray, Gotchik ground his teeth in irritation and spat out a curse. Useless fools. As Jong-suk surged forward again, striking toward another attacker who stood near Gotchik, the sect leader suddenly drew his own sword. In one savage motion, he thrust the blade forward from behind, driving it straight through his own subordinate. The steel burst out the other side and struck Jong-suk as well. Jong-suk staggered backward as blood poured from the wound. His voice shook with fury as he glared at Gotchik. You stabbed your own man. Even the demonic cult wouldn't stoop this low. Gotchik merely shrugged, his eyes as cold as stone. That's because we stand between the orthodox and the unorthodox. Jong-suk's face twisted with rage. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips as his teeth clenched tightly, and in the next instant a violent surge of Kai exploded outward from his body, sending ripples through the air around him. You've crossed the line, he roared. From the shadowed corner where he stood watching, Hwarin's eyes widened in shock as the crushing pressure of that energy washed over him. That chi. My god, how did I not recognize that name sooner? Memories crashed into his mind all at once. Jong-suk, the man known as the hero among demons. The final disciple of the late leader of the Hidden Saint cult, a sect that had been wiped from existence by the three demonic heavens. Although he practiced demonic arts, his heart had always remained righteous, and he had earned his reputation not only through strength but through unwavering honor. In the years to come, he would even rise to a level powerful enough to challenge Hakil Ryan himself for the title of the strongest under heaven. Hwarin's hand tightened against the wooden wall beside him. The plank shattered under his grip as his knuckles whitened. For a man like this to die here, in a foreign land, because of something I took. At that very moment, Gotchik let out a furious roar and charged forward, his sword flashing beneath the dim streetlight. Die! Before he could reach Jong-suk, a massive chunk of wood suddenly flew through the air. Gotchik barely managed to block it in time, sparks bursting outward as the impact forced him several steps back. His eyes snapped toward the direction the attack had come from. Who's there? He barked. From the shadows, Hwarin stepped forward slowly, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Stop right there. Gotchik's gaze turned cold as stone. If you're merely passing through, keep walking and mind your business. His eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. Hold on. You're the one who beat Du Gaigong earlier today, aren't you? Move aside. This has nothing to do with you. Hwarin answered without raising his voice. It does concern me. Warrior Jong, you look worn out. Let me assist you. Gotchik's teeth ground together while he lifted his blade. So men of standing must spill each other's blood now, he mocked. The surrounding onlookers began whispering among themselves. Isn't it the young master from the Tianzhong clan? One person murmured. The same one who fought Du Gaigong earlier. Is fighting again. Another observer shook his head slowly. No, I've watched everything since the beginning. Gotchik was moments away from killing that drifter, and not a single person dared interfere. That young master was the one who stepped in. At that moment Jongwook and Namwook forced their way through the packed crowd. Jongwook rubbed the back of his head. Is that the young lord? Fighting again already? That tidal sword demon nickname is starting to fit him. Namwook let out a faint chuckle. Still better than standing around pretending nothing's happening. Jongwook looked at him, puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? Namwook folded his arms. Most of them kept quiet because they are afraid of the Serpent Dragon sect and the power behind it. But he had chosen another road, and in the world of the Jianghu, that road had a name, righteousness. Amid the turmoil, Jong-suk turned toward Hwarin and spoke calmly yet firmly. I'm grateful for your concern, but you shouldn't endure humiliation because of me. Hwarin briefly studied the injury on Jong-suk's shoulder before stepping forward, his tone unwavering. This isn't for your sake. Not long ago I made a promise to myself, to help when I'm able. I'm simply following the path I decided on, so don't worry about it. Before Jong-suk could respond, Gotchik exploded with rage and lunged forward. You little brats. Their swords slammed together with a deafening clang that rang across the square. Sparks scattered as their chi collided violently, and the spectators gasped when the battleground erupted into chaos again. Both fighters attacked with ruthless intensity, yet Hwarin's composure never wavered. His movements remained controlled and exact, each step flowing as though the outcome had already been determined. Gotchik, however, gradually slipped out of rhythm, his breathing turning rough while his strikes lost their balance. This bastard. How can he be this strong? He muttered through clenched teeth. Hwarin's chi surged brighter, curling around him like a living blaze as he pressed forward, and the confidence inside Gotchik shattered. Damn it, he shouted while watching his subordinate scatter in panic. Snatching the leash of the black dog, he spun around to escape. You will regret this, boy. If you're carrying that thing, we'll cross paths again soon. Behind him, Jong-suk called out with icy scorn. Running away. Coward. Hwarin's eyes narrowed while he watched the retreating figure. We have to kill that black dog. If the creature caught the scent of the demonic poison stone flower once more, it would guide them straight back here. His hand tightened around the sword as Kai gathered and swirled, his focus locking onto the fleeing beast, and in a single swift motion he released the weapon. The blade streaked forward like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the dog. At the final instant, the black wolf sprang aside, narrowly escaping the strike. You missed. Jong-suk murmured from behind him. Hwarin offered no reply. His gaze sharpened, and under his breath he spoke the name of the technique. Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword. Flying Sword. The sword suddenly twisted in mid-air, shrieking as it shot upward before diving down at a blinding pace. A piercing whistle split the air, and an instant later a brief, cut-off yelp rang out when the blade found its mark. For a heartbeat, the entire square stood in absolute silence. Huaren slowly released the breath he had been holding and lowered his hand. Woof! The stillness shattered as the square erupted into thunderous cheers. Shouts burst out from every direction while Huaren remained standing at the center, unmoving, his gaze fixed on his own hands that trembled ever so slightly. It worked. After failing hundreds of times, the flying sword technique had finally succeeded. He closed his hand into a tight fist, a quiet surge of excitement passing through him as he forced his breathing back under control. Not far away, Jianghu stood rigid, his eyes wide with shock. That technique, there was no doubt about it. It was a flying sword of the hidden saint cult. But how could the young master of the Tianzhong clan possibly wield a martial art from a sect that had disappeared from the world? Meanwhile, murmurs began spreading through the crowd like wildfire. That sword moved like a dragon soaring through the sky. A blade like that should have a name. Someone suddenly laughed and shouted, "Flying Dragon Sword Hero." The title caught on immediately. The crowd seized it at once, their voices rising together as they repeated it over and over. Flying Dragon Sword Hero. Huaren turned his head, looking over the cheering faces surrounding him as the chant rolled across the square. A faint smile slowly appeared on his lips. Flying Dragon Sword Hero, he repeated quietly, then gave a soft chuckle. So I've ended up with a nickname too. Before he could enjoy the moment any longer, a chill suddenly crept down his spine. A cold hand settled firmly on his shoulder. From behind him came a familiar voice, calm yet carrying a heavy pressure. Are you satisfied with your new title? Huaren stiffened. Sweat slid down his temple as he turned and saw Mo Byung standing there. She let out a weary sigh, remarking that she had only taken her eyes off him briefly, and he had already managed to get himself into another fight. Huaren quickly began trying to explain, but she paid no attention. The Sung Chun clan, she reminded him, belonged to the Orthodox faction and therefore could not act without restraint, while the Serpent Dragon sect had no such limitations and could strike whenever it pleased. She paused, studying him carefully, and then her expression softened as a faint smile touched her lips. Noting that he had defeated Gotchik without suffering even a single injury, she praised how much he had improved and said that, as his master, she was genuinely proud. Before Huaren could say anything in response, a low groan broke the moment. Jianghu, whose body had finally reached its limit, collapsed to the ground, no longer able to endure. Later that night, he regained consciousness inside a dimly lit room. Startled, he sat upright, and it did not take long for him to notice that his injuries had already been treated. Nearby, Huaren spoke quietly. You awake? Jianghu looked down at the bandages wrapped across his body, disbelief filling his eyes. He bowed deeply toward Huaren and expressed his gratitude, saying that not only had his life been saved, but his wounds had also been carefully treated. Jianghu called Huaren a true hero and admitted that he had no idea how he could ever repay such a kindness. Huaren gave a faint smile. If you truly want to repay me, then sign a contract with me. For a while, you will serve as my bodyguard, and naturally, you'll be compensated. As he spoke, he pulled out a small pouch, placed it on the bed, and opened it. Jianghu's eyes widened the moment he saw the heavy stack of silver inside. The sheer amount left him stammering, clearly overwhelmed. Huaren spoke in a calm tone, saying that a man with Jianghu's ability must surely have a reason for wandering the world. At those words, Jianghu lowered his head. He confessed that he had a younger sister suffering from a rare and deadly illness, and the medicine required to treat her cost far more than he could ever afford. Tears gathered in his eyes as the realization struck him that with this money, his sister might finally have a chance to recover. His voice trembled as he thanked Huaren over and over again. Huaren placed the pouch into his hand and told him to bring his sister to stay with them since they would be remaining in the town for some time. The room grew quiet, broken only by the sound of Jianghu's soft sobbing. After a while, Jianghu waved to them outside the inn before leaving to bring his sister back. Once he disappeared from sight, Mo Byung turned toward Huaren with a doubtful expression, remarking that he had been far too generous for the sake of hiring a simple bodyguard and asking whether there was some deeper reason behind it. Standing beside her, Jianghu cleared his throat and joked that with that much money, someone could easily buy several bottles of the finest wine. Huaren lifted his gaze toward the night sky and smiled. He said that Jianghu was someone destined for greatness, and that earning the loyalty of such a man for only a few silver nyang was a bargain. He added that he respected the way Jianghu had remained standing proudly and unbroken even while surrounded by the Serpent Dragon sect. Mo Byung continued to stare at him, as if he had just spoken complete nonsense. Tilting her head slightly, she asked whether they were finally going to return to the Tianzhong clan with him. Huaren only laughed and shook his head. No, not yet. Our next stop is Jianghu. The moment the words left his mouth, protests erupted instantly. Mo Byung shouted, demanding to know why they were suddenly heading to Jianghu, while Jianghu looked at him in disbelief and asked whether they truly were not returning home. As the two of them continued arguing, Huaren simply kept walking forward as though none of it involved him, leaving them no choice but to hurry after him. Mo Byung insisted that they had already completed everything they set out to do, recovering the elixir and visiting the Zhuge clan, so there was no reason to keep wandering elsewhere. Huiran slowed his steps slightly, yet he still gave them no answer. Inside, however, his thoughts were far heavier. If his chi were to spiral out of control again, it could consume his body entirely. The only way to stop that from happening was by cultivating the Tai-depth heaven tome, and to do that he needed to meet someone living in Jianghu. This D2 was not a matter of choice. It was a matter of survival. At the doorway of the inn, Huiran finally came to a halt. After clearing his throat, he announced firmly that this was the young lord's command. Mo Byung immediately raised her voice again, insisting that the clan lord would surely worry. Huiran only gave a faint smile as he pushed the door open and told her he had already sent a messenger pigeon, so there was nothing to be concerned about. They would depart at dawn. With that, he stepped inside and shut the door behind him, cutting off any further complaints. Outside, Jongwook pressed a hand against his forehead in pure frustration. Namwook simply shrugged helplessly. Mo Byung clenched her fists and muttered under her breath that no one could ever understand what went on inside Huiran's mind. The following morning, just as they were preparing to leave, Jung-suk arrived leading a horse. He dismounted immediately and bowed, reporting that everything was ready. Then he gestured toward the girl standing beside him and introduced her as his younger sister, Jong Munhai. She bowed politely and expressed her gratitude to Huiran for helping her brother. Huiran returned the courtesy with a slight bow of his own and introduced himself as Huiran of the Tianzhong clan. He then introduced the others, explaining that the twin Rising Ghostblade were both his bodyguards and warriors serving under his clan. The twins instantly straightened their posture, clearly trying to appear impressive in front of Munhai. Huiran chuckled and teased that they seemed far more skilled at guarding wine than protecting people. Namwook protested right away, complaining that Huiran was making them sound like villains. Mo Byung stood a little apart from the group, quietly observing the exchange with faint irritation written across her face. Eventually, Huiran pointed toward a nearby carriage and explained that he had prepared it to make their journey more comfortable. Jung-suk looked at the carriage with surprise and asked if it was intended for his sister. After Munhai was helped inside and the curtains were drawn closed, Huiran turned to Namwook and told him to take charge of the reins. Namwook immediately scoffed, arguing that he was not the only one capable of driving a carriage. Huiran merely smirked. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small bottle filled with golden wine, his eyes gleaming as he announced that whoever served as the coachman for the day would earn a cup as a reward. The moment the twins saw the bottle, they froze in place, then both gasped in shock. Namwook shouted in disbelief, and Jongwook echoed him, exclaiming that it was that precious drink. In the next instant, they both lunged for the reins while shouting over each other. Jongwook insisted he would be the one driving, while Namwook argued that Huiran had already chosen him. Their shoulders slammed together as they struggled, their foreheads nearly colliding while their argument erupted into chaos. Inside the carriage, Jung Munhai covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Huiran and Jung-suk stood nearby, chuckling as they watched the commotion unfold. Mo Byung, however, simply crossed her arms, her brows knitting together and her lips tightening in quiet disapproval at their childish behavior. Once the group finally set out, Huiran, Jung-suk, and Jung Munhai sat together inside the carriage. The wheels rolled steadily along the road as the journey began, and after some time had passed, Jung-suk turned toward Huiran and spoke carefully, asking whether he might raise a question that had been troubling him for quite a while. Jung-suk asked whether the martial art Huiran had used during his duel with Gutchik was a secret technique belonging to his clan. Immediately, Jung Munhai scolded her brother, reminding him that it was rude to question someone so directly about their martial arts. Realizing his mistake at once, Jung-suk quickly apologized. Huiran observed the siblings with a faint, knowing smile. Since he had revealed that technique intentionally, he had already expected such curiosity. He also knew that Jung-suk was a direct disciple of the Hidden Saint cult, and because the Tianzhong clan's swordsmanship originally stemmed from that same cult, it was only natural that Jung-suk would recognize it the moment he saw it. After a short pause, Huiran answered, confirming that it was indeed a secret technique of his clan. He explained that one of his ancestors had learned it long ago from a great martial master. Jung-suk bowed respectfully, admiration clearly visible in his eyes. He said the technique had impressed him deeply and admitted that he had long wished to experience it firsthand, hoping his request would not be considered disrespectful. With a faint grin, Huiran proposed that they have a friendly spa after dinner. He added that during Jung-suk's earlier fight with Gutchik, it appeared he had not used his full strength, and Huiran was curious to see what he was truly capable of. Jung-suk laughed heartily and accepted without hesitation, saying it would be an honor to cross swords with him. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they stopped in an open field. Without exchanging another word, both men drew their swords and rushed forward at the same moment. Steel clashed repeatedly as their blades met again and again, the sharp ringing sounds echoing across the quiet plain. When they eventually stepped apart to catch their breath, Huiran slowly exhaled and suggested they rest for the night. Jung-suk returned his sword to its sheath while his mind carefully replayed every movement from the duel. Just as he had suspected, Huiran's swordsmanship was graceful and polished. Although its outward form differed somewhat from the Hidden Saint cult style, the underlying foundation was unmistakably the same. There was no longer any doubt. Huiran's Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword was a modified form of their demonic Dragon Emperor Sword. Yet one question continued to trouble him. Why had the overwhelming power of the technique weakened once it was combined with another cultivation method? He walked silently back toward the carriage, repeatedly turning the thought over in his mind. Not far behind, Huiran watched his retreating figure with a sly smile, already calculating that if things unfolded as he hoped, he might soon acquire one of Jung-suk's chi cultivation techniques. Later that night, beneath a sky scattered with stars, Jung-suk and his sister stepped away from the camp to talk in private. Manhwa asked how the spa had gone. Jung-suk replied that he was now convinced the Tianzhong clan must share some connection with the hidden saint cult. Startled, she asked whether he truly believed that. He nodded and explained that when Huiran's sword technique merged with another cultivation method, its power had noticeably diminished, and as she already knew, the martial arts of their cult were naturally overwhelming. Manhwa looked at him with quiet understanding and guessed that he was already thinking about teaching Huiran their chi cultivation method. Jung-suk did not deny it. He admitted that Huiran had already done more than enough for them. Resting a hand gently on her shoulder, he reminded her that because of Huiran, she was now able to walk freely again. Manhwa's eyes hardened with determination as she made a bold choice. She declared that she would personally pass down the hidden saint cult chi cultivation technique to Huiran. Jung-suk stared at her in disbelief and asked if she was truly serious. Manhwa met his gaze directly and nodded without the slightest hesitation. She warned him that he must never connect Huiran to their destroyed cult. The hidden saint cult had already vanished from the world, and attempting to revive it through Huiran would be nothing less than defying the will of heaven. When their discussion ended, the two returned to the camp without another word. The following day their journey resumed, and by the afternoon they arrived at a wide field blanketed with flowers that stretched beneath a waterfall cascading down the rocks. A soft mist hung in the air while petals swayed gently in the cool breeze. Huiran suggested that they stop there and rest for the night. Later, as he walked alone among the flowers while breathing in the crisp, refreshing wind, Jung Manhwa approached him quietly. She greeted him softly and asked whether he had come out for a walk. Huiran turned toward her with a gentle smile, and asked what had brought her there. Lowering her gaze, she confessed that something had been weighing on her mind. She said she did not know how to repay the kindness he had shown both her and her brother. Huiran laughed lightly and told her it was nothing, saying he had simply done what anyone would have done. Manhwa shook her head. She insisted that when someone receives a favor, it must be repaid. Then she revealed her decision, to pass down her clan's chi cultivation technique to him. She explained that her brother believed Huiran's martial arts could grow even stronger with its guidance. Huiran cleared his throat and kept his voice calm as he replied that he could not possibly accept something so profound in return for something so small. Without warning, Manhwa stepped closer, her voice rising as she reached out and grasped his hand. Her eyes trembled as she pleaded with him to accept it, saying that otherwise she and her brother would never find peace of mind. Huiran froze in place, his face turning red as he struggled to meet her gaze. Stammering awkwardly, he pointed out that she was still holding his hand. Realizing what she had done, Manhwa's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She quickly released him, turned away, and covered her face in embarrassment. Huiran stood still for a moment, staring down at his hand. After a long pause, he finally spoke and said that if this was truly what she wished, then he would accept it. From a distance, Mo Byung watched everything in silence. Seeing the two of them standing so close together stirred a strange tightness in her chest, an unfamiliar feeling she could not explain. She pressed a hand against her chest and whispered in confusion, unable to understand the odd emotion rising inside her. She continued watching quietly as Huiran and Manhwa walked side by side through the vast sea of flowers. Nearby, Jungwook, Namwook, and Jung-suk sat together, laughing loudly while drinking as though the world held no burdens at all. Time passed quietly as the group continued their journey. Eventually, with Jungwook holding the reins, he pointed ahead and shouted that Jianghu was finally within sight. Before long, the lively town swallowed them in its bustling streets, and the group stopped at an inn to settle in. Huiran told the others to rest while he went out to find someone. Mo Byung, who had been standing close by, immediately insisted on accompanying him. After pausing for a moment, Huiran nodded in agreement. The two of them made their way through the crowded streets of Jianghu until they arrived at another inn, where a young boy was sweeping the ground outside. Huiran stepped toward him and asked whether he knew where to find a man known as the Omniscient One. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied that of course he had heard of him, but if Huiran had come searching for that man, then he had already arrived too late. Huiran's expression darkened instantly as he demanded to know what that meant. Instead of answering right away, the boy simply whistled a short tune and flashed a mischievous grin while extending his hand, clearly asking for payment. Without hesitation, Huiran tossed him a piece of silver. The boy caught it eagerly and leaned closer. Lowering his voice, he explained that rumors had spread across the entire town. The Omniscient One had been captured by the Sangwan clan and was set to be executed at dawn the following day. Huiran cried out in disbelief and demanded to know what had happened. The boy continued his story, saying that the Omniscient One had once told the fortune of the Sangwan clan's young lady. After acting upon what he predicted, she eventually lost her sanity and drowned herself. Consumed by grief and rage, the Sangwan clan blamed the man for her death, seized him, and prepared to execute him by beheading. Huiran's jaw tightened as his expression grew even darker. The situation had become far more complicated than he had anticipated. As they walked away from the inn, Huiran reflected on what he knew about the Omniscient One, Nan Mingwek. The man was widely known for fortune-telling and exorcisms, yet his true identity was far more dangerous. He was the last envoy of the destroyed BE cult. That cult had specialized in soul-based sorcery and had already fallen long before the age of the 3 demonic and 3 orthodox factions. If it truly was him, Huiran realized, then Nen might possess the ability to remove the ancient entity sealed inside his body. The thought alone sent a chill through him. But the knowledge that the man was scheduled to be executed the very next morning abruptly cut his thoughts short. Mo Byung finally broke the silence, asking whether the young lord had originally intended to have his fortune read. Huiran gave no reply. His gaze drifted toward the distant streets as his mind began racing ahead to what he would do next. Mo Byung called out to him again, addressing him as young Master Yong. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped into Huiran's line of sight. He raised his head and called out, asking if it was Lady Zhuge. As Zhuge Yohi approached, she leaned forward slightly, examined Huiran's face, and asked with a teasing smile whether she was so unwelcome that he looked that startled to see her. Huiran and Mo Byung immediately bowed. Huiran answered that it was not the case at all, explaining that he simply had not known she was in Jianghu. Yohi laughed lightly and replied that she had not known he was there either. She then gestured toward the woman standing beside her and introduced Huiran as young Huiran of the Tianzhong clan. The lady spoke softly, introducing herself as Sang Wan Yusiul. The moment he heard that name, Huiran quietly murmured to himself, the Sang Wan clan, while a faint grin curled at the corner of his lips. Later, as they walked through the busy streets of Jianghu together, Huiran asked Yohi whether she had come to the city on business. She explained that she had hurried there because Sangwan Mijong, someone who treated her like a close friend, had fallen ill. Then she asked what had brought him there. Before answering, Huiran smiled and said that the Omniscient One had been entrusted with something important by his clan, and he had come to retrieve it. Behind him, Mo Byung frowned in confusion and quietly asked what he was plotting this time. Yohi watched the two of them carefully, her eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, Yusiul spoke up in a shy voice, asking about the Omniscient One. After hesitating briefly, she revealed that he was currently staying at her clan's estate. Huiran kept his relaxed expression and gave a small chuckle, saying that if that was the case, he would arrive soon. Yusiul quickly shook her head and explained that he would not be coming. The man had committed a serious crime against her clan and was scheduled to be beheaded the following day. Huiran's eyes narrowed as his entire demeanor shifted at once. He placed a hand against his head as though overwhelmed with frustration and exclaimed that because of that man, they had endured sleepless nights traveling all the way to Jianghu. Turning toward Yusiul, he muttered that this was an absolute disaster. Without warning, he suddenly grabbed Yusiul's hand. His voice softened, adopting an almost romantic tone as he asked whether there was truly no other solution. Nearby, both Mo Byung and Zhuge Yohi froze in stunned silence. Yusiul's face flushed a deep red as her eyes widened, her heart beginning to race wildly. Panic overtook her as her breathing grew uneven, and she struggled to understand what was happening. Without lifting her gaze, she answered in a trembling voice that if that was the case, then he would have to meet the Omniscient One today. She said she would go directly to speak with her father and that they needed to leave at once. Then, still flustered and blushing, she added that since he had already taken her hand, he would now have to marry her. For a moment, Huiran remained silent. Then he leaned closer with a bright, exaggerated smile and sweetly thanked her for her help, addressing her as Lady Yusiul. After witnessing his theatrical performance, Yohi burst into laughter and began teasing Yusiul while flicking her on the forehead. Huiran then turned to Mo Byung and told her to return to the inn and inform the others that they would first be stopping by the Sangwan clan, and told her to have Master Mo wait there as well. Mo Byung shot him a sideways glance, replied that she understood, and walked away with a scoff. Behind them, Zhuge Yohi watched the exchange and chuckled quietly. Not long afterward, Huiran, Yohi, and Yusiul arrived at the Sangwan clan's estate. Huiran exclaimed loudly that they had reached the Swan estate. At the gate, Yusiul hurried ahead, calling out that she would inform her father immediately. Huiran lifted his gaze toward the enormous estate before him, and thought that it was easily twice the size of the Tianzhong clan's grounds. Even so, he quietly resolved that one day his own clan would surpass it. His thoughts were interrupted when Zhuge Yohi suddenly spoke, asking whether he was planning something again. Turning toward her, he saw her standing with her arms crossed and a knowing grin on her face. She remarked that he did not seem like the sort of man who would behave so warmly toward a woman he had just met, which meant there had to be some other scheme behind his actions. Huiran clicked his tongue, silently admitting that she was sharp. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged that her guess was correct. Yohi's grin widened even further. She said it must have something to do with the Sangwan clan's Omniscient One, and even offered to make a prediction. With confidence, she declared that the Sangwan clan would never allow him to meet the Omniscient One. Huiran immediately raised his voice, demanding to know what she meant by that. Yohi calmly explained that as a vice pavilion master of the Zhuge clan, she often heard countless secrets circulating throughout the martial world. There was a certain history between the Sangwan clan and the Tianzhong clan, more specifically involving Huiran himself. Whether it stemmed from resentment or an old grievance, she was certain the clan would refuse his request outright. Huiran replied calmly that she would not have brought this up without reason, which meant she must already know another way around the problem. Yohi's expression turned serious as she suggested that they strike a deal. Huiran immediately called her out, asking if she wanted something in return. Yohi laughed and teased him, saying he was beginning to sound like the heir of an old merchant family. Before admitting that she did indeed have a favor to ask, she stepped closer and explained that several next-generation disciples would soon be visiting the Sangwan clan. During their stay, she wanted him to pretend to be her lover. Huiran did not respond right away. His eyes remained fixed on Yohi as his thoughts raced rapidly. The Sangwan clan. The next-generation disciples. Juga Yohi. In that moment, everything connected in his mind. The Sangwan clan's plan had already begun, and it was unfolding faster than he had expected. In the end, he reached forward and took Yohi's hand, speaking aloud that he would help her. Yohi smiled with satisfaction and said she would now explain how they could persuade the Sangwan patriarch. Later, inside the main hall of the Sangwan clan, Huiran stood before the patriarch and his wife, who sat high upon their thrones. Bowing deeply, he spoke with formal respect, introducing himself as young Huiran of the Tianzhong clan while offering his greetings to the Sangwan patriarch and his wife. Sangwan Biokin showed no reaction at all, while his wife, Ha Yongyo, appeared slightly surprised. The patriarch clicked his tongue and looked at Huiran with clear disdain, remarking that he was the very image of his father. He then glanced briefly toward his wife, who seemed uneasy. The patriarch continued, saying he had heard that Huiran wished to meet Nan Mingwak. Still bowing respectfully, Huiran replied that he had learned the man was currently being held by the Sangwan clan. The refusal came immediately. Huiran fell silent, realizing that everything was unfolding exactly as Yohi had predicted. If he wanted to succeed, he would have to face the long-buried history between the Sangwan clan and the Tianzhong clan. Yet instead of directing his appeal toward the patriarch, he followed Yohi's plan and turned his gaze toward Ha Yongyo. Their eyes met. Without warning, Huiran dropped to his knees and cried out for her to hear him out. Startled by the sudden act, Ha Yongyo rose from her seat. Huiran shouted that he was possessed by a ghost. Pressing a hand against his chest, his voice softened as he explained that it had once left him gravely ill. Although he was currently suppressing it, he warned that it could erupt again at any moment. Suddenly, his body began to tremble as he broke into violent coughing, gasping for breath while crying out in apparent pain. At once, Ha Yongyo turned sharply toward her husband and exclaimed that young Master Yong's condition looked serious and that he must be allowed to meet the Omniscient One. The patriarch stiffened and tried to assert himself, saying that this was his jurisdiction and not something she should interfere with. But she stepped forward, her voice rising as she demanded to know whether he would even refuse her request. He hesitated, muttering something about that man and his former wife. Her eyes grew cold as she cut him off and demanded to know if he was venting his anger from the past on an innocent son. The accusation struck him like a blade, leaving him frozen where he stood. She reminded him that he was supposed to be the patriarch of a respected clan. Then, unable to restrain her fury, she struck him again and again. Finally, he relented, raising his hands while shouting for her to stop. He said he would allow it if she would calm herself. Turning away, he barked an order for Chief Yo to escort young Master Yong to Nan Mingwak immediately. When he faced his wife again, unease was written plainly across his face as she continued glaring at him. From the side, Huiran watched the scene unfold, a quiet smile forming in his heart. Not long afterward, Huiran arrived at the prison dungeon. Chief Yo guided him down the cold stone steps, where the air grew heavier with every level they descended. As they moved deeper underground, Huiran wondered what kind of past could bind the Sangwan patriarch and his father together in such bitter hostility. They soon stopped in front of a dark cell. Chief Yo gestured toward it and said that this was the place. Turning to the bars, he called out to the Omniscient One, announcing that a guest had come to see him. Inside the cell, Nan Mingwak lay bound, heavy chains locking both his hands and feet in place. Slowly, he lifted his head and said that he was a man destined to die the following day, asking who could possibly have come to see him now. The moment his eyes met Huiran's, his entire body began to tremble. Fear overtook his face as he staggered backward until his back struck the wall. Raising a shaking finger, he pointed at Huiran and demanded to know who he was. Huiran briefly glanced at Chief Yo, but the man merely shrugged in response. Suddenly, Nan Mingwak screamed, asking what kind of being Huiran was to carry such a thing inside his body. His gaze swept over Huiran from head to toe. To his eyes, an enormous demonic presence filled the cell, an evil spirit towering behind Huiran while its sinister aura wrapped completely around him. Trembling, Nan Mingwak demanded to know why Huiran had come looking for him. Huiran stood silently before the cell, his eyes fixed on Nan Mingwak. After a moment, he finally spoke. He explained that a ghost was bound to him, and he needed to speak with that spirit. For that purpose, he required Nan Mingwak's help. Nan Mingwak scoffed immediately, dismissing the claim as nonsense. Yet before he could continue, Huiran cut him off by addressing him directly by name and title. Stepping closer to the bars, he lowered his voice and revealed that he knew Nan Mingwak was an emissary of the BAE cult. Awakening a soul and communicating with it should fall well within his abilities. Nan Mingwak's eyes sharpened at once. In a cold voice, he remarked that Huiran was far from an ordinary youth. Not only did he carry something terrifying within his body and still remain alive, he even knew Nan Mingwak's true identity. For a moment, the two men stared at each other in silence. Finally, Nan Mingwak asked whether Huiran truly wished to converse with his soul. He said that he could help, but only if Huiran agreed to help him in return. Huaren answered that he understood what Nan Mingwak was implying, but said it was impossible. The Sangwan Patriarch had already determined his fate, and by tomorrow, Nan Mingwak cut him off, declaring that if Huaren helped him, he could live. If it was Huaren who intervened, then Sangwan Mijong could be awakened and his own life would be spared. He began explaining everything in detail. After hearing him out, Huaren slowly summarized what he had understood. Sangwan Mijong had collapsed because her mind had split in two while practicing the split body sword art. Her personality had fractured into separate selves. Fearing that rumors would spread claiming their martial art was dangerous, the Sangwan clan had imprisoned Nan Mingwak and placed the blame on him. Nan Mingwak confirmed that this was true. He added that by using the soul inside Huaren, they could eliminate Mijong's other persona. If she awakened, he would be released. In return, he would allow Huaren to communicate with the entity sealed within him. He stressed that the being inside Huaren was no ordinary spirit, and without it, such a plan would be impossible. Huaren understood the gravity of the situation. 3 lives, Mijong's, Nan Mingwak's, and his own, now depended on this single gamble. Then, wearing a bright and fearless smile, he agreed. Nan Mingwak listened, then slowly nodded with clear satisfaction, remarking that the plan itself sounded promising, yet warning that before anything could proceed they first needed to convince the Sangwan Patriarch, which he bluntly described as the most difficult obstacle they would face. Huaren turned to leave, but just before stepping through the doorway he paused and glanced back, wearing the same confident smile as before, calmly stating that he already knew how to handle the Patriarch. Mingwak remained where he stood, staring after him in puzzled silence as Huaren walked away. Sometime later, outside the Sangwan courtyard, Huaren calmly laid everything out before the Patriarch and his wife, and soon the chains were removed, the gates swung open, and almost instantly Mingwak was no longer a captive. He stepped out into the open looking stunned, still unable to fully grasp what had just taken place, and after leaning closer to Huaren he asked in disbelief how he had managed to persuade that stubborn old man. Huaren did not respond. After a brief hesitation, Mingwak reached out and grabbed his hand, asking once more for his name. Only then did Huaren answer, "I am young Huaren of the Tianzhong clan." At that exact moment, Patriarch Sangwan Biokin loudly cleared his throat, forcing both of them to turn toward him as he stepped forward with a cold stare, declaring that he had agreed to their request only because his wife had insisted, and warning that if anything went wrong then not only Huaren but the entire Tianzhong clan would pay the price. With that sharp warning delivered, he spun around and strode away, his wife following beside him. Yet Haiyangyo stopped after a few steps. She slowly turned back, letting her gaze rest on Huaren for a quiet moment. In that silent exchange, Huaren made a vow within himself, though he spoke no words. Once the couple disappeared from view, Huaren and Mingwak turned toward the quarters behind them. Mingwak simply said that the time had come, and together they pushed the door open. Inside, Sangwan Mijong lay perfectly still at the center of the room, her body resting on a thin mattress with a blanket covering her unmoving form, while the air in the chamber felt strangely heavy. Without the slightest delay, Mingwak pulled a knife from his pocket and sliced open his palm, letting his blood drip down onto the floor. Then the blood moved. The crimson drops crept across the stone surface, twisting and spreading until they formed a ritual circle in the middle of the room. Mingwak instructed Huaren to step into the circle and sit cross-legged, and once Huaren followed the instruction, Mingwak placed his hand on top of his head. He explained that he was about to open Huaren's upper kai core in order to awaken the soul sleeping within him, and that once awakened, that soul would be transferred into Sangwan Mijong's own upper kai core so that her other persona could be erased. Huaren asked what he needed to do. Mingwak replied that there was almost nothing required from him. The spell would restrain the soul's power, but there was a chance it might attempt to speak, and if that happened then Huaren must not listen to a single word. "Let us begin," Mingwak declared. The entire room suddenly shook as the walls trembled violently, while immense pressure pressed inward from every direction, and the very air itself felt as if it were collapsing. A moment later, Mingwak shouted in alarm, realizing that something had gone terribly wrong, because the power of the soul was far stronger than he had anticipated, and he urgently warned young Master Yang that he must never lose against it. Agonizing pain ripped through Huaren's body, forcing him to clench his teeth as he struggled against the crushing force pressing down upon his mind. Then everything turned dark. When Huaren opened his eyes again, the world around him was no longer the same. An open palace saturated with demonic energy spread out before him, illuminated by the crimson glow of a burning red moon hanging in the sky. At the far end of the vast hall, a solitary figure sat quietly upon a throne formed from shadow. The moment Huaren's eyes landed on him, his heart tightened instantly. He recognized him. A frown creased his face as he tried to speak. "You are..." Before the words could leave his lips, the man seated on the throne spoke first, his voice sharp and cold enough to pierce through the air. "So, young Huaren, you dare attempt to use me." The armrest beneath the man's hand shattered as he rose to his feet. It was him, the ancient demon from Huaren's previous life, the very presence that had once seized control of his body. The demonic master. Huaren's eyes narrowed as the name became unmistakably clear in his mind, and in that moment he finally realized what this being truly was. The demonic master slowly lifted a single finger. Instantly, Huaren was forced down onto his knees. The stone floor cracked beneath the impact as his own body betrayed him, refusing to obey. He tried to move, but nothing responded. Step by step, the demonic master began descending from the throne, dense demonic chi gathering beneath his feet and solidifying with every stride, giving the impression that he was walking through the air itself. Soon he stopped directly in front of Huaren and looked down at him. He said he remembered their first encounter very clearly. Taking another step closer, his shadow swallowed Huaren completely as he recalled how weak and miserable Huaren had been back then, how he had come running while crying out, shouting, "Why are you fighting here?" even as his entire household lay massacred around him. The demon tilted his head slightly, as though searching through his memory, before a faint smirk appeared on his face. Yunhua, was that her name? The moment that name was spoken, Huaren's expression darkened. The demonic master continued speaking, openly mocking her as he said she had been weak, untrained, and ugly. His gaze drifted downward toward Huaren, who was still straining to rise while his body trembled with anger. With a rough breath, Huaren forced himself upward until he finally stood face to face with him. "Shut up." The demonic master's hand snapped forward and wrapped tightly around Huaren's throat. His eyes burned with frigid disdain as he demanded how Huaren dared speak with such arrogance. Huaren grabbed hold of the demon's wrist and, through clenched teeth, declared that he would kill him. The demonic master began to laugh, quietly at first, then louder and louder, until the sound boomed across the palace in a roaring echo that filled the entire hall. But gradually, that laughter shifted. Leaning closer, his breath brushing against Huaren's face, he asked with clear mockery whether Huaren truly believed such a thing could ever happen. Then he released his grip and said he would wait for that day. But not now, because the moment had not yet arrived. A grin slowly spread across his face as he placed a hand on Huaren's shoulder and told him that he would be watching. Suddenly, the world around them began to crack. The air fractured like shattered glass, thin breaks spreading rapidly in every direction until, in the very next instant, everything burst apart into countless pieces. As the entire realm collapsed into fragments, the demonic master's voice echoed through the empty void. "I'll be watching you, young Huaren." With a sharp gasp, Huaren snapped back to awareness, finding himself still seated inside the ritual circle. He pulled in breath after breath, his chest burning as though the air itself scraped his lungs. After a moment, he glanced over his shoulder, realizing that he had returned once again, and immediately wondered what had happened to Nair Mangwak. Behind him, Mangwak was bent over, coughing violently as blood spilled from his mouth. Yet even in that state he forced the words out between ragged breaths, saying that he had been certain young Master Young's soul had been completely devoured and that returning from such a state should have been impossible. Alarmed, Huaren hurried toward him and called out, asking if he was all right. But before he could get close, Mangwak suddenly shouted for him to stop. He must not step out. Narrowing his eyes, Mangwak declared that the ordeal was still far from finished because the technique had only just begun, and now they had to enter Sangwan Mijong's consciousness. Huaren hesitated, his voice heavy with concern as he asked what they were supposed to do when Mangwak's condition was deteriorating with every passing second. Mangwak shouted again, insisting there was no other choice, because both his own life and Huaren's future were resting on what happened right now. After a short silence, Huaren turned his gaze toward Sangwan Mijong and asked how they should proceed. Mangwak instructed him to place his hand on her head. Huaren followed the instruction without delay. The moment his palm rested against her head, Mangwak said that was good and told him to slowly guide his inner energy into her upper kai core. Huaren began circulating his chi as directed. Only seconds passed before a violent eruption of dark energy burst from Mijong's body. Huaren groaned inwardly, realizing at once that the old man's power had begun running wild again. From behind him, Mangwak urgently called out, telling young Master Yang to use the energy just as he had done before, but explaining that this time he would not be entering her soul. Instead, he would enter her mind. The dark kai surged even more fiercely, shaking the entire chamber as Mangwak continued shouting instructions. Huaren had to locate the real Sangwan Mijong inside her consciousness, identify the false one, and erase it completely. Then everything fell silent. When Huaren opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an entirely different place. The moment he looked around, he recognized it. This was the Sangwan clan. A small child ran past him, laughing brightly, and the instant Huaren saw her face his heart tightened. It was Sangwan Mijong. Farther away, he noticed an older version of her sitting alone on a set of stairs, her expression distant and withdrawn. Nearby, another Mijong walked past arm in arm with Yusul, smiling softly. And when Huaren looked farther ahead, he saw yet another version of her, this one surrounded by dark chi, her body splitting apart as though something inside her had torn her in two. Only then did the realization strike him. He was witnessing the entirety of her life unfolding before him, from the innocence of childhood all the way to the exact instant when her mind had fractured into two separate selves. A voice suddenly spoke behind him. "Oh my, a guest has come to visit." Another voice followed immediately after, colder and filled with suspicion. "Guest? More like an intruder." Huaren turned around. Two identical Mijongs stood side by side, staring directly at him without even blinking. He froze in place. They were completely indistinguishable, not just in their faces, but in every physical detail, exactly as Nan Mangwak had described. The divided self. Mi Zhang, standing on the left, spoke first, her tone playful and teasing as she asked whether he was staring because they were beautiful, or because he was trying to decide which one among them was real. Huaren remained silent, still caught in stunned disbelief. The two turned toward each other and stepped closer until their bodies touched, their movement so natural it was as if they were a single person reflected twice. Mi Zhang on the left chuckled softly and remarked that it was pointless, asking whether he truly believed he could tell the difference when they shared the same face and the same body. Mi Zhang on the right quietly agreed. Huaren cleared his throat and deliberately looked away, dryly commenting that they seemed far too intimate for two halves of the same person. In that moment, realization struck him. Their bodies might be identical, but their personalities could not be. If one of them was a false half, there would have to be a flaw somewhere, a contradiction. He stepped forward. Mi Zhang on the right tilted her head slightly and asked if he had already figured it out. Huaren replied that he had a rough idea. Meanwhile, Mi Zhang on the left slowly licked her finger, then slipped an arm around the other's waist and used her free hand to tilt her face upward. Only then did she ask him which one he believed to be the real Sangwan Mi Zhang. Mi Zhang on the right quietly told her to let go. Huaren paused for a moment. Then he smiled. He explained that before coming to the Sangwan clan, he had spoken with Yusul, who had described her older sister as both mischievous and lively while also possessing moments of calm distance. Two opposing dispositions existing within the same body. That, he said, was the very reason Sangwan Mi Zhang had grown obsessed with the split body sword technique. There was no real or fake between them. There was simply two halves of the same whole. Mi Zhang on the left widened her eyes. "Ah, I've been found out." At that instant, the entire world around them began to tremble, and Huaren realized that her inner world was collapsing. The two Mi Zhangs turned toward each other, clasped hands, and spoke at the same time, their words directed not at Huaren but at themselves. "You're right. There was never a fake. We are both the real me." Then their eyes shifted back toward him. "But I suppose that is true for you as well, isn't it, young Huaren?" Sky Ocean Merchant Union leader. Huaren froze where he stood. One of them stepped forward and placed her hand against his chest, explaining that their energy cores were now connected and their minds had become linked. Just as he had witnessed her life, she had also seen his. The leader of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. The hero known as the Flying Dragon Sword. Two separate lives existing within a single body. She leaned closer, her voice lowering to a quiet murmur. "Young Huaren, you and I are more alike than I thought." Huaren staggered back, attempting to speak, but she interrupted him immediately, telling him not to worry because the one who would awaken would remember none of this. She then returned to her other self. The two embraced tightly while the collapsing mindscape continued to crumble around them. In the silence that followed, a wet sound echoed faintly, like drops of blood striking the ground. Huaren opened his eyes in the real world once more. From behind him, Mindwhack shouted urgently, demanding to know what had happened. Had he destroyed the false one and found the real Sangwan Mi Zhang? Slowly, Huaren pushed himself to his feet. For the first time, he felt the strange realization that someone had truly understood the truth of his regression. His two lives, one born from tragedy and despair, the other shaped through strength and hope, and he could not help but wonder which of them was the real him. Or if, like Sangwan Mi Zhang, he was not one or the other but both at once. He turned his gaze toward her. Mi Zhang still lay on the mattress without moving. Then, faintly, her eyelids trembled before slowly opening. As she pushed herself upright, blood suddenly spilled from her lips. Both Huaren and Mindwhack lunged forward at the same moment, alarmed voices calling out her formal title in unison. Huaren turned sharply toward Mindwhack, his voice tight with concern as he demanded to know whether everything would truly be all right. Mindwhack, although clearly shaken by the sight of blood, forced himself to remain composed and answered steadily, explaining that the bleeding was actually proof the ritual had succeeded, because the stagnant blood inside her body had to be expelled, and if she had not coughed it out the outcome would have been far worse. When the violent coughing finally subsided, Mi Zhang slowly raised her head. Her eyes drifted across the room until they stopped on Huaren. Her memory seemed clouded, yet she said she faintly recognized his face even though she could not recall what had happened. Huaren stepped forward and introduced himself formally as young Huaren of the Tianzhong clan, lowering his head in a respectful bow as he asked how she felt. Mi Zhang glanced down at her own body and tested her breathing before replying that she felt fine. Better, in fact, than before she had collapsed. But her gaze soon sharpened as she questioned him directly, asking why someone from a clan with no connection to hers would go so far to save her and what exactly he expected in return. Huaren met her eyes without answering. After a moment of silence, he turned toward the door and said they could discuss that matter later, because for now her family needed to know that she had awakened safely. Outside, Patriarch Sangwan Biokin and Lady Haiyang Yo were already waiting. The instant Mi Zhang saw them, tears spilled from her eyes as she struggled to her feet and called out, "Father, Mother." Steadying herself, she walked toward them, but when she reached the threshold she paused. Without turning back, she said they would speak in more detail next time. Then she tilted her head slightly toward Huaren and added, "And thank you again, young Master Young, omniscient one." In the next moment, she rushed forward and threw herself into her parents' arms. Standing near the doorway, Mindwhack let out a long breath before telling Huaren that he had performed exceptionally well. To survive direct interference with another soul and still manage to save Sangwan Mijong without leaving any lasting damage was no small achievement. Extending his hand, he remarked that it was a remarkable accomplishment. Huiran hesitated only briefly before meeting the gesture with a firm fist, replying that Manhwa had worked hard as well, and then calmly stating that it was time for him to fulfill the request he had made earlier. Manhwa agreed, but explained that before anything else they would need to construct a barrier capable of suppressing the volatile power of the soul, and that preparing such a measure would take a day or two. He asked Huiran to be patient. Huiran turned toward the door, saying he would wait until he was summoned. Just as he reached it, Manhwa suddenly called out from behind him, "Oh," in young Master Yong. He cleared his throat awkwardly, his face turning red as he stumbled over his own words. When two souls brushed against one another, even if only briefly, a strange sort of closeness could form, and that effect became especially noticeable between a man and a woman, so he suggested that Huiran keep that in mind. Then, clearly overwhelmed with embarrassment, he abruptly turned around and shouted that he did not want to discuss it any further. Huiran could only blink in confusion as he watched the old man hurry away into the night. Later, inside the guest quarters prepared for him within the Sangwan estate, Huiran settled down to meditate. The calm did not last long. The image of the demonic master suddenly cut through his mind like a blade. He jolted awake with a sharp gasp, clutching his chest while his pulse thundered, as the memory of everything that had occurred replayed in his thoughts, the clash against that monstrous being and the mind-tearing force of the split-body sword technique. Then, in a flash, clarity struck him. Sangwan Mijong. Her divided consciousness. Huiran immediately jumped to his feet, grabbed a pen and sheet of paper, and began writing at frantic speed. The Sangwan clan. Brilliant Mana. Soul Origin Sect. Ocean Lunar Temple. Immortal Paradise House. As the names filled the page, his hand trembled when the pattern finally revealed itself. Every one of these places had been visited by Holy Yang during Huiran's previous life, and every one of them practiced martial arts originating from the same lineage. Sangwan clan. Split Buddy Sword Art. Li Wang Jiang. Phantom Mind and Soul. Soul Origins Sect, Harmony Fusion Art. Ocean Lunar Temple, Split Energy Mind Art. Immortal Paradise House, Left-Right Split Mind Art. Each of them had divided the mind for the same reason. The two opposing energies within the Tide Depth Heaven Tome could not coexist. Hakio Ryong had shattered his own psyche in order to prevent energy deviation. Huiran straightened, a surge of exhilaration rushing through him as laughter escaped his lips. Incredible. Truly incredible. Kyo Ryong. Stepping outside beneath the cold glow of the moon, he made his decision. First, he would ask Mijong for assistance in stabilizing the demonic master's soul. After that, he would travel to the Immortal Paradise House and obtain the left-right split mind art, using the golden plaque that still remained in Cho Wuhi's possession. Not far away, Yohei and Yusul noticed him pacing beneath the moonlight. Yohei muttered that she wondered what could possibly keep him so restless at such a late hour. Then she turned toward Yusul with a sly grin and teased that perhaps he felt uncomfortable staying within the Sangwan clan's estate. Yusul's cheeks flushed red. She murmured that even when he seemed lost in thought he carried such dignity, and she was certain he must be planning something significant, perhaps even thinking about when he would marry her. With a dreamy expression, she added that any timing would be fine with her. Yohei grimaced, then smacked Yusul on the arm and reminded her that young Master Parang will be arriving the next day, which meant they might not see young Master Young for quite some time. Yohei shivered slightly and turned away. I'll go ahead. Just thinking about that Parang guy stare gives me goosebumps. Only then did Yusul notice that Huiran was standing not far away. She flinched in surprise before quickly hurrying after Yohei. Wait for me. Left alone again, Huiran drew his sword. Beneath the pale silver of the moonlight, he began moving through a rapid sequence of motions, leaping high. Huiran leapt upward, slicing through the air before descending in a smooth arc and guiding the blade back into its sheath. A slow breath escaped him as he steadied his body. Ever since facing the demonic master, he had gained the ability to consciously draw upon a fragment of that being's strength, roughly equal to 30 years of cultivation. Yet every time he did so the power tore violently through his body. Clutching his chest, he muttered that true control would only be possible once Nan Mindwhack helped him stabilize it. He removed his shirt and let out a tired sigh. My head's a mess. From the darkness nearby, a soft voice drifted out. So beautiful. Without thinking, he replied, I agree. Beautiful. The words had barely left his lips before he froze in place. Spinning around in alarm, he hurriedly tried to cover himself. Ooh, who's there? Sangwan Mijong stepped forward from the shadows, a quiet laugh escaping her as her eyes lingered on him. She remarked on his impressive physique, and Huiran immediately grew flustered, stumbling over his words as he addressed her nervously as Lady Sangwan. She walked closer and extended her hand, her fingers brushing lightly against him while saying she wanted to see more of the man who had saved her life. Huiran instinctively stepped back, trying to explain himself, but she interrupted him before he could finish. She said that after today it would likely be difficult for them to meet again, because she would become very busy starting tomorrow. The realization struck him instantly. Tomorrow, the day they would arrive at the Sangwan clan. He asked if that was the information she was offering in return for saving her. Mijong only laughed softly and shook her head, saying that was not the case. The life of Sangwan Mijong was not so cheap. With that, she bowed and promised that someday she would repay him many times over. Huiran remained silent for a moment before bowing in return and telling her to take care of herself. Noticing how late it had become, she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused and glanced back at him. She told him that he should take more pride in himself, because risking one's life to save another was never easy. Even if he had his own motives, that truth remained unchanged. He had saved her life. Flying Dragon Sword Hero. In the next instant, she leapt upward and vanished into the night sky. Silence slowly settled over the courtyard. Huiran pressed a hand against his chest and quietly repeated the word hero while a faint breeze stirred the leaves beneath the moonlit sky. The following day, he stood with Manhwa on a quiet bridge. Manhwa shook his head in disbelief, commenting that Huiran had somehow encountered an old man and lost his memory. Huiran confirmed it without hesitation. Manhwa then admitted that he had suspected something from the very moment he first saw him. The overwhelming surge of chi surrounding Huiran, the lingering traces of corruption, and the strange intent that clung to him all suggested a single possibility: the spirit possession technique of the Manhwa sect. When Huiran asked what that meant, Manhwa explained that it was a forbidden method that allowed one soul to be transferred into another person's body. The Manhwa sect's version was particularly brutal, because it destroyed the original soul and forcibly seized the body for the intruding one, a technique created purely for domination. Huiran stepped forward at once, firmly insisting that he was completely fine, but Manhwa stumbled backward before revealing the truth. Huiran had not yet lost himself, though the corruption inside him was still slowly consuming him. Hearing this, Huiran lowered his head and quietly asked whether there was any possible way to stop it. Manhwa replied that there was indeed a method, yet among all the techniques he knew, it was both the most dangerous and the one least likely to succeed. When Huiran asked what would happen if the attempt failed, Manhwa rested a hand on his shoulder and said that such a risk was nothing compared to the act of risking one's life for a stranger. Huiran's eyes widened as the memory of their very first meeting suddenly resurfaced, and noticing the reaction, Manhwa smirked and remarked that he had a trick prepared. Lowering his head once more, Huiran tried to bring up both Mijong and someone else. Yet before he could finish, a loud voice suddenly called out his title from behind. The next moment, Yohi rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. Startled by the sudden embrace, Huiran asked what she was doing, and with her face flushed bright red, Yohi reminded him of the promise he had made. Huiran quickly remembered her request, that he pretend to be her lover until the visitors had left, and he quietly acknowledged it. Without wasting another moment, Yohi grabbed his shoulder and began pulling him away, insisting that he come with her immediately, while Manhwa simply waved them off and told Huiran he would contact him once the preparations were complete. Later that day, they arrived at a luxurious inn whose interior was carefully divided by elegant partitions, each one offering both privacy and a place where secrets could remain unseen. Huiran and Yohi took their seats beside each other at a long table, while dishes continued to arrive one after another. As he silently observed the whole, Huiran thought the entire place reeked of vanity. Even the quarters he had stayed in within the Sky Ocean Merchant Union had not been this excessively lavish. Soon, a deep rumbling sound rolled through the street outside as a lengthy convoy of carriages approached. An attendant immediately noticed the commotion and sharply ordered a servant to act. Watching the scene unfold, Huiran glanced around and realized that only a single servant had been assigned to him, which made him wonder how many attendants the others must command. The Tianzhong clan could not stand on equal footing with the Seomon or Peng clans. Yet even so, the difference still felt striking. His thoughts soon drifted toward Peng Jiok and Seomon Yuan. When he tried to recall details about Seom Yuan, he realized that little actually came to mind. Peng Jiok, however, was another matter entirely. Known as the Blade Tiger Dragon, Peng Jiok wielded the legendary Five-Tiger Severing Blade, a technique said to be the greatest blade art throughout all of Jianghu. Peng Jiok had forged his reputation using nothing but a single blade, and one day he would rise to immense renown. If that was the path awaiting him, then his current strength was already formidable. Yohi lightly tapped Huiran on the shoulder and whispered that the guests had arrived. Soon afterward, footsteps echoed through the hall as the group entered. Huiran turned his head and immediately recognized them. Seomon Su Sol, Peng Qiaorian, Seomon Seo Yun, Peng Jiok, and Sang Wyan Zhuoing, and their eyes settled on Huiran and Yohi until Sang Wyan Zhuoing stepped forward, introducing him as the young man who had saved his sister, Mi Zhong, and as the heir of the Tianzhong clan. At once, Seomon Seosul lifted a hand to cover her mouth as laughter burst out of her. Standing beside her, Seoman Seo Yun wore a knowing grin while his sister continued laughing, and after a moment she fixed her gaze directly on Huiran, the mockery in her eyes impossible to hide. The Tianzhong clan. She said she had never even heard of such a name, sneering that it must belong to some rustic, backwater sect. Sang Wyan Zhuoing then announced that he would leave them to speak among themselves before turning and departing. The instant he was gone, Yohi fired back sharply, calling them the real country bumpkins. Huiran merely smiled in response. He offered a polite bow and greeted her respectfully as Miss Seomon, explaining that his clan rarely involved itself in outside affairs, so it was only natural that their name was not widely known. He calmly added that her unfamiliarity did not stem from ignorance or inexperience, and therefore there was no reason for her to worry about it. Peng Qiaorian gave a quiet chuckle at Huiran's words, clearly amused. At the same moment, Seoman Sol's expression snapped with anger as she pointed straight at him, her glare blazing. What? Ignorance, she demanded, her teeth clenched and her voice sharp with outrage. Before the situation could erupt any further, her brother Seo Yun lifted a hand and calmly intervened. Since the rising geniuses of the new generation had all gathered here, he suggested that they might as well sit down together and speak like civilized people. Gradually, everyone settled around the table, though the atmosphere remained thick with unspoken tension. Peng Qiaorian was the first to break the silence. She introduced herself to Huiran and commented that his tongue was dangerously sharp. Oddly enough, she admitted she liked people like that, because those who spoke with quick wit usually wielded even sharper blades. Huiran examined her quietly. So this was Peng Jiok's sister, the woman who would later guide the Peng clan into its golden era alongside her brother. In his mind, Huiran acknowledged that the true heavyweights had now assembled in this place. Seoman Sol soon shifted her attention to the Yang clan's heir, her gaze briefly flicking toward Juvi Yohi before she spoke, bluntly asking whether the two of them were involved in some kind of relationship. Immediately, Peng Jiok's eyes narrowed. Yohi simply chuckled, her tone casual as she explained that the Yang clan heir had been connected with their clan for quite some time, though recently they had become closer than before. Seonam Yun slowly nodded, saying he understood. He then recalled that Miss Qianjiang was supposed to marry the Yang clan heir, and he wondered aloud whether this recent closeness had anything to do with that matter. The table suddenly shook as Peng Jiok slammed his palm down and shot to his feet. His voice roared through the room as he demanded to know how Seoman Yun could say such a thing, accusing him of insulting Miss Juvi Yohi's morality. Their gazes met instantly, sparks flashing between them. Seoman Yun answered with a courteous smile that never reached his eyes. If his words had been misunderstood, he offered a polite apology, explaining that he had only spoken out of concern, then adding that although both women belonged to the Zhuge clan, there were still two entirely different individuals. Peng Jiok said nothing, his jaw tightening as anger simmered just beneath the surface. From the side, Huiran quietly took a slow sip of his drink while observing the scene in silence. By now it was obvious. Peng Jiok seemed to hold feelings for Yohi. For a brief moment, Huiran wondered whether that was the real reason Yohi had asked him to pretend to be her lover, but the thought vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, because someone like her would never act without another scheme hidden behind a move. Almost as if she had been waiting for the moment, Yohi suddenly smiled sweetly and declared that Qianjiang and Huiran had recently ended their engagement, meaning there was nothing improper about the relationship she now had with him. The statement struck like thunder. Startled, Huiran instantly spat his drink across the table. Peng Jiok could only stare in stunned disbelief, stammering helplessly as he struggled to put words together. Before he could gather himself, Seoman Yun simply smiled and said that he understood. He then added that, considering how poorly the Tianzhong clan had been doing lately, perhaps the broken engagement was actually for the best. A heavy silence settled across the table. Huiran's eyes slowly narrowed. The intent behind those words was obvious. They were a blatant and shameless provocation. In Huiran's mind, Seoman Yun had always been nothing more than a mediocre young martial artist, the kind of person who would never leave a lasting mark on the future, yet a single memory still surfaced, recalling the one incident that had once made Seoman Yun's name briefly known. With a faint smile, Huiran spoke in a calm and even voice, asking whether Seoman Yun himself was not supposed to be engaged to Miss Huangbo Zhiyang. Huiran remembered the truth perfectly well. That engagement had fallen apart because Seoman Yun had been unfaithful with another woman. So Huiran gently added that Seoman Yun must have chosen that path because he had already recognized his own inferiority. The change in Seoman Yun's expression was immediate as fury twisted across his face. Off to the side, Peng Qiaorian casually remarked to her brother that she had thought they had simply come here to eat and pass the time. Seoman Yun slowly turned back toward Huiran, his gaze dark and unsettling, and said that what Huiran had just said sounded very much like an insult to the Seoman clan. Huiran only smiled and calmly asked whether Seoman Yun's earlier remark had not been an insult directed at the Tianzhong clan. Seoman Yun paused in silence for a brief moment before abruptly shoving the dishes aside across the table. His voice rang out as he declared that he had heard Huiran carried the title of the Flying Dragon Sword Hero, and gripping his sword, he loudly demanded to witness Huiran's skill for himself. The room fell completely still. Before long, the entire group arrived at the dueling grounds. From the side, Yohi watched the situation unfold with narrowed eyes. Originally, she had intended to provoke Peng Jiok over an incident that would take place in the future, yet this useless Seoman Yun had taken the bait instead. In her mind, she concluded that he was a fool, losing control of his temper after trying to mock the Yang clan heir. But even so, the outcome suited her plans perfectly, because this would be the ideal opportunity to see the Yang clan heir's true strength with her own eyes. Nearby, Peng Qiaorian, still holding a piece of meat in her hand, casually asked her brother which of the two he believed would win. Peng Jiok paused for a moment before answering. He explained that the light vestige blade, Seoman Yun, had been born into a powerful clan and had grown up consuming countless elixirs, yet he also believed the Yang clan heir was far from an ordinary opponent, especially after recently defeating Jiao Quang in a duel. In the end, he concluded that the two of them should be evenly matched. At the center of the dueling grounds, Seoman Yun faced Huiran and remarked that he had heard about Huiran's recent victories. Drawing his sword, he shouted that Huiran could never hope to rival the legion-conquering blade of his clan. Seoman Yun proclaimed that his martial arts represented the fastest among the fast, and that this fight would end within only a handful of moves. Huiran slowly unsheathed his sword, his stance calm and unwavering, and answered with a single line, telling Seoman Yun to attack whenever he wished. A heavy silence settled over the dueling grounds as the two men stared at each other. Then, in the very next instant, Seoman Yun burst forward. As he rushed in to close the distance, he noticed Huiran's eyes gently shut, and a cruel smile spread across his face. In that moment he decided Huiran was a fool, too slow and far too arrogant, and resolved to run him through in order to teach him his place. His sword thrust forward. Just as the blade was about to land, Huiran's eyes snapped open. In that same heartbeat, he raised his own sword and halted Seoman Yun's strike completely. Seoman Yun's eyes widened in shock. He could not believe that his super speed attack had been blocked. Before he even had a chance to pull back, Huiran's left hand tightened into a fist as Kai surged violently around it. Taking a sharp step forward, he unleashed his fighting dragon fist straight into Seoman Yun's abdomen. The blow sent Seoman Yun flying backward, his body crashing violently into the wall before dropping heavily to the ground. Shock spread through the crowd as every gaze locked onto Huiran. Seoman's soul screamed and rushed to her brother's side, only to discover that he had already lost consciousness. Nearby, Peng Qiaorian stared in disbelief. The duel had ended in a single exchange. Turning to her brother, she asked whether he had managed to follow Seoman Yun's blade. For a moment, Huiran remained silent. Peng Jiok broke the quiet with a smirk, explaining that he had been born into the Peng clan and had held a sword since the moment he learned how to walk. Even so, he admitted that he had only barely been able to track the Seoman sword style, while Huiran had seen through it completely. He admitted that challenging someone who had just completed a fight was improper, yet despite that, he sincerely asked for the chance to cross blades. As Huiran looked at him, he could feel it clearly. Peng Jiok was different. His heart was straightforward, and his pursuit of martial arts was completely genuine. And men like that were the ones who eventually carved their names into the world. A faint smile appeared on Huiran's face as he finally answered. Accepting the challenge, he said that he also wished to see the blade of the Hebei Peng clan for himself. As news of another duel spread, more people hurried toward the training grounds, forming a growing crowd around the arena. One spectator shouted in disbelief, astonished that Peng Jiok intended to face the Flying Dragon Sword hero immediately after the latter's battle with the Light Vestige blade, and the gathering audience erupted with excitement, voices rising together in thunderous cheers. After a brief pause, Peng Jiok reached for his weapon. Slowly pulling the sword from its sheath, he declared that the blade of the Peng clan followed the path of pure dominance, and in this match he would demonstrate a technique his clan had been researching for many years, the five-tiger severing blade. Huiran answered in the same spirit, drawing his own weapon while naming it the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword of the Tianzhong clan. Peng Jiok nodded at the name, remarking that it was a good one before announcing that he would begin. Gripping his sword with both hands, he raised it high above his head, and as chi surged into the blade, he brought it crashing downward, releasing a violent burst of energy that erupted around him. Huiran narrowed his eyes. From that overwhelming pressure alone, he immediately recognized the technique, blade resonance. The sensation was like hearing the roar of a lion itself. He settled into his stance as a quiet resolve formed in his heart. This battle, too, he would win. Planting his feet firmly, Huiran surged forward straight toward Peng Jiok. The two met head-on. The instant their swords collided, a powerful shockwave of chi rippled outward through the arena. As their blades pressed against one another, Huiran realized just how overwhelming the force behind Peng Jiok's strike truly was. If not for the heart method he had obtained from the Zhang siblings, that very first clash would already have decided the battle. Clenching his teeth, Huiran forced Peng Jiok's sword upward. A flash of surprise crossed Peng Jiok's eyes before he broke into a smirk and shouted, "Good." Immediately afterward, he swung again, slamming his blade down against Huiran's sword with crushing strength. At the edge of the arena, Peng Qiaorian watched the exchange with shining eyes, declaring that it was truly a clash between a tiger and a dragon, and that the sight of such a battle made her blood boil with excitement. Then, turning toward the Seoman siblings standing behind her, she boldly challenged Seoman Yun to fight her next, only for him to shake his head in visible horror. Back in the arena, Peng Jiok suddenly leapt high into the air toward Huiran. Huiran responded instantly, slashing upward to meet the attack. Peng Jiok blocked the strike firmly, the ring of steel echoing as their weapons collided yet again, and for a brief moment the two remained frozen there, their blades locked together. With a satisfied smile, Peng Jiok spoke, saying that if the fight continued any longer, his dangerous urge to see the battle through to the very end might awaken. Then Peng Jiok slid his blade back into its sheath, bowed respectfully, and said it had been a great duel. Huiran returned the bow and replied with a light scoff that he must say the same. Peng Jiok stepped closer and set a hand on Huiran's shoulder. His face flushed red as a wide, excited grin spread across it, and almost bouncing where he stood, he began firing questions one after another. How was my blade art? Was it sharp? How fast was it? Did you feel the dominance behind it? Huiran gave an awkward smile, uncertain how honest his answer should be. He had already recognized something important. The five-tiger severing blade carried faint traces of the Soaring Dragon Emperor's sword. From what he remembered of the future, This technique would eventually be created by combining the Peng clan's dominant power severing blade with a demonic sword art, meaning Peng Jiok had not yet fully unified those two paths. After a moment, Huiran finally spoke. He explained that he had sensed a flaw similar to one that existed within his own clan's martial arts, a problem his clan had been pondering for quite some time, and he suggested that they continue discussing it somewhere quieter. Peng Jiok's eyes immediately brightened. He exclaimed that Huiran had truly noticed it and said he was deeply impressed by such insight. Then, brimming with excitement, added that he wanted to exchange more ideas about martial arts and invited Huiran to visit him anytime. As Huiran walked away from the dueling grounds, Yohi called out to him, remarking that the young clan heir had improved greatly. Leaning slightly closer, she added that he had not been this strong when he fought Jiuquang before. Huiran answered awkwardly that he simply learned quickly. Yohi hummed in suspicion and remarked that at this rate, she might have to bring him into the Union. Her words struck Huiran like a sudden jolt. The Union, he thought. So this had been the Zhuge clan's intention all along. Yohi then turned as if remembering something and corrected herself, saying she had business to attend to. After taking a few steps, she glanced back over her shoulder, gave a small wave, and told him to rest well before disappearing around the corner. Once she was gone, Huiran slowly let out a long breath. Now that everything is settled, it's time to visit the Omniscient One. That same afternoon, Huiran stood before Manhwa inside a carefully carved ritual circle. Manhwa confirmed that every preparation had been completed, and when Huiran commented on the overwhelming complexity of the array, the old man admitted that he had never attempted a ritual of this kind before and warned that the consequences might be irreversible. Huiran simply smiled and said, "Let's begin." Manhwa smiled back, clearly impressed by his determination, before handing him a bowl filled with a thick red liquid. "Drink this," he instructed. "It will help you achieve what you seek." The bowl set in his hands held a thick crimson liquid, dense like blood and carrying a strange, unfamiliar scent. Nan Manhwa spoke calmly, explaining that this was the final key, and that if young Huiran truly wished to reach what he sought, he must drink it without doubt. Huiran showed no hesitation. He lifted the bowl and emptied it in a single swallow, the bitter heat sliding down his throat like liquid fire. When the last drop disappeared, he lowered the bowl, folded his legs beneath him, and settled into a lotus position as his breathing gradually slowed and his gaze sharpened. Quietly, he declared that he was ready. Manhwa stepped forward and rested his palm on top of Huiran's head, his voice dropping into a low and measured tone. This time, he explained, he would not guide him from the outside but would step directly into Huiran's realm of consciousness. If fate allowed it, they would finally stand face to face with that lingering soul, and if that moment came, Huiran must act according to his own will, without fear and without hesitation. The air began to tremble. A violent current surged between them as the spell ignited, power twisting and coiling like a storm unleashed. For a brief instant, everything dissolved into blinding white. Then there was silence. Young Huiran slowly opened his eyes. He was no longer inside the chamber. Before him stretched an ancient forest swallowed in pale mist, its towering trees standing rigid and unmoving, their branches twisted like frozen claws. The air felt heavy and oppressive, so still that even the faintest sound seemed absent. Not a single insect dared to break the quiet. And there, partly hidden among tangled roots and scattered leaves, lay a shattered carriage. The instant Huiran's eyes fell upon it, recognition struck him. The emblem carved into the splintered wood was unmistakable. It belonged to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, his union. He stepped forward slowly, eyes narrowing as fragments of memory flickered at the edges of his mind. Then a voice echoed suddenly through the fog. "So, you finally arrived." The sound cut cleanly through the forest's suffocating stillness. From the shadows between the trees, a figure began to emerge, moving slowly as though he had been waiting for this exact moment. His presence felt wrong, heavy and suffocating, like a weight pressing down on the world itself. He lazily stretched his neck and let out a quiet chuckle, remarking that he had been dying of boredom. Then he stepped completely into view. The demonic master. A crooked smile spread across his face, mocking yet deliberate, every movement carried out with careful intent. His eyes locked onto Huiran as though examining prey he had long expected to see. Glancing briefly at the wrecked carriage and the mist-filled forest around them, he casually asked whether Huiran liked the setting. His voice dripped with amusement as he addressed him clearly and without mistake. The heir of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. Young Huiran. The chapter begins within a hazy, otherworldly void, where Huiran stands face to face with an elderly man, and the stillness is broken when the old figure sneers at him, calling him the pig of the Qianhe Merchant Guild while remarking that Huiran has changed greatly since the day they first met, having shed the softness he once carried. Yet although his words sound like praise on the surface, the tone beneath them drips with ridicule as he mocks the sight of a plump merchant pretending to be a martial artist, claiming that ever since Huiran returned to the past and ate the sword rice of a warrior, he has become arrogant merely because he gained a flashy nickname. The old man reveals himself as Suk Jamyang, but Huiran remains unmoved by the insults and answers with a cold, cutting response, remarking that the old man talks far too much while questioning whether this frail figure is truly the same person whose name once made the martial world tremble. Huiran presses further, reminding him of the first time they met, when the so-called Great Master had been desperately fleeing from masked pursuers, and he ends the remark mercilessly by declaring that the old man is now nothing more than a parasite surviving only by clinging to Hwarin's body. The accusation instantly twists Suk Jamyang's face with rage, and he snaps back by asking whether Hwarin has ever truly wondered how his martial strength rose so quickly and so dramatically, scoffing at the idea that such progress could come from talent alone, and insisting that the Gango is not a world that rewards natural gifts so generously. Shouting in fury, he claims full credit for everything, declaring that it was only because of Suk Jamyang that Hwarin learned martial arts with such ease and climbed through the ranks at incredible speed. And he demands recognition for the countless deadly situations Hwarin survived only because the old man's internal energy supported him from within. Suk Jamyang then reveals his real objective, to completely destroy Hwarin's soul and seize control of his body in order to steal his cultivation. And as he speaks, dark crimson chains of energy manifest behind him, forming the symbols of the binding curse he intends to enforce while he lectures Hwarin about the law of equivalent exchange, insisting that whenever one gains something, something else must inevitably be lost. Hwarin refuses to yield, calmly drawing his blade so that its steel glimmers within the empty void, rejecting the parasite's claim while declaring his true identity as the young master of the Tianzhong Yang, the heavenly central dragon gate, and with a grim smile he invites the ghost from the past to share one final sword dance. As their energies surge and collide, Hwarin realizes the true nature of the battlefield, understanding that this is not the physical world at all but the world of consciousness, the inner realm of a human mind. And when Suk Jamyang senses this realization, he arrogantly announces that he will grant Hwarin a handicap before the killing begins, offering something useful in this mental battlefield. Yet before the confrontation escalates further, a vivid memory suddenly rises within Hwarin's thoughts to steady him, and he recalls his friend Emijong as the image of Emijong wearing official robes appears clearly in the void, carrying with it a vital piece of advice from the past while Hwarin remembers Emijong's voice guiding him, instructing him to imagine a particular metaphor for ascension. The guidance he recalls tells him to picture it clearly, to imagine a carp fighting through violent currents, slamming again and again against rough waters, enduring the relentless battering of the waves until the instant of Tolti arrives, the moment of transformation when the carp finally leaps beyond the falls and becomes a dragon. Their battle explodes into motion. Suk Jamyang, cloaked in sinister, dark energy, launches his assault while Hwarin answers with a brilliant and untainted aura, and the speed of their exchange grows so violent that the very fabric of the mental realm begins to tear under the strain. At one moment Suk Jamyang swings down with a crushing overhead strike, yet Hwarin intercepts and deflects it cleanly, a response that visibly shocks the old man because the technique used is a concealed secret art, one Suk Jamyang never imagined Hwarin possessed. Determined to finish the struggle immediately, Suk Jamyang gathers a violent storm of crimson energy before unleashing a devastating barrage that floods the entire space with crushing pressure, a force powerful enough to threaten the complete destruction of Hwarin's consciousness. Yet within that overwhelming torrent of hostile power, Hwarin finds a brief instant of perfect clarity. Turning his focus inward, he recalls the philosophy that shaped his growth, picturing in his mind the image of a carp battling against brutal currents, repeatedly smashing against the rushing water while refusing to yield. He meditates on the instant of Telti, the transformation when the carp leaps beyond the waterfall and rises as a dragon. Hwarin pours that vision directly into his blade, stepping forward toward the edge of his own limits, advancing toward what could be his end as he walks a path of golden light that slices through Suk Jamyang's darkness. The chapter closes with Hwarin surrounded by a radiant golden aura as he launches his counterattack, a moment marking his ascent from a mere merchant into a true dragon of the martial world. The chapter opens in the chaotic aftermath of a massive red-hued explosion. Suk Jamyang stands alone within the swirling debris, his chest rising and falling heavily as exhaustion grips him. He surveys the devastation and convinces himself that no one could possibly survive such a blast unharmed. Yet as the dust lingers in the air, unease begins to creep in. Suk Jamyang looks down at his trembling hand and realizes how much energy he has already spent, grimly calculating that if he drains his inner Kai here he will leave himself completely exposed, and he resolves to move forward with extreme caution. Without warning, the drifting dust is split apart by a brilliant golden light as Hwarin launches an attack from inside the haze, his blade summoning an enormous golden dragon made entirely of pure Kai, the majestic creature twisting through the air with terrifying presence. As the dragon descends, the scene briefly shifts into Suk Jamyang's memory, stirred by the sheer intensity of the moment. In the vision, a younger Suk Jamyang appears battered and bleeding, his clothes torn yet his sword still raised as he refuses to fall. The memory continues, showing him standing atop a traditional rooftop beneath a pale full moon while a legion of assassins surrounds him on all sides. The scene returns to the present, where the overwhelming pressure of Hwarin's golden dragon manifests before Suk Jamyang's eyes as a looming vision of the word death. Startled out of his fear, Suk Jamyang explodes with furious rage, shouting in anger as he demands how Hwarin dares force him into such a corner, declaring that Hwarin is not the only person who has ever stood tall against impossible odds. Suk Jamyang proudly proclaims the dark history that built his name, declaring that anyone who stood in his way, pursued him, or attempted to capture him was cut down without hesitation, and that he continued killing again and again, surviving every desperate struggle until the martial world came to fear him under the title of the demonic master. Refusing to accept defeat, he snarls that a legend like himself could never possibly fall to someone who was once nothing more than a merchant. With that roar, Suk Jamyung rushes forward, his blade wrapped in dark red kai as it slams directly into Huerin's golden dragon. In the moment their forces meet, the collision erupts in a blinding burst of light. Even with the old man's ferocious experience, Huerin's power slices through the red energy, and he descends with a heavy downward slash that forces Suk Jamyung to buckle beneath the sheer weight of the blow. Suk Jamyung groans in pain, realizing that Huerin is overwhelming him through raw physical strength alone. As Huerin rotates his sword, an intricate glowing symbol appears upon his forehead, prompting Suk Jamyung to respond with a final decisive move. He unleashes the momentum strike, a martial technique that converts the force of motion into amplified destructive power, shouting that their long-drawn fate ends at this very moment. But just as Suk Jamyung delivers the attack, a massive monochrome yin-yang symbol, Tai, appears behind Huerin. The sight horrifies Suk Jamyung instantly, because he recognizes the technique at once and realizes that Huerin is using the Tai depth heaven tone. In a sudden flash of understanding, Suk Jamyung analyzes Huerin's strength and concludes that the realm of consciousness within the upper dantian represents the total sum of a human's limitless potential, and he deduces that this connection to such power must be the real reason Huerin can learn martial arts with such terrifying speed. The struggle continues, turning into a brutal exchange of blows as Suk Jamyung feels his energy draining faster and faster against his will. He understands that the fight has transformed into a war of consumption, a battle of attrition that will end only when one of them completely exhausts their strength. At last, completely spent, Suk Jamyung collapses onto his knees. He reflects bitterly that no matter how powerful a warrior's will might be, they are still human, and when faced with cruel violence that tears flesh and breaks bones, no human mind should be able to remain whole. Yet despite that reasoning, Huerin slowly rises to his feet again. Completely bewildered, Suk Jamyung demands to know why he keeps standing back up. Desperate to understand, Suk Jamyung begins projecting his own past onto Huerin, seeing the image of his younger, battered self standing where Huerin now stands. He asks if it is rage that drives him to kill, and then wonders if it is some lingering attachment to the past that forces him to rise each time he falls. Huerin looks down at the kneeling old man, and calmly replies that both guesses are wrong. He explains that neither anger nor the past is what fuels him, and as he speaks, a vision appears behind him showing the people he treasures, his father, his mother, his younger sibling, Yunhua, and the martial artists who stand with him. Huerin declares that the reason he rises again and again is the future itself, and that he stands back up not because of hatred or regret, but because he must continue moving forward. Huerin stands within a hazy spiritual landscape, staring down at his own hands with a solemn expression as he declares with firm resolve that the only reason he rises back to his feet is so that he can keep moving forward. The mental realm reveals its full form as rays of sunlight pierce through drifting clouds, lighting up rolling green hills that reflect across dark, mirror-like water where Huerin stands dressed in white robes, facing the spectral figure of the old man who kneels upon the water surface with his back turned. Power pulses outward from the spirit, cracking and splintering the ground beneath him, and when the scene closes in on his face, his fierce eyes burn with a threatening red glow as he questions the very idea of the future. Huerin says nothing, simply watching as the wind moves through his hair, while the old man hunches forward and begins coughing violently, the cough soon twisting into rhythmic, manic laughter that shakes his shoulders and causes his white hair to bristle. He declares the entire situation utterly ridiculous and claims it is the funniest thing he has ever heard, his eye gradually shifting from red to a sharp, amused blue as he remarks on the logic of deliberately choosing to change only what can actually be changed, calling such thinking a rational and pragmatic decision. Settling down casually as though sitting on invisible ground, the spirit speaks with clear disdain, saying that Huerin is a merchant to the core and cursing him as a bastard. Across from him, however, Huerin remains standing upright, addressing the spirit as young before casually spitting to the side in open dismissal. Ignoring the disrespect, the old man clenches his fist and announces that he has an offer to make, and when Huerin demands that he speak, the spirit quickly concludes that Huerin wants his inner energy, proposing a temporary agreement that would allow him to remain inside Huerin's body to assist him. Suddenly he shouts an added condition, that Huerin must eventually locate a body for him to transfer into, and as he stretches out his open palm, the old man promises that he will leave behind 1/3 of his inner energy once he departs. Huerin's expression remains completely unmoved as he simply turns his face away and bluntly refuses the offer. The old man leaps up in shock, veins bulging with rage as he screams about having already yielded the first concession, his robe whipping violently around him. Yet Huerin only answers with a sly smile while extending his own palm, calmly suggesting that perhaps half the energy might make the deal worth considering for someone known as the demonic master. Grinding his teeth and clenching his fist in barely restrained fury, the old man calls him a vicious bastard, then finally shouts in frustration as he agrees to stake half of his energy. After forcing himself to calm down, he repeats the condition that Huerin must find a young body with strong bones, further specifying that the person must be a lunatic with a broken mind so domination will be easy, a requirement illustrated through warped silhouettes. From above, Huerin accepts the arrangement and states that if he encounters someone like that he will wake the master, adding coldly that he will simply choose some worthless trash whose loss will not matter. As Huiran turns away, his hair flowing behind him, the old man clicks his tongue and mocks the theatrics of their negotiation before dismissively telling him to get lost and closing his eyes. The spiritual realm begins to tremble, and a beam of golden light descends to envelop Huiran before his figure fades from the realm entirely, leaving the old man alone as he calculates that the energy he surrendered amounts to 180 years, grumbling that it is a complete waste. Yet a sly grin slowly spreads beneath his mustache as he reveals his true thought, that the more Huiran uses that energy, the stronger he himself will grow, and he lifts his gaze upward while saying that he looks forward to the next time they meet. The scene abruptly returns to reality with a sharp sound, settling in a quiet courtyard washed in blue moonlight where Huiran sits cross-legged in meditation. His hands shake violently where they rest on his knees, and a painful groan escapes him as sweat runs down his face, an overwhelming sensation of loss sweeping through his body while his tightly constricted pupil reveals his suspicion that the clash between the two realms may have caused this reaction. Even so, he quietly vows to return to that place. The silence suddenly shatters when Mi-jong rushes in, alarmed, demanding to know what happened, and Huiran lifts his head with clear exhaustion before explaining that he was forced to make a deal with the powerful soul because he could not erase it. Hearing this, Mi-jong reacts with worry, saying he is lucky to still be alive. At that moment the old man's voice echoes within Huiran's mind, calmly explaining that a soul like his can be weakened if it is split apart in the manner of Sangwon Mi-jong, illustrated by the image of a spirit dividing into pieces, or alternatively by sealing it within another dantian, which appears in his mind as a swirling blue sphere. Huiran, confused, questions what that means, but the old man warns that using the current dantian would cause energy deviation, whereas creating a separate one would function properly. At first Huiran doubts such a thing is possible, insisting that forming a second dantian cannot be done, but then he suddenly stops himself as a memory surfaces, future knowledge about Koryang using two dantians in order to cultivate the Taigi depth heaven tone. Standing beside Mi-jong, Huiran realizes he has discovered the path that could lead him toward becoming a truly unrivaled martial master. Before he can think further, hurried footsteps approach and a battered group bursts into the courtyard. A large Zhao martial artist slides to a halt while carrying the unconscious Yoha in his arms, and Yoha weakly raises her head in terror to warn that Bayuk and Huiran's group are in grave danger. Startled, Huiran demands an explanation, and the wounded martial artist recounts how they stopped at the same inn as Huiran's companions when the demonic sect suddenly attacked, triggering a massive battle and the slaughter of civilians, which appears briefly in a gruesome flashback. Clutching a wound in his chest, the man explains that he barely managed to escape alive and that Huiran's people were caught in the chaos while trying to help others, causing Huiran to grit his teeth as suppressed fury rises inside him. Turning his back without hesitation, Huiran states that he must go to his group immediately, ignoring the Zhao martial artist's desperate warning that the place is an ambush. His eyes burn with determination as he faces the armed subordinates gathered behind him, and among them Peng, a man with sharp, spiky blonde hair, steps forward to accompany him. When Huiran insists that this is his own matter to resolve, Peng Jarek refuses to step aside, explaining that he is familiar with the Zhao clan and that, as a rising star of the orthodox sects, it is his duty to confront the demonic sect. Inside Huiran's mind, the old man mockingly remarks that he seems to need help after all, and in response Huiran gives a slight bow toward the unseen spectral presence in silent acknowledgement before turning back to stand together with the others. Taking out a small golden bottle, Huiran pops the cork and thinks that it will be useful, then drinks the elixir while walking forward, blaming himself for wasting too much time at the Sanguine clan. As he leads the charge with Peng Joek and the others following close behind, his eyes glow with a fierce golden red power while he urges his companions in his heart to hold on just a little longer. Racing like dark silhouettes across a barren landscape, the group finally arrives with a heavy thud before a crumbling ruin where two injured men wait in desperation. And as Huiran lifts his gaze beneath the oppressive glow of a blood-red moon, his eyes harden with cold fury at the nightmare unfolding before him. A ravine filled with a towering mound of corpses, stacked grotesquely high, and at the very top stands a bald man marked with strange symbols, smiling down with a sinister expression. Huiran's inner thoughts begin drifting into a hollow space of memory as he reflects on the timeline of his previous life, acknowledging a fundamental difference between the relationships he once had and the ones he holds now. The memory pulls him into a snowy courtyard dojo from the past, where a younger red-haired Mo Bayoung stands at the center with her back straight and a sword resting at her side while a line of disciples kneels before her. From inside a warm room, Huiran watches through an open lattice window, quietly admitting to himself that in that former life he shared no real closeness with Master Mo. He remembers the limits of his old self, recognizing how his weak constitution had always acted as a barrier that kept him from training in martial arts alongside the others. At that moment Mo Bayoung suddenly turns her head, her gaze sharp and cold as it lands on the observer behind the window, and the memory forces Huiran to confront the twisted mindset he carried back then, admitting that his own bitterness led him to deliberately distance himself from the martial artists of his own clan. The scene expands outward to reveal the young clan compound blanketed in gentle snowfall, traditional tiled roofs and stone walls quietly collecting layers of white as the slow and relentless passage of time moves forward through those lonely years. Eventually the season changes, and the compound is bathed in warm golden light that spreads across the grounds like amber. marking how time continued to pass while he remained detached from everything around him. Yet before anything could change, disaster arrived when the Tenjong clan faced complete annihilation. The compound becomes consumed by a raging inferno as flames devour the main buildings and sparks scatter wildly into the dark sky. Amid the chaos, Huiran remembers the massacre of his clan members as death spreads through the burning grounds. A divided scene shows the aftermath. One body lying lifeless in the shadows with arrows embedded in its back while refugees and survivors slowly march away from the destruction. Their faces carved with despair. As Huiran recalls, are the martial artists who survived the first purge either died later or scattered across the world, disappearing forever. The image settles on a bleak background choked with smoke, emphasizing the hollow emptiness left behind by the clan's destruction. But standing within the wreckage is a single unmoving figure, tall against the haze of smoke and debris, Mo Bayoung. Seen from behind with her long red hair flowing over dark martial robes, Master Mo alone stands as the exception to the clan's collapse. A closer view of Mo Bayoung's partially shadowed face reveals fierce determination as she takes the initiative and leads the charge to slaughter the enemies of the Devi sect. The entire scene glowing beneath the orange light of either a setting sun or raging flames while broken warriors lie scattered across the ground and discarded swords mark the violent path of revenge she carved forward. A close view settles on the crown of Mo Bayoung's head, her vivid red hair standing out sharply against the surrounding gloom as Huiran explains that her relentless slaughter eventually earned her the title Dragon Bloodflower, and that her struggle to rebuild the Tanjong clan became a path where she shed what could only be described as tears of blood. The image shifts into a jagged portrait-like frame showing Mo Bayoung's face marked with cuts and streaked with blood, one eye swollen nearly shut. Yet the gaze that remains visible is still sharp and unyielding, while her torn robes reveal the brutality of the battle she endured. The perspective lowers to her midsection where deep wounds stain the cloth dark before the scene moves again, revealing a grave of swords, an entire field of blades driven into the ground, where Mo Bayoung sits slumped among them as pale white light bleeds across the sky. And Huiran states plainly that in the end she died. The view slowly pulls back until her body is seen lying motionless upon the barren earth, surrounded by the swords of the fallen, forming a lonely and desolate image of a warrior's final rest. Huiran also recalls that in that former timeline the two rising ghost blades met the same tragic fate. The memory shatters suddenly, replaced by the cold blue tones of the present night as rain cuts diagonally through the darkness while figures fall through the air, their bodies limp or broken in a scene that eerily mirrors the tragedy of the past. Through the rain a blur of motion streaks forward at tremendous speed, barely revealing the outline of a person before the figure becomes clear. Huiran himself, racing through the sky with his white and blue robes whipping violently in the wind while desperation drives him onward as his mind fills with a fear that history might repeat itself. A close shot shows his hair snapping in the wind to emphasize the speed and urgency of his flight, followed by an extreme close-up of his face where his teeth are clenched and his eyes widen with anxiety, a bold red sound effect marking the pounding of his heart, and the intensity of his exertion as the thought terrifies him that the same disaster is unfolding again. The perspective widens to reveal the chaos below where warriors tumble or leap from towering structures into a bamboo forest, the entire scene blurred by rain and frantic motion. Huiran cuts through the air like an arrow, with Peng Jarek and another ally flying beside him as they descend rapidly toward the forest canopy. Peng, his spiky blonde hair whipping behind him and his robes trimmed in red, calls out confidently to Huiran even while airborne, assuring him that his group will remain safe. As Peng Jarek maneuvers down with practiced agility, his expression remains serious yet steady while he reminds Huiran that the fighters below are his own subordinates as well as Huiran's people. He clenches his fist before his chest in firm conviction, urging Huiran to trust the strength of those who follow him. Still surging forward through the air, Huiran keeps his body streamlined like a flying arrow while he absorbs Peng Jarek's words, and the panic in his expression gradually sharpens into focused determination. From a wide overhead view, the group of powerful martial artists, including Huiran and Peng Jarek, can be seen descending toward the bamboo forest where the battle continues to rage below, and in that moment Huiran realizes that there is critical information he must tell them. Amid the blur of motion as they race through the trees, Huiran quickly deduced that the attackers of the inn were most likely members of the three demonic heavens, a realization that immediately made Peng Jax's expression stiffen in shock at the mere mention of that name. Still moving at high speed, Huiran continued explaining that if the three demonic heavens were truly involved, then it meant a joint force formed from the Blood Demon Castle, the Holy Heaven Cult, and Darkness Valley. From a high angle, Huiran was shown looking downward with his face partly hidden in shadow as he pieced together the connection from Jay Galoy to the attack on Jay Galbayak. A close view of Huiran's face revealed his golden eyes sharpening with sudden clarity as he realized that the demonic martial artists were deliberately targeting the Zhao clan. That conclusion is visualized through an image of the battlefield itself, where Zhao clan members are surrounded deep within the forest and assaulted by relentless, coordinated attacks. One martial artist is hurled backward through a doorway, blood spraying from multiple wounds across his chest before he crashes violently to the ground. Inside the Zhao residence courtyard, the defenders are already under siege. Mo Bayoung stands at the front with a sword in hand, positioned beside a large, muscular warrior and several other exhausted defenders who look visibly cornered. The rain-soaked ground is littered with bodies from both sides. One defender remarks that the enchantments of the Jaegao clan are the only reason the enemy has not completely broken through their defenses yet. Mo Baiyang remains at the forefront, her red hair drenched with rain as she stares ahead with a grim expression while the surviving Zhao warriors brace themselves behind her. A closer look reveals that she is clutching her side, clearly wounded, yet she still keeps her sword raised and ready. Nearby, a wounded man supported by another suddenly coughs up blood and struggles to speak, expressing hope that the martial artist who managed to break out will return with reinforcements. Mo Baiyang is shown in profile as rain and sweat run down her face, her expression filled with concern as she fully understands how dire their situation has become. Looking out into the darkness, she admits to herself that with so many injured, their ability to continue holding the line is fading rapidly. The view shifts outward to the surrounding forest, dark and dense, the looming threat of hidden enemies pressing in from every side. Mo Baiyang stands with her back to the camera, facing the scattered bodies and the creeping darkness as she senses that the clan's protective enchantment is finally collapsing. From above, the camera focuses on Mo Baiyang and the remaining defenders as the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the courtyard. Several Zhao warriors bow deeply toward Mo Baiyang and the other guests, acknowledging what they believe to be their inevitable end. Soon the enemy steps forward into the courtyard, the heavy footsteps echoing ominously. The Zhao warriors speak with gratitude toward the guests, admitting that without their help they would never have lasted this long. 3 Zhao warriors step forward, saluting with fists and palms and wearing resolute expressions as they vow to repay the kindness shown to them. Their leader speaks with grim resolve, asking that if they fall here, the guests must ensure the safety of young Master Jaegao Bayak. A close shot shows the hardened face of one warrior ready to die. Mo Baiyang and the large warrior standing beside her listen to the request, and Mo Baiyang's expression gradually hardens with determination before she suddenly raises her voice, shouting an order for everyone to take their positions within the sword formation. The defenders reacted instantly, moving into formation with their weapons raised as they established a tight defensive perimeter around the courtyard. Suddenly, brilliant green streaks of energy tore through the dark bamboo forest, slicing cleanly through tall stalks and sending fragments flying as the night lit up under the force of the bamboo forest flying dragon strike technique. Mo Baiyang and the remaining defenders lifted their heads in surprise at the sudden disturbance and the unmistakable signature of that energy, and Mo Baiyang's eyes widened in recognition as she murmured to herself, wondering if it was the young clan heir. A tremendous shockwave ripped open a path through the forest, scattering shadows with a surge of green light as Huaren burst into view, flying low across the ground with overwhelming speed while shouting for them to hold on just a little longer. He moved like a streak of motion with his sword already drawn, his mind rapidly counting the familiar faces he could see. Master Emo, the Ghost Blades, Suk, and Mai. Huaren crashed directly into the enemy ranks, landing with such force that his momentum carried him into a spinning strike, yet several dark figures instantly leaped upward to intercept him. Steel clashed as Huaren met one attacker head-on, sparks bursting from the collision of their blades while he clenched his teeth in frustration. More enemies swarmed in immediately, trying to halt his advance and briefly slowing him down as he parried another strike with an irritated expression, letting out a sharp sound of annoyance while one opponent shouted that he would not be going anywhere as they pressed the assault. At that moment Pang Jack suddenly appeared, shouting for young Master Yang to keep moving while declaring that the Pang clan would clear the path. Huaren glanced back in surprise just as Pang Jack gathered a massive surge of purple lightning around his blade. With a roar, Pang Jack swung his weapon with overwhelming force, yelling that he would repay the debt he owed to young Huaren no matter the cost. And the swing unleashed a devastating wave of crackling purple energy that erupted outward and blasted away the enemies blocking the way. Seizing the opening, Huaren launched himself high into the air while calling out his thanks to Pang Jack, then twisted his body midi to focus entirely on reaching Mo Baiyang. Activating his movement technique once again, he wrapped his legs and body in vibrant green energy as the named Bamboo Forest Flying Dragon Stride appeared once more while his speed surged forward. Huaren became a streak of green light weaving between the bamboo stalks with impossible agility, pushing himself to the very limit as he desperately tried to close the distance. He sliced through obstructing bamboo and scattered debris without slowing, the forest blurring past in a rushing first-person view until a flash of light revealed the area near the compound ahead. Bursting through another cluster of enemies, Huaren slammed into them with his sword blazing in green light while shouting for them to stay out of his way, then spun in place and unleashed a swirling vortex of energy that hurled his opponents backward. Fixing his gaze forward, he spotted the compound in the distance and realized he still needed to move faster, forcing more power through his technique until the green aura around him flared even brighter. Cutting through the enemy lines like a scythe, the green energy carved a devastating path as an aerial view revealed the spiraling trail of destruction he left behind while tearing through the forest toward the illuminated building where the defenders waited. Finally, he smashed through the last line of trees with the compound directly before him, dropping heavily into the courtyard and sliding to a stop as debris scattered across the ground around him. He rose slowly from his landing, crouched low with his sword already poised for another strike, and the defenders who had been bracing for the worst suddenly cried out in relief the moment they recognized him, voices filled with renewed hope as they called out to the young clan heir. Far away from the battlefield, the scene shifted to a distant cliff overlooking the chaos below where 2 figures stood silhouetted against the dark sky, an old man and a woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The old man gazed down at the fighting with quiet curiosity, and a closer view revealed his long white beard and the rings decorating his fingers as he slowly stroked his beard while remarking that those newcomers had not been part of their original plan. Beside him stood the woman, her face partly concealed beneath bandages and shadow, who calmly identified the intruders as rising talents from the Pang, Sanguine, and Soman clans, her gaze narrowing toward the exact point where Huaren had landed as she deduced that the final arrival must belong to the group that had previously assisted the Zhao clan at the inn. The old man dismissed the concern with a faint smile, saying that in that case they could simply ignore them, his expression twisting into something more sinister as he remarked that a spider's web does not only capture the prey it intends to catch. His eyes brightened with excitement as he declared that it was good and suggested they begin. The view widened to reveal an enormous army of demonic practitioners waiting silently in the darkness behind them, and with calm authority the old man issued the command to release the blood dragon. Core. Immediately the demonic army surged forward like a dark tide of malice rolling across the land while the old man watched the unfolding battle with eager anticipation. The final image revealed him fully, gaunt, smiling cruelly, and radiating an oppressive aura as he clenched his fist and remarked that the coming spectacle would be quite interesting, the narration identifying him as a blood demon. As Huaren rushed fully into the scene and landed on the ground, the defenders shouted his name in astonishment. Yet the moment he looked around he realized with shock that nearly all of his allies were seriously injured. Mo Baiyang hurried toward him immediately, asking what he was doing there and warning that the situation was extremely dangerous. But before she could say anything more, Huaren suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace and said with relief that he was glad she was safe. She became slightly shy at first, then quickly steadied herself and quietly admitted that she had missed him. Namwook soon ran over as well, greeting Huaren with visible relief but explaining that the situation had already turned grim. Hearing this, Huaren simply laughed and replied that he had not come alone. At that moment hundreds of clan members arrived behind him, led by Pang Jack along with warriors from the Soman clan, reinforcing their position. Just as Huaren prepared to reassure everyone, he suddenly felt violent currents of killing intent spreading through the area, and he immediately traced the source of that overwhelming presence to somewhere high in the mountains. The expression on his face turned grave, more troubled than before, as he realized that something far more terrifying was waiting there. In that instant the truth became clear to him. They had already fallen into a trap, and a carefully constructed one at that. The Zhao clan, the Sanguine clan, and the Pang clan had all gathered here, and Huaren suddenly understood the enemy's real strategy. This entire situation was a drive hunt, with the Zhao clan deliberately used as bait to lure the other clans into one place so the demonic forces could eliminate them all at once and prevent the formation of their alliance. This place had already turned into a massive grave. Huaren slowly turned around, then quietly sent a sound transmission to everyone, warning them not to let their expressions change because they had already walked straight into a trap, and while speaking he told them not to raise their heads but instead to carefully sense the presence sitting at the top of the hill. Ping Jake, along with the others, immediately circulated their Kai and stretched their senses toward the peak of the mountain, and the instant their awareness touched the presence above, the overwhelming killing intent struck them so violently that every one of them felt a chill run through their core. High above them, the woman standing on the mountain realized they had managed to detect their existence. One of the people beside her called out, addressing her as Guardian Joe, and calmly remarked that if they wished, they could finish all of them right now. But she simply let out a strange laugh, sounding almost delighted, and replied that ending things immediately would be boring, explaining that she wanted to watch what they would try to do while standing right on top of their own graves. The man beside her stayed silent for a brief moment before responding that if those people attempted anything at all, they should just kill every one of them at once. Hearing that, she mocked him openly, calling him the Blood Dragon Corps leader while laughing, then remarking that they had come to Jianghu after such a long time, so they should at least enjoy themselves while they were here. She continued teasing him, saying the title of Dragon Corps leader didn't suit him at all because he was trembling over a group of mere kids. The man immediately cursed at her under his breath, grumbling behind her back. Unbothered, she simply stated that the Blood Demon had personally given them this task, and she intended to complete it, but she would carry it out in her own way, because the more those people struggled, the more pleasure she would get from watching it. Meanwhile, down below, Huaren quickly ordered everyone to begin forming a formation. The Zhao people immediately told him not to worry about them. Rin explained that while the Zhao formations were considered among the best, their enemies likely already knew about them. The Zhao members themselves shared the same concern, believing the opponents might be skilled enough to see straight through their formation. However, the real reason those enemies had left them alive was probably so they could gather even more people together in one place. Huaren then issued his instructions, telling them to arrange a formation along the outer walls, while the rest of them should plant bamboo sticks into the ground at the exact locations he pointed out. Hearing this, the Zhao master muttered in surprise that it sounded like a double-layer formation, but reminded him that their opponent was the demonic heaven, meaning it would be extremely difficult to stop them, then asked exactly what kind of formation Huaren intended to create. Huaren answered that he planned to build a poison formation. More specifically, he intended to construct the bamboo garden shattering formation, a variation derived from a formation that had been passed down through his family for generations. When it came to holding out against enemies who were far stronger in skill, this was considered the most effective formation available, And it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that this single formation had once revived the Sky Ocean Escort Agency. They wouldn't be able to stop everyone, of course, but if their goal was simply to endure and hold out, then it might actually work. Peng then asked the obvious question, where exactly was Huaren planning to obtain the poison needed for this formation? Without hesitation, Huaren pointed toward the Seaman clan and calmly said that the poison would come from them. The Seaman clan member instantly became furious, shouting that they were the Seaman clan. Huaren warns the group that they will not be carrying poison like the Tang clan, and then coldly declares that if they refuse to hand the poison over right now, every one of them will die. In truth, he has no intention of killing them, yet he is prepared to use everything he knows simply to survive this situation no matter the cost. Under the intense pressure from everyone present, he has no choice but to surrender the poison, quickly offering the excuse that it was only meant for research. Huaren then tells them that everyone will remember his contribution, so they must immediately take their positions and form up. But the moment they begin to move, she senses that something is wrong and instantly orders an attack. The third leader immediately commands his subordinates to strike and makes it clear that not a single one of their enemies is to be left alive. At the Sanguine clan, where ancient traditional buildings stand motionless beneath the quiet glow of the moon, the corridors remain empty and silent as Jagal Yohi walks alone through the dim passageways, her head lowered and her posture weighed down with visible burden. Her brow tightens while she bites her lip in frustration, her thoughts spiraling into harsh self-criticism over her lack of martial ability, repeatedly telling herself that if she was stronger she could actually help instead of standing by in helplessness. Suddenly she stops in place, squeezing her eyes tightly shut while shaking her head sharply as if scolding herself, silently shouting that she needs to pull herself together before finally opening her eyes again with a trace of renewed resolve, pressing a hand against her chest and deciding that she must focus on whatever she is still capable of doing. The stillness is abruptly broken by the sound of hurried footsteps rushing down the hall, and Jagal Yohi quickly turns as a messenger appears, his face pale with fear as he calls out to her, addressing her as vice leader. The man skids to a stop while trembling, urgently pushing a scroll toward her and insisting that it is an emergency letter sent from the main clan that must be read immediately. Jagal Yohi accepts the scroll with confusion and questions where it came from. Yet the moment she unrolls it and begins scanning the elegant calligraphy written across the page, the color drains from her face as pure horror spreads across her expression. Her hands begin to shake uncontrollably, and she struggles to even form words, clearly unable to process the scale of the catastrophe described inside. Shock rapidly turns into anger as she crushes the letter in her fist and demands to know why this information arrived so late, shouting at the messenger in fury before letting out a raw scream of frustration and grabbing him harshly, reminding him that the first report had claimed the attackers were nothing more than demonic path followers. She demands to know the enemy's true identity, and the terrified messenger stammers that, to his knowledge, the forces belong to the Blood Demon Castle and are being led by one of the infamous three demons. The answer hits Jagal Yohi like a physical blow, and she lashes out at him for his stupidity and for withholding such crucial information. While he hurriedly apologizes, she turns away and clutches her head, cursing her own lack of foresight as the contents of the letter echo in her mind, especially the report that the Blood Dragon Corps had already mobilized. In that instant the truth crashes down on her like lightning. Back's location was nothing but bait, a carefully prepared trap, and furious at herself for not realizing sooner, she strikes her own head in self-reproach. Forcing herself to think, she suddenly breaks into a run, racing through the night with her robes whipping behind her and the scenery blurring as she sprints forward, teeth clench while tears of desperation gather in her eyes as she silently begs fate to allow her to arrive before it is too late. The scene shifts to a forest clearing where the Alliance forces stand prepared in an eerie calm. Long rows of armed martial artists holding drawn weapons as Huaren stands at the very front, staring into the darkness of the forest before raising his voice to command everyone to take their positions. The warriors respond instantly, their discipline almost mesmerizing, and Moin watches the scene with quiet amazement, inwardly marveling that veteran martial artists are willing to entrust their lives to someone so young. When a young warrior steps forward to volunteer for a task, Huaren gives his instructions without hesitation, telling him and Brother John that their priority is preservation, meaning they must assist anyone who is on the verge of collapsing during the battle. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through the clearing, and Huaren's eyes narrow as he senses the approaching enemy. He draws his weapon and shouts for everyone to prepare themselves just as the sound of heavy movement rolls through the tree line and hundreds of blades are unsheathed at once. The enemy vanguard bursts from the forest with terrifying speed, crashing toward them, and over the roar of the charge Huaren shouts to his soldiers, asking if they remember his instructions. As they hold the line exactly as ordered, the strategy unfolds precisely as he intended. The forest terrain forces the enemy through a single narrow entrance where the Pang and Sanguine clans wait hidden along the flanks, while the Tangent and Soman clans form the central line and the Zhao clan remains positioned at the rear. As the enemy pushes deeper into the center, Huaren observes everything with a calm, calculating gaze, feeling a quiet wave of relief and gratitude that he studied military strategy in his previous life, grimly thinking that he never expected that knowledge to become useful like this. Once the enemy has advanced fully into the kill zone, Huaren lifts his hand and shouts for the Zhao clan to activate it, and one of their commanders answers confidently before triggering a massive surge of energy from the rear that detonates across the battlefield and disrupts the enemy ranks. In an instant, the battlefield descends into a storm of controlled chaos that favors the alliance. The enemy vanguard being torn apart as the flanking clans strike from both sides and their formation collapses under the assault. All of it watched from a high ridge where Joe stands beside the third commander. The commander trembles with fury as he watches his soldiers being slaughtered, snapping angrily at his companions for their laziness before declaring that he will handle the battle himself, then leaping down from the ridge with explosive force. Joe merely clicks her tongue in irritation, mocking his blind faith in brute strength and coldly remarking that he is nothing more than an idiot chosen to serve as a sacrifice. The commander charges into the battlefield like a madman, cutting down soldiers as he storms forward. Yet his rampage is quickly halted when the alliance formation shifts and adapts, surrounding him with coordinated spears and swords that block his movement from every direction until he is trapped in place, panic beginning to creep into his expression. Then, without warning, a blur of motion tears into the battlefield from the edge of the fight, a dense and overwhelming presence rushing between hunter and prey. A thunderous collision erupts in the next instant as Huerin's sword, just moments from claiming the commander's life, suddenly stops dead against another force, the impact releasing a shockwave of air and dust that bursts outward and sends the commander's hair and robes whipping violently backward. Standing protectively in front of the terrified commander is Joe. Her posture relaxed despite the fact that she has just halted a full power strike, and through the narrow slits left open in the bandages covering her face, a cold and piercing gaze fixes itself on Huerin. One that carries no obvious hostility, only a heavy, oppressive silence, before she suddenly releases a burst of strength that drives his blade backward. Huerin slid backward from the impact, using the force to widen the distance before landing lightly and rotating his sword into a guarded stance, his expression turning serious as he immediately evaluated this new opponent, while the woman remained perfectly still, her arms slowly lowering back to her side. The commander, pale and shaking, stared upward while struggling to breathe, the realization that he had survived washing over him as he muttered weakly, his voice barely audible through the ringing in his ears while he tried to understand what had just happened. Joe did not even glance at the man whose life she had just saved, keeping her eyes locked only on Huerin as the atmosphere tightened around them, her oppressive presence dulling the noise of the nearby fighting as she stood like an unbreakable barrier, silently declaring that the hunt had ended. Joe's sudden interference had cut the duel short, and as Huerin steadied himself after being forced back, he thought to himself that he had not sensed her approach at all, which could only mean she was undoubtedly a master. In the very next moment she moved again, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that tore through the battlefield and shattered the entire formation, leaving everyone stunned. Realizing the situation had completely changed, Huerin immediately ordered everyone to retreat and disperse the outer formation before regrouping at the inn. As the alliance fighters hurried toward the inn, the scene shifts back to the commander, who shakily thanked Joe for saving his life. Joe answered coldly that he should not misunderstand her actions because she only saved him since she needed him for her own plans in the future. A brief silence followed before she suddenly released a wave of killing intent and ordered him to gather his remaining men and head inside. Inside the inn, Huerin and Pang Jack tried to make sense of the situation, wondering who those people outside actually were. Meanwhile, the third member of the Seaman clan burned with anger, telling himself that he was about to die a dog's death as he stepped forward in frustration, blaming himself for everything and shouting that all of this had happened simply because he wanted to save a group of idiots. Before he could continue, Mo Baiyang stopped him, fixing him with a sharp, focused stare. Mo Baiyang demanded to know how he could even think about laying a hand on Huerin, and seeing the argument escalating, Huerin himself grew angry and snapped at them, asking if they truly wanted to die here. His words finally forced them to pause, and he continued by saying that he personally had no intention of dying in this place, because there were still many things he needed to accomplish, which meant he absolutely could not allow himself to die here. For that reason, he told everyone to pull themselves together since the enemy would soon attack again. Just as he predicted, the enemy forces began charging toward them once more, and Huerin immediately commanded them to activate the bamboo garden soul-shattering formation. According to the plan, they would release the poison at the same time. Pang Jack nodded firmly and prepared to throw the poison, declaring to himself that he could not die before completing his blade arts. The moment Pang Jack released the poison, the others followed without hesitation, and within seconds the entire area became filled with spreading clouds of poison. As the fumes spread through the battlefield, Huerin ordered everyone to stomp the ground with their kai, and when they did, the force pushed the poison outward and scattered it across a wide area. Meanwhile, the commander continued moving forward, but as he advanced he muttered that something about his body had begun to feel strange. The commander pushes forward, yet no matter how hard he advances he cannot get any closer to Huerin, and as he stays ahead the realization slowly dawns on him that Huerin has tricked him again. Only then does he notice the soldiers around him beginning to choke, collapsing one after another as they fall lifeless to the ground. As his subordinates continue dropping, it finally becomes clear that they have been poisoned. In panic he shouts for the remaining men to hold their breath and retreat immediately. But even as he gives the order his own breathing begins to slow, his vision turning hazy as the poison takes hold, until his body weakens and he collapses, dying where he stands. The battlefield suddenly falls silent as the survivors stare in disbelief before erupting with relieved shouts, realizing they have actually managed to win. Pang Jack stands stunned, unable to believe that they defeated the Blood Cops themselves, declaring that it was all possible because of the strategy created by the young clan heir, and then adding that they should hold their ground while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. At that very moment, a star-like strike tears across the battlefield, unleashing a massive burst of energy that cleaves the ground in half, leaving everyone present frozen in shock at the sheer destructive force behind it. The attack came from Jo. Calmly stepping forward, she asks who was responsible for the plan, then proceed to explain exactly what happened, pointing out how Hwarin used the formation and then spread the poison through the battlefield with the help of Kai to wipe out the enemy. She admits that she is impressed, saying she never expected him to destroy the Blood Dragon Core, but then coldly declares that everything ends here because he has already run out of tricks. With that, she prepares another overwhelming strike and brings her blade down. Facing the incoming attack, Hwarin calls upon the old man's chi and uses it to counter the devastating sword energy. A voice calls out to Hwarin, and that is when he regains consciousness. His body is critically wounded, and the moment he blocked the sword chi earlier he immediately lost consciousness. But now a crimson aura begins to radiate from him as the old man manifests once again, warning that if Hwarin dies, he will disappear forever as well. The battlefield has turned into a nightmare, with people being slaughtered endlessly, and when Hwarin sees the massacre unfolding around him he forces himself back to his feet and demands that the old man give him more chi. The old man reacts angrily, calling him insane and warning that any more energy will cause his body to explode. Hwarin refuses to back down, declaring that he will not stand by and watch simply because he fears his body might burst, especially when there are people right in front of him that he has to save. As a massive surge of aura erupts from his body, he insists that doing nothing would be even more foolish. The battle rages on while the old man desperately tells him to stop, warning that if he continues like this he will die. But Hwarin only replies that the old man should make sure that he does not die. Charging forward recklessly, he suddenly hears the old man shout for him to dodge upward, and when Hwarin reacts in time he barely avoids a deadly strike that would have killed him instantly. Seizing the opportunity created by that moment, Mo Bayoung quickly orders the two ghost blades to grab the master and restrain him. They immediately follow her command, locking the enemy's movements in place, and with the opening secured Hwarin unleashes the technique Waterfall Reverse Dragon Ascent, striking with full force and killing the master in a single decisive blow. Watching everything from afar, Jo witnesses the moment and frowns in confusion, unable to understand how Hwarin managed to defeat the Guardian when his abilities clearly should not have been anywhere near that level. After a brief pause, she reaches a simple conclusion. No matter what happens next, she will make sure he dies today. After finishing off the remaining minions who have been fighting her, Jo immediately turns and rushes straight toward Hwarin. As the battle shifts toward Pang Jae, Hwarin quickly tells him that there is no time to waste and that he will speak plainly, explaining that Pang Jae's 5 Tiger Severing Blade, though nearly perfected, is still missing a crucial element. He tells Pang Jae that the key lies in mixing water and oil. The moment those words reach him, Pang Jae suddenly understands that the real issue lies in controlling the speed of his chi. With that realization, his mind undergoes a breakthrough as the unstable energies within him begin to change, the wavering flow accelerating until it moves like a powerful current rushing forward. While Pang Jae remains lost in this state of realization, Jo coldly remarks that turning your eyes away during a battle is nothing but a death wish. She immediately lunges forward with a deadly strike aimed at him, but Hwarin intercepts the attack just in time, blocking her blow and ordering Pang Jae to step back and focus on completing his new understanding while he holds her off. Hearing this, Jo grows irritated and mocks him, asking how he can say so confidently that he is capable of stopping her. In the next instant she slips past his defense and drives a powerful kick into his cheek, sending him flying backward before dismissively saying it is ridiculous for him to think he can block her. Hwarin quickly orders everyone to charge at her together, yet she neutralizes every one of them almost instantly, cutting through the attackers until Hwarin is the only person left standing. As he looks around, all he can see are hundreds of wounded fighters scattered across the battlefield while Jo calmly steps forward until she is standing directly in front of him. She then asks what connection he has with the Tingjong clan. Hearing that name makes Hwarin grit his teeth in surprise, realizing that she knows about the clan. Without hesitation he answers that he is the heir of the Tingjong clan, young Hwarin. Jo nods slightly, saying that she had wondered how he was able to use techniques like Reverse Dragon Ascent and Heavenly Lightning Ascent, and concludes that the martial arts of the Hidden Saint cult still continue to exist. With quiet confidence she declares that she will end that lineage here and now. As Hwarin continues desperately blocking her attacks, a voice suddenly cuts in, announcing that he is late, and in the next instant a fierce tiger-like strike crashes into the battle and intercepts Jo's attack. The one who stepped in is none other than Pang Jae. He declares that he has finally completed his blade technique and therefore has no regrets, even if he dies today. Jo is forced to defend against the strike, but the impact still injures her and tears away the mask covering her face. Furious, she lashes out at them with angry curses. Pang Jae moves to stand beside Hwarin and tells him that if death comes, then he will face it as his friend. Hwarin immediately rejects that idea, saying that it is far too early for either of them to die. At that moment reinforcements finally arrive with Mo Bayoung and the others, bringing a wave of relief to the exhausted fighters. Seeing that the situation has turned against her while she is momentarily pinned down, Jo glares at Hwarin and curses him, promising that they will meet again before quickly retreating from battlefield. Once she disappears, the old man orders everyone to focus on treating the wounded. As Huirin watches the injured finally receiving help, the backlash from the power he used begins to take effect, and the moment the tension fades he collapses and loses consciousness. The events of that night resulted in many orthodox martial artists losing their lives while others suffered severe injuries. Yet the battle also achieved the destruction of the Blood Dragon Car. Later, this confrontation would be remembered as the Eclipsed Bamboo Bloodbath, and on that day two heroes emerged from the chaos, young Huirin and Pangjik. In the quiet aftermath of the brutal battle, the world slowly begins to gather itself again amid broken ground, lingering silence, and the heavy presence of those who never returned. A sweeping view reveals a vast city resting within a valley surrounded by lush green mountains beneath a bright blue sky, where the morning sun stretches long shadows across rows of traditional tiled rooftops. The perspective drifts across the architectural style of the Sangwon clan's territory before settling into a stone-paved courtyard, the atmosphere calm yet weighed down by the memory of recent bloodshed, eventually leading toward a row of wooden buildings. Inside one of these buildings stands a man with his arms tightly folded across his chest, a blue-gray scarf wrapped around his neck as he waits quietly beside shelves stacked with medicinal herbs. The room is revealed to be an infirmary where several wounded warriors lie on raised mats beneath white sheets. Nearby, Mo Bayoung sits at the edge of one of the mats, her long red hair falling over her shoulders while she holds a small white bowl and carefully watches over the injured with unwavering focus. A close look at his sharp features and golden brown eyes shows Rin lost in thought, silently examining the condition of his own body before finally rising to move. Later he is seen from behind, seated along the edge of a raised porch while gazing out across a central courtyard, his hair tied neatly back and his pale robe secured with a dark belt. Down in the courtyard, two men dressed in simple gray tunics carry out manual labor, one shoveling soil while the other pauses to wipe sweat from his forehead. Elsewhere, a heavily built man with a thick mustache listens attentively while a shorter woman dressed in white robes gestures as she delivers a report. Rin lifts a small ceramic bottle to his lips and drinks from it with deliberate focus before releasing a quiet breath of relief, his expression easing slightly even though his eyes remain vigilant. Holding the bottle against his knee, he reflects with gratitude that the medicine given to him by the Omniscient One prevented any severe internal damage, although a close look at his dark robe still reveals the physical strain the battle left behind. As he gazes toward the bright horizon, a somber realization passes through his mind. The victory came at a heavy cost, and far too many lives were lost to achieve it. He remains seated there in silence until the sound of approaching footsteps breaks the stillness, and Jianghu suddenly drops down beside him. Greeting him casually as a friend, Jock asks what he is drinking, prompting Rin to repeat the question back with mild skepticism. Jock simply keeps grinning and remarks that good things should always be shared. When Rin questions where this sudden friendliness is coming from, Jock shrugs and explains that after surviving a life-or-death battle together, there is really no reason for them to be anything other than friends. Accepting the comment with quiet understanding, Huirin explains that the drink is medicine meant to treat his internal injuries before asking how the Peng clan is doing. At that question, Jock's eye briefly flickers with sorrow as both of them look toward the distant mountains. He admits that many of his clansmen lost their lives during the battle, yet he also says he is proud of them because they died with honor as martial artists. Rin replies that the Peng fighters battled as if they had no fear of death at all, something he finds deeply impressive. Jock's eyes narrow slightly as he corrects Rin, telling him that everyone is afraid of dying. He explains that the difference is simply that they believed something existed that mattered more than death itself, and because of that belief they were able to step forward and lead the charge. Then he adds that Rin is no different from them. Caught off guard, Rin asks what he means by that. Jock responds by placing a hand on his shoulder and explaining that Rin's formations, his martial ability, and his determination to protect others were the very reasons they managed to survive the battle at all. With a small chuckle he adds that even Monin would certainly agree with that statement. Rin lowers his gaze for a moment before admitting that, at least regarding that final point, he cannot disagree. Jock suddenly bursts into loud laughter, the mood lightening as he promises that he will send Rin several carrier pigeons from his clan. With a mischievous smirk he also warns him that a terrifying woman might come looking for him soon, suggesting that they share a drink the next time they meet. Jock stands up, glances back once more, and then walks away across the courtyard before disappearing through a large wooden gate. Left alone again, Huirin lifts his eyes toward the sky while the wind moves through his hair. Thinking about the uncertainty of the future and how another crisis could happen at any time, he concludes that completing the Tai Depth's Heaven Tome must become his priority. While considering what is required for that task, he holds a glowing golden object attached to an ornate tassel, its light softly illuminating his hand. The scene then shifts to an interior room where Huin sits with several of his subordinates, all of them wrapped in bandages from the recent battle. One of them respectfully addresses him as the Clan A and asks why they were called together. Huirin first asks about the Zhongs and teacher Mo, learning that the Zhongs have gone out to purchase medicine for a young lady who is currently unwell. After hearing this, he announces with a firm expression that he plans to take a leave of absence and travel to Qiong today. His subordinates react immediately with shock, protesting that they have only just survived a battle and that everyone is still seriously injured. At that moment Mo Bayoung enters through the sliding doors and asks what is happening, only to be informed of the young sect leader's sudden plan. After a brief silence, Mo Baiyang lets out a sigh and acknowledges that Huiran must have his own reasons, though she admits she is worried because they cannot properly guard him in their current condition. Her expression then shifts into suspicion when she mentions that Qiang is the location of the Immortal Paradise House, which prompts one of the subordinates to bluntly ask if Huiran intends to visit the famous beauty Cho Wuhi. Standing under Mo Baiyang's intimidating closeness, Huiran begins to sweat slightly as he remembers that he recently obtained her plaque, privately noting that Mo Baiyang notices things far too quickly, even though he knows that her martial arts are crucial for completing his tome. Deciding that there is no way around the situation, Huin turns toward instructor Mo and guard Yong, calmly explaining that after enduring such a brutal battle where many lives were lost, those who survived should return home for a while, reflect on what happened, and deliver news to their families. He bows respectfully while giving this explanation, and although his subordinates remain reluctant, they ultimately accept his reasoning. Mo Baiyang then insists that he at least take guard Nam with him, since Nam's injuries are relatively minor, and before allowing him to leave she gives him one last stern warning about visiting any pleasure houses. In response, Huin quickly raises a fist with an awkward but bright smile and swears that he will absolutely stay far away from such places. Soon afterward, Huin and guard Nam are seen standing beneath the glowing lanterns of the Immortal Paradise House in Qiang. At the same time, far away inside a dark cult hall, the white-haired Zhou kneels before her leader, an old man dressed in red robes who sits upon a throne and coldly demands the results of a mission. Zhou admits that she failed, explaining that despite tracking the enemy's presence, the situation changed completely because of an unpredictable opponent named Yong Rin who disrupted everything. As the leader's eyes begin to glow with a terrifying light, the chapter closes on a chilling close-up of Zhou's blood-smeared face, her expression almost manic as she fixates on the man who ruined her plans. Beneath the shadowed eaves of the Immortal Paradise House, rows of lanterns glow warmly in the fading evening light while Han, Namwook, and Mijong stand before the enormous studded wooden doors of the lavish establishment. Namwook suddenly freezes in disbelief, his brow tightening as a bead of sweat slides down his temple while he asks if this truly is the Immortal Paradise House. Turning sharply toward Rin, he demands to know why he has been brought here, gesturing emphatically while Miji Jiang quietly observes the argument from beneath the brim of his tall black cap. Namwook's frustration finally spills over as he clenches his fist and shouts that Huin had made a promise to a woman. Meanwhile, Heron stands calm and unreadable, which only makes Namwook squeeze his eyes shut in irritation as he asks whether Heron came here simply to meet Cho Wuhi. Heron's mouth tightens slightly when Namwook suggests that he is just like any other young man. But Huin answers firmly with a single word, no. Standing straight before the towering doors, he clarifies that although he did come to see Cho Wuhi, it has nothing to do with her beauty and everything to do with her martial arts. Turning his head back toward Namwook, Huin challenges him directly to look into his eyes and see if there is even the slightest trace of vulgar desire. Namwook's expression softens into awkward embarrassment as he admits that he can clearly see Huin's gaze, prompting Huin to state plainly that if there is any desire in his eyes at all, it is solely for martial arts. Seeing the tension rising, Mijong steps between them and raises his hands in a calming gesture, explaining that the plaque they possess is only the most basic requirement. Crossing his arms afterward, Mijong continues by informing them that anyone wishing to meet Cho Wuhi must first pass either the 5 knowledge trials or the 5 martial trials. Namwook quietly repeats the phrase under his breath as he considers it. These trials are famous throughout the region. Anyone who hopes for even a brief meeting with Cho Wuhi, depicted as a mysterious red-veiled figure seated within a golden pavilion, must successfully complete 5 tests. The martial trials examine pure combat ability, while the knowledge trials measure intelligence and wisdom. Miji Jiang adds that countless people have attempted these incredibly difficult challenges, yet he has never once heard of anyone actually succeeding. Namwook asks if that means no one has ever passed them at all. As the question lingers, Huin's eye reflects deep concentration while he recalls how, in his previous life, he failed during the 4th knowledge trial. Determined to change that fate, Huin makes a decision. This time, he will challenge the martial trials. With that resolve, he tells the others to follow him and begins walking straight toward the ornate inner doors. The scene shifts into the luxurious interior of the Immortal Paradise House, where polished wooden floors gleam beneath rows of hanging red lanterns and the wide hall buzzes quietly as patrons sit at their tables enjoying drinks. Huin calmly suggests that his companions relax and have something to drink while they wait, then walks toward a set of inner doors guarded by a stained man wearing armored pauldrons. Standing before him, Huin clearly states that he intends to attempt the 5 martial trials, which causes the guard to study him with visible skepticism, until Huin reveals a glowing golden medallion. The guard's attitude immediately changes to formal professionalism, and he gestures for Huin to follow before leading him along a long covered walkway that eventually opens into an elegant outdoor pavilion where soft musical notes drift gently through the air. As Huin steps forward, he quickly realizes that the figure seated upon the raised platform ahead is Cho Wuhi, who sits gracefully behind a zither while her entire face remains concealed beneath a heavy red veil. The guard bows deeply and respectfully addresses her as the housemaster, announcing that a challenger bearing a plaque has arrived, prompting Cho Wuhi to remark that this is the first such challenger in 10 days. She raises a delicate hand, and the medallion suddenly lifts into the air before floating toward her through the use of telekinesis, a high-level chi technique that instantly confirms the rumors surrounding her strength. Catching the medallion with effortless grace, She asks Huynh if he intends to attempt the martial trials, and once he confirms, she announces that the first test will be a duel against God Bomb. At her words, Bomb calmly grips his polearm while Cho Woo-hee begins plucking the strings of her zither, casually noting Huyn's youth while expressing curiosity about whether he can win. The duel explodes into motion as Bomb lunges forward, forcing Huynh to leap aside before drawing his sword in one smooth movement and slashing downward. Their weapons collide with a flash of sparks and bursts of chi, the two exchanging a rapid storm of strikes while the rhythm of the zither fills the air. Huynh quickly prepares his next maneuver while Bomb, though impressed inwardly, dismisses him as an inexperienced brat as the clash intensifies. As they lock together in a contest of strength, Huynh suddenly releases his sword and drops low, diving forward and sliding beneath Bomb's guard. Cho Woo-hee's fingers pause briefly above the zither strings in surprise as Huynh pulls his arm back, his fist glowing with yellow light, before unleashing the flecting dragon fist. A massive surge of golden chi erupts from the strike, blasting Bomb backward across the ground, and as the dust settles, Huirin stands tall, calmly catching his falling sword out of the air. Bomb lies slumped on the ground, stunned by the level of combat instinct required to make such a gamble, while Cho Woo-hee calmly asks whether they intend to continue. Although Bomb struggles to rise, she firmly declares that the duel is finished. She remarks that Huynh managed to push Bomb further than anyone has in quite some time, and suggests that he is concealing even greater strength than he revealed. Declaring that he has passed the first trial, she asks whether he wishes to proceed to the second. Huynh briefly reflects on how, in his previous life, he struggled through the knowledge trials, yet now he has refined true martial skill through battles where his life was constantly on the line. Determined to obtain her martial arts in this life, and perhaps see her face along the way, Huynh lifts his head with steady resolve and answers that yes, he will continue to the next trial. Huynh suddenly noticed something flying straight toward him, and for a brief moment he assumed it was a concealed weapon, only to realize with clear surprise that the object rushing through the air was nothing more than an egg. Cho Woo-hee calmly explained that this strange situation was in fact the test itself, stating that he must catch every egg thrown at him using his sword while ensuring that not a single one cracked. This was the second martial trial, a challenge carefully constructed to evaluate the participants' ability to control their own strength with exact precision. The examiners had concluded that if someone could receive such a fragile object on the blade of a sword, an item that could break from even the slightest contact, instead of catching it safely with their hands, it would demonstrate undeniable mastery over their inner power. Cho Woo-hee further told Heron that she wanted him to reveal the strength he had used when defeating Guardback and to demonstrate a technique that surpassed even that level. Moving instantly, Rin responded with sharp accuracy as he intercepted the falling egg with the flat of his sword, rotating the blade significantly at the final moment so the impact weakened enough for the egg to settle safely without breaking. After securing it, he confidently asked whether his display had been sufficient. Although the observers acknowledged that what he had done was extraordinary, Cho Woo-hee spoke in a firm tone, reminding him of the exact rule of the test. He was required to catch every single egg. When Heron later looked back on the events, he regarded the second martial trial as something that had been fairly simple for him. Thinking through the earlier examinations, he recalled that the third martial trial required participants to hold gas within their hands, ignite it, and lift it upward, while the fourth demanded that a martial formation be created to destroy a group of terracotta warriors. Heron admitted privately that during that stage he had simply crushed them through overwhelming force instead. For the person he had become now, none of those trials had truly presented serious difficulty. With only the fifth martial trial remaining, Huynh received instructions to proceed inside. He walked toward the Immortal Paradise house, where Cho Woo-hee's voice sounded with a playful note as she commented that the interior was probably not as luxurious as he might have imagined and invited him to enter and take a seat. Rin replied that being granted a private meeting like this was a great honor for him, and he then sat down across from Cho Woo-hee. While observing him closely, she remarked that countless challengers had reached the stage of the fifth martial trial before, yet none of them had ever been as young as he was. Realizing she did not even know his honorable name, she asked him to introduce himself. He answered simply that his surname was Yang. Cho Woo-hee found the reply interesting, pointing out that most people eagerly tried to announce their full names, which made young Master Yang seem unusually different. She also noted that he showed no sign of nervousness or fear while sitting before her, and carried a noble martial aura that felt strangely out of place for someone of his age. Judging that he was likely more calculating than his appearance suggested, she admitted that her curiosity about him was growing and asked how they should move forward. Inside his thoughts, Huynh reflected on how meaningless his actions had been in his previous life, remembering how he once believed that whatever affection or comfort he failed to receive from his treacherous wife could somehow be taken instead from this veiled woman whose face he had never even seen. It had been a warped kind of retaliation toward his wife, a hollow reward he once used to soothe the loneliness of being abandoned. Yet in the end he arrived at a painful realization. Anyone who cannot accept the reality in front of them will only keep chasing things that hold no true substance. That difficult truth was exactly why he could now sit before her in complete calm. Breaking the heavy silence, Huynh simply said they should skip unnecessary talk and asked her to explain the fifth martial trial. Cho Woo-hee admitted that his blunt manner only made her curiosity grow stronger, then revealed that the final trial would be a sword debate fought directly against her. Although she acknowledged that she had already heard of his remarkable martial ability, she warned him that she had never once lost and asked whether he still wished to proceed. Rin agreed without hesitation. But before they began, he wanted to confirm a rumor, asking whether it was true that anyone who passed all 5 martial trials would be granted one wish. Cha Cho Woohee immediately affirmed it, stating she would grant absolutely anything. Hearing that, and knowing she had never been defeated, Rin picked up an ink brush and calmly declared that he would make the first move. As the contest began, the clash between them unfolded as a fierce yet perfectly balanced confrontation, a silent duel where neither voice nor steel was heard, only the tension of 2 minds colliding. Quinn remained motionless, locked in fierce concentration as the duel of theory unfolded between them. From above, the scroll displayed violent strokes of dark ink carving across the paper, each mark symbolizing a collision of martial intent as Huyn pressed forward. Within the imagined battlefield created by those strokes, the veiled Cho Wui moved with weightless elegance, leaping through the air as her pale blue robes fluttered while she deflected an unseen strike. Opposite her, Rin's gaze sharpened with focus, his eyes narrowing while his real hand guided the brush with the same deadly precision as a drawn blade. The theoretical battle escalated when Rin's projected form surged forward with a powerful swing, the lines on the scroll growing thick and jagged to convey the force behind the attack, while Cho Wui countered by spinning into a defensive turn, her crimson veil whipping through the air. Maintaining perfect composure, she demonstrated her mastery through swift, fluid motion, gripping her weapon in reverse as her golden ornament chimed faintly while she maneuvered through the exchange. Back in the quiet room, Rin's steady hand pulled the brush across the wooden surface, leaving behind a bold line of ink that marked a decisive strike, mirrored at the same instant by his projection lunging with total commitment. Catching a fleeting opening, Huyn's expression tightened with cold resolve, and in a sudden burst of speed he slammed the brush onto the scroll with such force it seemed to make the air tremble. In the imagined battlefield he descended like a hunter, sword aimed directly at Cho Wui, while she looked up at him with both hands raised in a desperate motion to block the incoming strike. A faint smirk forms on Rin's face as he studies the scroll, already declaring victory in his mind just as the imagined blades collide in a violent flash that unleashes a tremendous shockwave. Within the mental battlefield, Cho Wui staggers from the impact, shocked that her sword has been stopped and her stance broken. In the quiet room, Rin keeps his brush upright while sweat gathers along his temple, his eyes fixed on Cho Wui's hand as it trembles against her own brush. Then, without warning, she reaches for another brush and straightens her posture completely, now holding one in each hand as her aura shifts. From beneath the veil, her voice emerges cold and mocking as she reminds Rin that she warned him earlier and suggests he has underestimated her. Inside the imagined landscape, 2 identical figures of Cho Wui appear side by side as she calmly declares that she has never known defeat, revealing the secret technique known as the left-right split mind art, a method that divides her consciousness into 2 separate opponents. Instantly the pressure multiplies, and Rin feels himself being pushed back as the dual assault begins to overwhelm him, admitting internally that he is steadily losing ground. The clash turns into a storm of swirling ink where Huyn appears small and isolated while 2 shadowed versions of Cho Wui close in from both sides. Forced onto the defensive, he recognizes how frighteningly effective her method is, since she can wield 2 distinct Cho Wui arts simultaneously as though they belong to a single being. Understanding that the duel will inevitably end in his defeat if it continues like this, Rin still refuses to yield, preserving a stubborn spark of defiance as he prepares to reveal a hidden depth of his own. With sudden resolve he drives the brush down the scroll, carving a single unwavering vertical stroke to seize back the initiative, answering her claim of duality by declaring firmly that he is not alone in this fight either. At that instant, a violent eruption of red-tinted energy bursts outward from the scroll as the presence of an old man enters the battlefield, abruptly shattering the rhythm of the duel. The old man intercepts both of Cho Wui's projections inside the mental landscape, catching her entirely off guard with this sudden and powerful intervention. In the real room, the shock ripples through their connection, causing Cho Wui's brush to slip from her grasp and strike the floor with a sharp clatter as the mental duel collapses. She remains seated in stunned silence, her hands trembling while the composure she maintained until now completely falls apart. Her breathing grows uneven, and after a long pause she raises both hands to cover her face. Eventually she lowers them back to the table and quietly concedes the match, acknowledging that the contest has reached its end and formally declaring his victory. She then reflects on the long history of the 5 trials, mentioning that many years have passed since she last opened them and that until this moment no one had succeeded in passing them all. Through the red veil her eyes become faintly visible, filled with genuine respect as she explains that the trials embody the ambitions and dreams of those who challenge them. Addressing him properly as the heir of the Young clan, she confirms that he has reached the final step, introducing herself as Cho Wui of the Immortal Paradise House while openly admitting defeat. As the scene shifts outward to a wide view of the house at night, its lanterns glowing softly in the darkness, she offers him sincere congratulations. In a surprising gesture, she lifts away the veil and reveals a strikingly beautiful face framed by long brown hair, a white floral ornament resting above it, while she looks at him with a calm and composed smile. Rin is momentarily startled by the sight, and she deepens his surprise by calmly addressing him as the Flying Dragon Sword hero. Though briefly captivated by her appearance, Rin quickly questions how she could possibly know who he is, prompting her to chuckle softly as she teases him about the thoughts running through his mind. casually accepting his silent admiration as if it were a compliment directed at her. She explains that the answer is simple. The technique he used earlier, the soaring Dragon Emperor's sword, was unmistakable, and with his recent fame as a member of the Tianzhongyang clan, identifying him had not been difficult at all. Realizing he had been recognized so easily, Rin awkwardly stammers out a compliment about her intelligence. Leaning back slightly, Cho Woohee decides it is time to address the real matter and invites him to claim his reward, telling him he may ask for absolutely anything. Hwin's jaw tightens as the weight of his request settles on him, while she calmly repeats her promise that any wish will be granted. She leans forward, gently lifting his chin so he must look at her, assuring him there is no need to feel embarrassed and whispering that whatever happens tonight will never leave this place. Adding with quiet suggestion that the night is long, she allows the moment to linger, only for Rin to abruptly shatter the atmosphere by loudly declaring that what he wants is her martial arts. Cho Woohee freezes in genuine shock, the romantic tension collapsing instantly under his blunt demand. Soon afterward, a hand presents a bound manual containing a secret mind art, and Heron now stands with the book tucked beneath his arm, his face pale and drained while a tiny ghost-like figure symbolizes how utterly exhausted he has become. Without lingering, he immediately turns toward the exit, but just as he reaches the door, Cho Woohee calls out to him, asking if he truly intends to leave like that. When he glances back with tired eyes, she reclines into a deliberately provocative pose and offers a sly smile, suggesting that she could grant him one more wish. The following day, beneath the bright sunlight outside the entrance, his companions wait restlessly. Namwook, his neck wrapped in bandages, complains that an entire day has passed, and while Mi-jong scolds him for letting inappropriate thoughts run wild, they begin to wonder whether Heron might have failed. Mi-jong, however, firmly rejects the idea, insisting that Rin's abilities are far too great for such an outcome, and together they decide they will scold him later for making them wait so long. When Rin finally steps out, Namwook rushes forward ready to complain, only to halt in confusion the moment he sees Heron's pale face, hollow cheeks, and utterly exhausted presence. Heron does not respond to them at all. He simply walks past with a vacant expression and quietly orders them to head back home. Watching him stagger away, Namwook sighs with pity and concludes that their young sect leader must have failed the trials after all, quickly running after him while offering to help with training so he can recover from a disappointment. After those events, the three continue their journey together. Throughout the trip, Rin spends both day and night studying the martial manual he received, analyzing its contents without pause. Eventually they arrive at the Sangwon clan, where the imposing structure of the estate immediately signals that they have reached their destination. Standing before the gates, Rin remarks that they managed to return far sooner than expected, and as he steps toward the interior he quietly wonders what the others might have been doing during the time he was away. The heavy doors creak loudly as Rin pushes them open and steps inside, where the sharp ringing of practice weapons colliding guides him toward the training grounds. There, he notices Mo Yang engaged in a focused sparring session, and he pauses at the edge of the field to watch, quietly impressed by the smooth precision of her movements while noting that her martial ability has improved considerably. The match soon stops as the fighters sense his presence, and for a brief moment silence hangs in the air while they adjust their stances to acknowledge his return. From where he stands, Rin notices Mo Yang and his guard speaking together in low, serious tones, which makes him wonder what matter has captured their full attention, until the soft sound of his approaching footsteps causes both of them to look his way. As he steps fully into the training area, Mo Baiyang turns and greets him respectfully as the young sect leader, asking whether he managed to settle the matter he left to handle, and Hien calmly confirms that everything was resolved. Yet the mood abruptly changes when Mo Baiyang's expression stiffens. She lifts her nose slightly as if catching something unusual in the air and asks about the strange scent clinging to him. In a blur of motion she closes the distance to inspect him more closely, startling Hwin and forcing him to recoil while asking what she is doing. After a moment she identifies the smell as scented oils and, with suspicion in her voice, bluntly questions whether he visited a pleasure house, reminding him that he promised never to set foot in such a place. Rin immediately panics and begins stammering that she is mistaken, raising both hands as he desperately asks her to listen before jumping to conclusions. Namwook steps forward at that moment to intervene, explaining that the young sect leader did not actually go into a pleasure house, but then he calmly adds that Rin merely lost during the 5 trials. Rin coughs awkwardly, realizing that Namwook's attempt to help has somehow made the situation sound even worse. Yet Namwook continues speaking as if nothing is wrong, insisting that such an experience is important for any martial artist. Addressing Mo Yang formally as the Dragonflower Sword, he tells her there is no need to worry about trivial matters, leaving her standing there in baffled silence. Meanwhile Rin leans toward Namwook with a frustrated expression and whispers urgently that mentioning his loss was completely unnecessary. As the two of them exchange hushed complaints in an almost comedic side moment, Hweren eventually turns back toward Mo Yang wearing a slightly strained smile, telling her she has misunderstood the situation while still thanking her for caring about him. Moon quietly reflects that if Namwook considers the experience important, then it must be the sort of thing a man would never forget. Trying to shift the conversation elsewhere, Hwin praises Mo Baiyang's skill and comments on how much progress she has made recently, which he credits to the battle they fought in the bamboo forest, though she also mentions that his guard has been distracted because Ms. Zhang's illness keeps returning. Hearing this, Rin's expression grows serious as he decides they should visit their companion and offer help. But before he can act, a messenger arrives carrying a formal letter sent by his father. Taking the scroll with a heavy feeling, Rin studies the seal in surprise and exhales slowly before opening it to read the message inside. The letter speaks warmly of how much he has missed at home and mentions how his siblings have grown, acknowledging the reputation he has gained as a Tanjiang sword hero while also revealing a father's worry about the harsh and dangerous world of Jianghu. When the message ends with a reminder about the changing weather and a request that he return home before winter arrives, Huiran is clearly moved, his eyes becoming moist as he lets out a quiet sniff. Later, beneath the clear sky across the wide grounds of the Sanguine estate, Huin gathers his companions and prepares them for their departure. Yang expresses sadness that they cannot remain longer, but Rin reminds everyone of the generous hospitality they received while also noting the approaching cold. They exchange formal martial salutes, and when the clan head gruffly orders them to hurry to the carriage that waits outside, Rin bows respectfully in gratitude before breaking into a broad smile and declaring that it is finally time for them to return home. The wind lifts his hair as he stands there smiling with genuine relief. But the scene abruptly shifts to a dark forest at night, where pale blue mist drifts through the shadows and the snout of a creature emerges to sniff the air. A cat moves through the darkness, sniffing along the ground, until a man reaches down to pick it up while saying that the tracks have been found. Stroking the cat as he speaks, he remarks that the blood demon personally requested this favor from him, so refusing was never an option. Then, while walking through the forest where multiple bodies lie scattered along the way, he states that he will steal the treasure. This concludes the video. Make sure to like and subscribe for another. As the carriage rolled through the quiet countryside, Yongwarin let out a tired sigh and admitted that he could not even remember how long it had been since they last returned to the Tianzhong clan. After everything they had gone through, the journey felt far longer than it really was, as if several exhausting months had passed in the blink of an eye. Sitting inside the carriage as the fields slowly passed by outside, Yongwarin quietly remarked that their long journey was finally coming to an end. After everything they had endured together, he sincerely thanked everyone for following him this far, without a single complaint, while Mo Baiyang sat beside him in silence, calmly listening as the atmosphere inside the cart finally began to ease. Outside the carriage window, endless golden fields stretched beneath the towering mountains, and for the first time in a long while, the peaceful scenery made the exhausting journey finally feel like it was truly over. Master Nin leaned back with a satisfied grin and casually remarked that it was truly a perfect day. The peaceful mood inside the carriage quickly shifted when Mo Baiyang looked directly at Master Nan and asked why he was here. Master Nan calmly replied that he had already decided to follow young Master Yong from now on. Mo Baiyang was left completely stunned by Master Nan's sudden declaration, while Young Warin simply looked away as if he already expected something ridiculous like this to happen. Mo Baiyang immediately shut him down, pointing out that following young Master Yong was not a decision Master Nin could make on his own. Master Nin stubbornly argued that since young Master Yong had saved his life, he now had to take responsibility for him, whether he liked it or not. The carriage turned quiet after Master Nan's shameless declaration, while the man sitting in the center simply crossed his arms and watched the awkward situation unfold in silence. Young Warin quietly mentioned hearing that Miss Zhang's health had worsened again before asking if she was doing all right now. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, his expression turning serious as he prepared to explain the real situation. Brother Zhang explained that Munhai's condition was not an actual illness, but a side effect caused by the purple lightning chi. Mo Baiyang and Yongwarin were shocked the moment they heard the words purple lightning chi. Munhai explained that purple lightning chi was the lingering internal energy left behind inside the body of anyone struck by the purple lightning demonic arts. She continues, the purple lightning chi was both persistent and destructive, constantly eating away at the victim's body from the inside. Young Warin's expression immediately hardened as he slowly asked if they were talking about the infamous purple lightning demonic arts. Before Young Warin could continue, Munhai suddenly coughed up blood, instantly alarming everyone inside the carriage. Brother Zhang immediately rushed to her side in panic and called out her while the others inside the carriage were left stunned by her worsening condition. Brother Zhang hurriedly supported her and desperately called for the medicine as panic spread through the carriage. He quickly opened the medicine pouch, only to realize in horror that it was completely empty. Brother Zhang was shocked to learn that Munhai had already taken all of the pills, and he angrily asked why she never told anyone sooner. Munhai weakly admitted that the seizures had been happening more and more often lately, and she honestly believed the medicine would at least keep her stable for another day. Young Warin quickly tried to calm the situation, saying they would reach a nearby village soon and could find medicine for Munhai there. Realizing Munhai's condition was getting worse by the second, Young Warin immediately shouted for Namwook and Jungwook to move the carriage faster toward the nearest village. With a sharp crack of the whip, the carriage suddenly surged forward at full speed, racing across the open road as everyone desperately tried to get Munhai to the village in time. The scene shifted as the group finally arrived at the nearby village after their desperate rush through the countryside. After asking around the village, young Warren learned from the innkeeper that there was an apothecary located at the base of a nearby mountain, giving the group a small glimmer of hope for Munhai's condition. Young Warren quickly added that he also have money, there is no time to waste, and they should all head to the apothecary together immediately. As young Warren turned back, Mo Biang quietly told him that they might also be able to find a solution from their side as well. Without wasting another second, they immediately took off toward the mountain apothecary as the situation grew more urgent. While rushing toward the apothecary, young Warren finally asked Brother Zhang how Munhai had ended up being struck by the purple lightning demonic arts in the first place. Brother Zhang hesitated for a moment, his expression tightening as if the truth behind it was not something easy to explain. Before he could continue, a strange voice suddenly echoed through the forest, and an unknown red-haired figure appeared in their path, as if he had been waiting for them all along. A massive man suddenly appears in the middle of the forest path, and his overwhelming presence instantly forces the entire group to stop in their tracks. The moment young Warren recognizes the man standing before them as the purple lightning blood demon, his expression freezes in shock as he demands to know how someone like him is even here. The purple lightning blood demon slowly grins at the stunned group, clearly enjoying the fear and confusion spreading across their faces. Jae Gung-hyuk complains that they're making him wait far too long. He smirks as he points out that the young cult leader is still suffering from the lingering demonic chi inside her body. Young Warren's eyes narrow in confusion the moment he hears the words, young cult leader, clearly shocked by what Jae Gung-hyuk is implying. Brother Zhang urgently tells young Warren to escape immediately, warning him that Jae Gung-hyuk is targeting them, not him. Before anyone can react, he suddenly launches a violent burst of purple lightning energy straight toward young Warren, forcing the entire group into panic. He confidently shuts them down with a smug grin, casually saying, no can do. As the pressure in the forest keeps rising, Jae Gung-hyuk calmly reveals that he only came because he received a rather troublesome request. Jae Gung-hyuk reveals that some woman desperately begged him to kill young Warren, making the already terrifying situation feel even more suspicious. Jae Gung-hyuk licks his lips with a twisted grin and admits he accepted a massive payment for the job. So now that the target is standing right in front of him, he sees no reason not to finish it. The moment young Warren sees him clearly, memories instantly come rushing back as he realizes this monster is the infamous purple lightning blood demon. Young Warren remembers that the purple lightning blood demon is infamous even among demonic sects, a ruthless monster who kills ordinary people whenever something displeases him, making even other villains avoid him out of fear. Young Warren recalls that in his past life, the purple lightning blood demon wandered across the martial world committing countless atrocities, and now it seems the monster has finally come searching for these two siblings. Young Warren immediately realizes that every enemy he has faced until now is nothing compared to the terrifying monster standing before him. Brother Zhang grits his teeth in frustration, knowing that no matter what happens, he has to get Munhai the medicine before it is too late. As young Warren tries to think of a way out, a sinister voice suddenly reacts to his presence, claiming it senses a familiar energy and instantly recognizing who he is. The sinister voice immediately recognizes young Warren's demonic master the moment it senses the purple lightning demonic arts around him, then mockingly points out that even after dying and returning, his abilities are still pitifully weak. The demonic master suddenly realizes the truth and says that young Warren already died once and somehow returned back alive. Then demonic master coldly warns young Warren to run away now if he does not want to die like a dog, then reminds him that if young Warren dies again, the demonic master himself will disappear as well. Young Warren falls silent for a moment, his expression turning heavy as the demonic master's warning forces him to confront the terrifying reality. Young Warren suddenly remembers how Brother Zhang always protected Munhai in his previous life, no matter the danger. Back in reality, young Warren tightens his grip on his weapon and firmly decides that he cannot run away. He steps forward with unwavering resolve and declares that no matter how terrifying the enemy before him is, he refuses to run away. The demonic master slowly looks up at young Warren before grinning in amusement and telling him that if he insists on fighting, he should at least try not to die in a single hit. The forest path instantly turns into a battlefield as young Warren steps forward with his blade ready, while Brother Zhang stays behind him protecting the weakened Munhai from Jae Gung-hyuk. Just as young Warren prepares himself for battle, Brother Zhang suddenly steps forward and calls out to him with a serious expression. Brother Zhang suddenly erupts with energy and charges forward, entrusting Munhai to young Warren as he prepares to face Jae Gung-hyuk himself. He unleashes his poison arts and rushes straight toward Jae Gung-hyuk. Without hesitation, Brother Zhang bursts forward at full speed and swings his blade directly at Jae Gung-hyok, launching the first attack of the battle. The moment Brother Zhang closes in, Jae Gung-hyok instantly counters with a brutal punch infused with purple lightning chi, smashing downward with enough force to completely overpower the attack head-on. The impact of Jae Gung-hyok's punch violently sends Brother Zhang flying away, showing just how terrifyingly brutal his strength truly is. Yong-Werin instantly shouts his name in shock and anger. Jae Gung-hyok clenches his fist while mocking Brother Zhang for being this weak despite using the Black Death Divine Poison Arts. Jae Gung-hyok lowers his fist and calmly stands his ground, not even looking remotely threatened after crushing Brother Zhang's attack so easily. Realizing how hopeless the situation is becoming, Yong-Werin urgently calls out to the demonic master and desperately asks him for a strategy. Without warning, Jae Gung-hyok suddenly leaps forward while covering his fist in violent purple lightning chi, launching a devastating attack straight at Yong-Werin. Yong-Werin barely manages to block the attack, but the overwhelming force of Jae Gung-hyok's purple lightning chi still crashes through his defense. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of the purple lightning chi, Yong-Werin's sword shatters, and Jae Gung-hyok's punch drives straight through his defense, crashing into his chest with devastating force. Jae Gung-hyok's purple lightning chi explodes on impact as Yong-Werin is blasted backward. Yong-Werin crashes into the ground, and the moment he makes impact, the purple lightning chi erupts violently around him. Jae Gung-hyok turns his attention away from Yong-Werin and begins walking toward Manhwa. As he walks toward her, he states her identity, confirming she is the young cult leader of the Hidden Saint cult while closing in with deadly intent. Jae Gung-hyok reaches Manhwa and declares in satisfaction that she has finally fallen into his hands, while Yong-Werin watches helplessly from a distance. Yong-Werin's rage erupts, flames of killing intent flaring from his eyes and mouth as his power begins to surge uncontrollably. As Jae Gung-hyok moves in to catch her, in an instant, Yong-Werin flashes forward and grabs Jae Gung-hyok's arm, stopping him just before he reaches Manhwa. Jae Gung-hyok freezes in shock as Yong-Werin suddenly appears and grips his arm, unable to process how he moved so fast. With a faint grin, Yong-Werin says he has finally seized his body, gripping Jae Gung-hyok's arm and stopping his movement completely. Possessed by the old man, Yong-Werin effortlessly restrains the demon while crimson energy pours from him in waves. The muscular demon stays in disbelief, unable to understand how Yong-Werin is still standing after taking a direct hit from the purple lightning demonic art, especially when his entire aura and presence now feel completely different from before. Yong-Werin then calmly calls the demon by name and remarks that he happens to be in an extremely good mood right now, before smirking and casually telling him that if he disappears immediately, he might generously spare his life. Hearing those words, the demon's expression twists into visible discomfort as he instinctively creates distance between himself and Yong-Werin. In response, he unleashes purple thunder once more and coldly asks who Yong-Werin thinks he is to speak about mercy, then charges straight toward him while declaring that mercy is something the strong grant to the weak. As the demon's punch closes in, Yong-Werin suddenly becomes furious, instantly catching the incoming arm while an enormous surge of crimson aura erupts violently around him. The moment the strike connects, the old man clicks his tongue in irritation and remarks that if he still possessed his original body, he would have already torn the demon apart in 3 moves, bitterly thinking about how unfortunate it is that he is currently trapped inside Yong-Werin's body instead. Even so, the battle continues relentlessly as he drives multiple crushing blows into the demon, battering him so severely that he nearly loses consciousness on the spot. Driven into desperation, the demon suddenly unleashes a strange streak of purple thunder, and for a brief instant the attack actually halts Yong-Werin's movements. The moment he realizes the lightning is becoming troublesome, Yong-Werin immediately responds by driving a brutal kick into the demon's stomach, launching him away before coldly turning his back and dismissing him as a weakling. Suddenly, however, his gaze drops toward his own chest, where a massive wound has appeared. Purple lightning crackles violently from the injury, revealing that the earlier punch had secretly implanted the purple lightning inside his body. The demon immediately bursts into laughter, smugly declaring that once someone is struck by the purple lightning, defeating him becomes impossible. He continues mocking Yong-Werin, confidently claiming that before long the purple lightning will completely tear apart his dantian, before he can continue rambling any further. However, Yong-Werin suddenly appears behind him in an instant, shocking him completely. The old man coldly remarks that it is disgraceful that someone like him was ever counted among the 4 great demons alongside himself, then follows the statement with a devastating kick that slams the demon violently into the ground. Without giving him time to recover, he stomps down onto him and immediately flies into a frenzy of arrogant self-praise while proclaiming Jamyung's name and boasting that he stands as the pinnacle of all demons. Meanwhile, Manhwa barely regains consciousness as young Huiran slowly approaches her with completely lifeless eyes. Weakly, she asks how her brother is doing, but just as he prepares to kick her down, an enormous wave of lightning energy suddenly explodes out from his body. Instantly, everything spirals out of control as the purple lightning begins raging wildly inside him, rapidly advancing toward his dantian while threatening to awaken young Huiran completely. Tearing at his own clothes in frustration, the old man raves madly that he refuses to let go because the body belongs to him. But in the next moment, realization strikes him hard as he understands that he has failed and that Hen has already awakened. Young Huiran immediately denounces him for trying to steal his body, angrily insulting him as a thief and ordering him to return to where he belongs. Gathering his chi, young Huiran forcibly drags the old man into the vortex, sending him flying away before collapsing heavily onto the ground himself. Regaining full consciousness at last, young Huiran realizes that his body can barely move because of the martial arts the old man used. Yet despite that condition, he still insists that he has to get Manhwa to the infirmary immediately. The dense curtain of night remains completely undisturbed until the heavy silence is finally broken by the sound of footsteps echoing through the darkness. Far below, a vast valley covered in thick mist stretches into view, where the sprawling structures of a grand estate rest quietly beneath the shadows. Young Huiran stands motionless, his entire figure displaying absolute stillness while his unwavering gaze remains fixed on the distant horizon. The perspective abruptly shifts to the top of another figure's head as the old man, his face still hidden from view, bitterly questions whether young Huiran truly came all this way simply to mock him. Deep within a shadowed, ethereal forest, young Huiran sits calmly atop a large flat stone with flawless posture, his hands resting peacefully on his lap and his expression remaining completely undisturbed. In the extreme foreground, the back of the old man's white-haired head faces him while young Huiran smoothly offers another explanation for why he came. Without hesitation, young Huiran points out a damning truth, reminding the old man that despite the agreement they forged earlier, he still attempted to forcibly seize control of young Huiran's body and ultimately failed. Venom and wounded pride seep into the old man's voice as he demands to know whether young Huiran dragged this pitiful trapped manifestation of him into his own mental world solely to gloat over that failure. The confrontation intensifies as the scene tightens onto young Huiran's face, his golden-green eyes narrowed into a cold, piercing glare completely devoid of sympathy, while opposite him the old man's rugged, deeply lined face is revealed with bared teeth and a fierce blue eye burning upward with pure rage. The composition emphasizes the tension between them, placing the old man aggressively in the foreground with his body taut and ready for violence while young Huiran remains perfectly seated upon the stone without the slightest sign of fear. Young Huiran calmly explains that the look in his eyes does not come from mockery at all, but from genuine pity toward the old man. For a brief moment, the old man is left speechless by the sheer audacity of the statement, and silence hangs heavily between them. The focus then returns closely to young Huiran's face as he addresses the old man seriously, his expression stripped of any trace of ridicule while he recalls the terrifying battle from earlier, mentioning the monstrous enemy John, a foe powerful enough to render young Huiran unconscious with a single devastating strike. Young Huiran continues by observing that despite the overwhelming danger posed by such an opponent, the old man effortlessly crushed him, dealing with the deadly adversary as casually as someone disciplining a powerless child. After a thoughtful pause, young Huiran finally voices the contradiction that has been bothering him from the start, questioning what kind of existence could possibly inspire fear in someone possessing such absurdly godlike strength. The old man is shown from behind once again, his posture stiffening as a dark blood-red aura slowly leaks from his body while he dismisses young Huiran's observations with a low growl, bitterly asking what a naive young man could possibly understand about the burdens he carries. A sharp profile shot captures young Huiran's hardened expression as he continues pressing the issue, wondering aloud what terrifying force could break a person as powerful as him, before driving the point home by asking how someone so mighty could ultimately become a man incapable of even keeping his own word. The old man's face suddenly twists with overwhelming fury as the frame fills entirely with his enraged expression, heavy breathing echoing through the space while his teeth grind violently together in rage. Resting one hand lightly yet firmly near the hilt of his weapon, young Huiran begins his next words by admitting that what he is about to say is deeply unsettling, confessing that whenever he looks at the old man, there are moments when he cannot help but feel that the two of them are fundamentally alike. The background abruptly transforms into a violent crimson landscape as the old man, still carrying his signature white hair though appearing noticeably younger, walks forward with a cold expression while shadowed warriors slaughter one another in a brutal skirmish behind him. Young Huiran quietly concludes that the old man must have spent his entire life trapped within a merciless world where killing was not a choice, but the absolute condition required to survive. A close-up suddenly captures the old man's widened eye trembling faintly, revealing that young Huiran's words have struck directly at a deeply buried nerve. Young Huiran then draws a parallel to his own life, explaining that he too was born into a proud martial family yet lacked the natural talent necessary to inherit their martial arts. The scene shifts into a calm, hazy morning where young Huiran sits alone on the grassy edge of a mountain cliff, quietly isolated from the world, as he explains that his repeated failures eventually forced him to abandon the prestigious path of his lineage and instead live as a humble merchant. From there, he arrives at the unavoidable conclusion tying both of their lives together beneath the same tragedy, stating with complete certainty that neither of them was ever truly capable of escaping the paths fate had laid before them. The old man's body trembles with restrained fury as he harshly orders young Huiran to shut his mouth, but young Huiran ignores the threat entirely and continues, pointing out that even after the old man climbed to the very peak of the demonic path and earned the legendary title of Heavenly Demon, none of it truly changed anything. Young Huiran's expression never wavers as he delivers the final crushing observation, stating plainly that the old man still failed to escape the blood-soaked road he had walked his entire life. The old man immediately erupts in rage, violently rejecting the idea that someone like him could possibly resemble young Huiran in any way, roaring that such a comparison is complete nonsense while furiously ordering young Huiran not to speak as though he understands the suffering and agony of the journey he endured. His face twists into pure wrath, fangs fully exposed as he spits out another insult and degrades young Huiran as nothing more than a worthless, insignificant merchant. Young Huiran, however, remains calm and simply asks whether the old man truly still sees him as only a merchant after everything that has happened, revealing how much he has changed by declaring that he has finally learned the martial arts that completely eluded him in his previous life. Young Huiran then extends his hand outward in a natural gesture of leadership while three imposing figures stand behind him as his comrades, demonstrating that he now possesses loyal allies willing to follow his command. The scene emphasizes the reality that he has already risked his life against enemies vastly stronger than himself, while the focus lowers briefly to his waist where his hands rest casually near the sword belt hanging against the flowing blue fabric of his robe. Standing proudly within that image, young Huiran establishes the position he now holds by announcing himself as the vice-sect leader of the Shojong sect before boldly declaring that he is no longer merely a merchant, but a true martial artist named young Huiran. He delivers a stern and deeply meaningful warning to the old man, telling him not to walk back down the same path that had already been irreversibly stained by countless mistakes. Young Huiran then proposes a far greater idea, suggesting that perhaps the very reason both of them were sent back through time was to correct the failures of their previous lives. The old man is left completely frozen by those words, the fury that had consumed him vanishing instantly and giving way to a wide-eyed, slack-jawed expression of genuine shock as the full weight of young Huiran's realization crashes into him. Slowly, the mental world around them begins to break apart as the figures of young Huiran and the old man gradually fade into an endless white mist, the ethereal landscape dissolving completely and signaling the end of their internal confrontation. A frantic voice suddenly pierces the haze, desperately calling for the vice-sect leader. Young Huiran's vision slowly clears, still blurred from recovery, and he sees the muscular Namwook along with the woman in red, Woonyung, leaning close toward him with obvious concern etched across their faces while checking his condition. Still groggy, young Huiran questions where he is, and a wider view reveals a spacious traditional room filled with warm light where young Huiran now sits upright on a bed. Almost immediately, young Huiran lowers his gaze with a serious, urgent expression and asks about the fate of the monstrous John Hyam. One of his comrades quickly answers, explaining that by the time they arrived together with Instructor Mo, the terrifying enemy had already died. From behind Huang's shoulder, Woonyung and Namwook remained standing respectfully within the quiet room while continuing their report, adding the reassuring news that the other two injured allies had also been found safely at the scene without suffering any major injuries. Young Huiran quietly murmurs to himself afterward, expressing both gratitude and guilt as he reflects on how often he ends up indebted to the Chongyang sect. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, someone then asks in amazement whether it was truly young Huiran who managed to kill the fearsome Jui. Young Huiran's eyes widen slightly at the dangerous misunderstanding, and a bead of nervous sweat appears along his cheek while he quickly averts his gaze, visibly caught off guard by the question. He immediately downplays the situation, explaining that the fallen enemy had been a supreme master far beyond ordinary martial artists, before smoothly constructing a lie by claiming that his memories of the battle remained fragmented because he had already been knocked unconscious during the clash. Young Huiran casually adds that just before losing consciousness, he vaguely remembers seeing an old man with a beard and a tied-back ponytail. The others react with immediate shock, wondering aloud whether Heron had somehow been rescued by a legendary hidden master wandering the martial world. Woonyung, however, stands firmly with her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her posture guarded and openly skeptical while Namwook remains silently stoic beside her. A close-up highlights Woonyung's sharp purple eyes narrowing suspiciously, making it obvious that she finds young Huiran's conveniently timed story about a mysterious savior extremely questionable. Even so, she admits that eccentric hidden masters do exist throughout the martial world, though she warns that their current situation remains dangerous and firmly advises that they should return to the safety of the Shojong sect as quickly as possible. Still keeping her arms crossed tightly over her chest, Woon-young voices a sincere concern that remaining in such a vulnerable place any longer will only invite another disaster. After listening quietly, Young Hwerin makes the final decision himself, announcing that they will rest for only one more day before departing tomorrow, then formally excuses himself from the conversation by explaining that he needs to step outside briefly to visit the outhouse. An establishing view reveals the quiet, sprawling courtyard of the traditional estate beneath the night sky, where rows of wooden buildings glow softly beneath hanging lanterns that further emphasize the stillness of the sleeping village. Young Hwerin is soon seen stumbling weakly through the courtyard before catching himself against a wooden pillar, but in the next instant his face twists violently in pain. Clutching tightly at his chest, he struggles desperately to breathe while a massive heartbeat pounds painfully through his body, exposing the terrifying physical damage left behind by the recent battle. The scene then transitions away from that vulnerable moment into a deeply serene and atmospheric-wide shot from behind Young Hwerin, who now sits completely motionless in profound meditation with his eyes shut tightly in unwavering concentration. The once dark surroundings suddenly erupt with an enormous surge of crackling purple and bright blue chi pouring violently from his body. The immense spiritual energy rises upward like a blazing inferno, while the strain visible across his expression makes it clear that he is forcibly repairing his shattered internal pathways, suppressing the catastrophic damage inflicted by the legendary battle through nothing but sheer determination and willpower. Morning eventually arrives as sunlight spreads across the busy town square where Young Hwerin and Woon-young stand beside their carriage, quietly watching the locals prepare for departure. Before long, their attention drifts toward a disturbance unfolding in the middle of the courtyard, where an enraged young martial artist loudly argues with two officials while her companions struggle desperately to restrain her from turning the confrontation into an outright fight. Young Hwerin notices the tense situation immediately, but wanting no involvement in unnecessary trouble, he deliberately turns his attention away from the scene. Beside him, Woon-young observed the commotion with clear disapproval written across her face. Then, without warning, the atmosphere suddenly changes. Woon-young's eyes widen slightly in surprise as she finally breaks her usual stoic demeanor to direct Young Hwerin's attention towards someone approaching from the edge of the courtyard. Turning back, Young Hwerin immediately falls silent as he recognizes the newcomer standing before them. A sharp sense of unease instantly washes over him, and he awkwardly tries to hide his nervousness behind a strained smile, only for Woon-young to answer the gesture with an utterly unimpressed stare. Realizing the act is pointless, Young Hwerin drops the facade altogether, his posture hardening as he cautiously demands to know the figure's purpose for approaching them. Stepping fully into the light, a graceful and exceptionally refined woman calmly greets the group while holding a closed folding fan near her waist, her entire presence radiating serenity and elegance. Yet as Young Hwerin stares at her arrival in stunned disbelief, the woman's harmless appearance subtly shifts for the briefest moment. From behind the edge of a now-opened fan, she fixes him with a sharp calculating gaze and a faint knowing smirk, one that immediately promises unavoidable trouble ahead. Beneath an enormous glowing full moon that dominates the dark night sky, a grand multi-tiered oriental palace stands brightly illuminated by countless warm lanterns, its sharp architectural silhouette cutting through the hazy clouds while casting a serene yet overwhelming presence across the vast walled compound. Inside the palace, clear liquor steadily pours from a dark ceramic jar into a small white cup, the liquid splashing softly against porcelain while a slender hand firmly holds the vessel in place. Within an extravagantly decorated room, Young Hwerin from his previous life sits at a low table crowded with countless dishes, aggressively shoveling food into his mouth until a large piece remains hanging from his lips. Across from him sits his wife with her hair arranged in an elegant bun, watching him with a completely unimpressed expression as she flatly remarks that it is already late and that he should stop eating. Hen pauses in the middle of chewing with bulging cheeks before immediately defending himself, insisting that he is simply maintaining the proper physique expected of a merchant union owner. Completely ignoring her criticism, he tilts his head back and drains his drink in one long swallow. Leaning forward, the woman suddenly places her hand against his face while mockingly remarking that she originally married him because of his handsome appearance, yet now he has grown fat. She pinches and pulls harshly at his cheek while he reacts in alarm, sweat forming as he hurriedly protests that it is not fat at all, but pure gold instead. The atmosphere briefly settles into the comfort of their private domestic life before the woman's gaze turns serious as she addresses him by the name Young Hwerin and recalls how he was once cast out of the Tanjong clan completely penniless. With conflicted emotions lingering in her eyes and her hands still resting against his face, she speaks about his rise to becoming the owner of the merchant union before quietly asking whether he truly understands the reality of what happened. Her voice softens slightly, though a sharp bitterness remains hidden underneath as she confesses that while she loves him deeply, she also hates him because he swallowed the merchant union that she herself had originally been meant to inherit. Standing over him now, she openly declares that she despises her dear husband for taking it away from her, and that hatred has grown intense enough to make her want to take action herself. The scene abruptly shifts back to the present as the same woman greets Young Hwerin, addressing him as the heir of the Yang clan within a new location where Yang Huiran stands in an open courtyard. Miss Hui approaches gracefully in elegant blue and white robes while 3 women dressed in green follow closely behind her. Yang Huiran offers an awkward martial greeting and politely remarks that it has been quite some time since they last met. Hiding part of her face behind a folding fan, Miss Hui calmly asks what has brought him here while revealing that she has been searching for both the Papal Lightning Blood Demon and the Black Killer Blade. Yang Huiran then informs her that the demon is already dead, instantly causing Miss Hui's eyes to widen in shock while the women behind her recoil in disbelief. Miss Ho quickly asks whether he was the one responsible for killing him, but Hen immediately averts his gaze and lies smoothly, claiming that he knows absolutely nothing about it. At that moment, one of the women suddenly steps forward and addresses him as Hero Yang before raising the dark insignia belonging to the Black Killer Blade. Though Yang Huiran denies ever seeing such a thing, his eyes immediately lock onto the ornament, noticing how strikingly similar it looks to the one resting atop his own head. A sudden realization crashes into Yang Huiran like lightning as the final pieces finally connect in his mind. As the sun gradually begins setting beyond the horizon, a lone horse carriage rolls steadily toward the fading golden light. Inside, Yang Huiran sits with his arms crossed and a dark troubled expression while the red-haired Wunyang quietly studies him before asking whether his mood is related to the insignia. Yang Huiran's thoughts drift toward memories he has never been able to forget, even after returning to the past, especially memories connected to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union and one particularly painful incident. His expression hardens with fierce cold intent as he realizes that the insignia is identical to the one worn by his father's assassin. Quietly, he begins questioning whether the Black Killer Blade was truly responsible for his father's death, or whether the assassin merely belonged to the same organization. Sensing his emotions beginning to rise, Wunyang urges him to calm himself because there are too many people nearby, and Huan quickly apologizes for losing control for a moment. Yi and Wunyang then offer him a formal bow while requesting that he inform them immediately if he ever encounters the Black Killer Blade again, explaining their request by revealing that they share a long history with that individual. Inside the carriage once more, Yang Huiran quietly mutters that it is nothing before concluding that they must return to the Tanzhong clan as soon as possible. At the same time, he recalls the warning that the wife of the Purple Lightning Blood Demon was somewhere nearby. Just when they begin believing they have successfully avoided danger, a deafening crash suddenly erupts outside as the carriage is violently shaken apart. The horse rears up in terror while debris scatters everywhere, and an urgent voice from outside commands the young leader to come out immediately. Yang Huiran quickly slides open the carriage door only to be met with complete devastation. Bodies lie motionless across the ground while several Shaolin monks stand among the wreckage alongside a woman named Huan. One of the monks angrily accuses Huan, the wife of the Purple Demon, of slaughtering innocent people, causing her to glare back at them in furious outrage while demanding to know how they dare place the blame on her. She screams that they are free to kill her if they wish, but bitterly questions whether Buddha's teachings somehow forbid her from killing them in return. The Shaolin monks immediately charge toward her while denouncing her as a demonic monster, leaping forward with glowing golden staves raised high. Jan refuses to retreat and remains standing her ground while Yang Huiran watches the battle unfold, only for an enormous explosion of crimson energy to suddenly erupt across the battlefield. A figure completely wrapped in black and blood-red energy moves with terrifying speed before landing heavily amidst the chaos, dark flames spiraling violently around the newcomer's body. The masked attacker effortlessly deflects the incoming staves and shields Yang Huiran from the assault before unleashing a massive wave of crimson fire that instantly incinerates everything in its path. Yang Huiran is left utterly speechless as he immediately recognizes both the martial arts being used and the terrifying quality of the chi surrounding the figure. Terror grips Yang Huiran the moment he identifies the glowing masked figure as the demonic master. Completely engulfed in a swirling, violent crimson aura, the dark and ominous figure radiates such overwhelming pressure that Yang Huiran instantly realizes beyond doubt that the entity standing before them truly is the legendary demonic master. Seen from behind beneath a brilliant orange sunset sky, Yang Huiran stands with his long black hair flowing down his back while staring across the dust-covered battlefield where distant figures continue clashing violently against shadowy enemies. The impossible sight leaves him questioning internally how a situation like this could even exist. A close-profile shot finally reveals the face of the demonic master, showing a rugged man with spiked brown hair while a thick black mask conceals the lower half of his face. He watches with growing suspicion because, even beneath the concealing mask, the man fighting the monks is clearly far younger than the infamous version he once knew, yet looming directly behind that younger body is the massive blood-red silhouette of his oldest self. The two forms overlapping so completely that the observing demonic master begins to suspect that, since he regressed in spirit form, it may actually be possible for him to exist within the same timeline as the physical demonic master of the past. As disorder spreads through the Shaolin ranks, one monk angrily warns the others, shouting that their enemy is a martial master and ordering everyone to immediately form a defensive formation. A broad-shouldered, bald monk glares ahead with fierce intensity, presses his palms together in a rigid martial prayer seal, then releases a thunderous battle cry before seizing his long wooden staff and exploding into a full-speed charge across the barren battlefield, his terrifying acceleration marked by thick jagged black speed lines ripping across the scene. An enormous shockwave of golden energy mixed with spiraling dust suddenly erupts outward in a perfect circular blast, and at the very center of that violent eruption, Deng Huan in her purple robes and the younger demonic master in black clothing crouch defensively against the crushing force. Through the heavy orange-tinted haze covering the battlefield, two Shaolin monks burst into motion and streak horizontally across the scene at blinding speed with staffs ready to strike, drawing a menacing close-up of the younger demonic master as his eyes glow with a terrifying crimson light above the black mask while his brow tightens in deadly concentration. The assault intensifies when three Shaolin monks launch a synchronized aerial charge, with two of them diving directly toward him through the air while blazing wing-shaped masses of golden energy engulf their bodies and magnify the force of their descending attack. Facing the incoming strike, the younger demonic master violently releases his internal power, his entire body erupting in an explosive crimson aura as he braces himself to meet the assault head-on. A massive collision of yellow and red energy detonates between both sides the instant he intercepts the diving monks, and the overwhelming impact force blasts the two Shaolin attackers backward through the air in complete loss of control, while at the center of the crater the younger demonic master remains firmly rooted in place. Surrounded by a roaring dome of crimson energy, he stands protectively in the foreground with Deng Huan slightly cowering behind him, while overhead two more Shaolin monks descend with staffs raised, screaming accusations and condemning him as an evil criminal. The younger demonic master responds without hesitation, spinning into a devastating high kick whose leg carves a deadly crimson arc through the air before striking both monks squarely in the chest at the same time. The savage impact sends both monks flying away in a burst of light as cries of pain echo across the battlefield. Deng Huan is thrown helplessly backward toward the dusty ground, her face twisted with distress, while behind her the younger demonic master clicks his tongue in open frustration as the fight continues spiraling further out of control. A tense close-up centers on his chest and hand, his fingers twitching for an instant before a sharp sound effect signals a swift and decisive movement. In the next moment, he bursts into action with explosive speed, grabbing Deng Huan and launching himself straight into the sky, long sweeping trails of white kinetic energy streaming behind them as they rapidly retreat from the monks below. The remaining Shaolin monks are left on the ground, pointing furiously upward while one urgently shouts for the others not to lose sight of the escaping targets and orders an immediate pursuit. Nearby, Yang Huiren stands firmly with his back facing the camera, silently observing the escape amid towering vertical streaks of white energy before turning toward a parked palanquin. Wunyang, dressed in red, slides the palanquin door open and leans outside while urgently calling to the young leader, the scene drawing attention to Yang Huiren's immaculate purple robes and the intricate circular silver medallion attached to his dark belt, with Wunyang positioned just behind his shoulder. Sweat rolls down Yang Huiren's tense face as he asks in genuine confusion why the Shaolin monks are present in this place, then gradually pieces the situation together and concludes that the Shaolin must currently be hunting the purple lightning blood demon's wife, Deng Huan, along with the demonic master. Yang Huiren and Wunyang stand side by side on the wooden porch before the focus narrows dramatically onto Yang Huiren's amber eye as he corrects himself mid-thought, deciding it is safer to refer to the demonic master merely as an evil criminal rather than by title, warning that they could become entangled in the violent conflict and firmly insisting they should return at once. Wunyang can only repeat Deng Huan's name with complete confusion written across her face, but before she can fully react, Yang Huiren forcefully pushes her back inside the safety of the wooden palanquin and raises his voice, urgently ordering her to get inside immediately. He exhales a faint visible breath afterward, appearing slightly relieved to no longer be standing exposed outside even though lingering tension still remains on his face as he moves toward the carriage. From a distant view, Yang Huiren calmly steps up into the wooden palanquin, but dark aura lines suddenly gather around his head, signaling a sharp shift in atmosphere and the arrival of an unseen presence just before a mysterious disembodied voice breaks the silence and addresses him simply as child. The unseen speaker continues, stating that it has a request for him, while the scene shifts to the forest floor near the parked palanquin, revealing several individuals wrapped tightly in sleeping bags and blankets lying unconscious on the dirt ground in a deep sleep. A wide establishing shot highlights the quiet isolation of the makeshift campsite deep within the vast dark forest, where everyone remains asleep except for Yang Huiren, who sits upright on his sleeping mat fully awake and staring into the darkness around him. Now wearing a black mask over the lower half of his face, he suddenly turns his head to the side the instant a visual sound effect signals that he has sensed a faint but rapid movement nearby. Using his martial arts, Yang Huiren propels himself high into the night sky, soaring far above the dense canopy while a sharp straight trail of kinetic energy cuts through the darkness behind his ascent. His rapid descent is visualized through heavily blurred tree trunks rushing past in distorted motion as he scans the forest below with sharp predatory focus. A profile close-up reveals his masked face partly concealed in shadow, and as he moves, the memories shift to the motionless feet of two figures while a distinct swirling ring of red energy forms overhead within the mindscape. Yang Huiran now stands face-to-face with the imposing spectral form of the original demonic master, an older man with wild white hair, a thick beard, and a body overflowing with a powerful crimson aura. Yang Huiran calmly acknowledges the entity's presence with a simple affirmative response. The demonic master questions whether Yang Huiran is truly asking him to pursue his own past self, but Yang Huiran remains composed and plainly explains that such a course is impossible because he has no way of knowing how the past version would react, nor can he guarantee that the former self would not immediately betray him, ending his reasoning by firmly declaring that his current decision is necessary. The demonic master then reveals a shocking truth, stating that in his original past he never saved Deng Huan, a revelation that completely alters the established timeline. Yang Huiran's eyes widen in disbelief as his calm demeanor finally breaks and he openly voices his shock. The demonic master leans closer with stern intensity etched across his face and orders Yang Huiran to listen carefully, explaining that just as Yang Huiran has already altered the future through his actions, the demonic master's own future is also continuously changing because of what Yang Huiran has done. He adds that discovering exactly what has changed will prove useful as well. A tight close-up frames the entity's glowing eyes and deeply furrowed brow, emphasizing the crushing intensity of his perspective, before the demonic master asks a pointed question about whether Yang Huiran himself is not curious about his own future. A close-up of Yang Huiran's unwavering eyes follows as he finalizes the arrangement, stating that once this incident is over, the demonic master will owe him a significant favor. Yang Huiran then closes his eyes and exhales a faint breath, reluctantly accepting the task while the demonic master stands firmly behind him and instructs him to depart alone during the night, explaining that he can sense where their targets are heading and offering to teach Yang Huiran a highly useful martial art to assist him during the mission. The demonic master lets his stern expression fall away and sincerely thanks Yang Huiran for agreeing to help him. After a brief transition, a close-up shows Yang Huiran crouched within the dark forest as the night breeze gently stays his dark hair while he reflects on their conversation, ultimately admitting to himself that the demonic master's reasoning is flawless, because if the actions of his past self have truly changed, then witnessing that altered state personally could become extremely valuable to his own future plans. Yang Huiran then launches himself through the night air in a swift bound as the scene shifts toward his destination. A massive multi-story traditional estate comes into view, and Yang Huiran lands gracefully atop the stone wall surrounding the property with absolute silence, displaying flawless stealth through the precision of his landing. Remaining crouched low against the wall, he peers into the brightly illuminated courtyard below, his amber eyes sharp and vigilant as he carefully studies everything before him. Internally, Yang Huiran repeats the martial arts passage taught to him by the demonic master, recognizing it as the supreme stealth technique the man used until the very end and understanding that it guarantees he will remain undetected. A tight close-up frames his masked face as he shuts his eyes and perfectly regulates both his breathing and internal energy according to the technique before silently leaping down into the courtyard. He lands completely unnoticed behind two shadowed figures standing near the brightly lit sliding doors of the main building, where the light fully reveals them to be the demonic master and the purple thunder demon's wife. Hidden within the darkness beside the wall, Yang Huiran listens carefully as the purple thunder demon's wife aggressively confronts the demonic master and demands to know how he allowed himself to be tracked by the Shaolin monks. She glazes at him in fury and sharply asks whether he truly expects her to believe she could have predicted they would encounter those monks there. The demonic master argues back that it was not as though he wanted to be discovered, but she immediately cuts him off and blames the entire situation on the fact that his trail had been far too obvious. The demonic master exhales a heavy sigh of irritation, his expression twisting with frustration under her relentless accusations. With an annoyed utterance, he dismisses the argument and abruptly changes the subject by demanding to know whether she managed to retrieve the divine artifact belonging to the purple lightning blood demon. Wearing a smug, confident smile, she answers yes and reaches into the folds of a purple dress before pulling out a small leather pouch. Opening it, she reveals several glowing dark purple metallic spheres and identifies them as the explosive iron orbs. From his concealed position, Yang Huiran watches the exchange closely and immediately recognizes the items as the same steel balls previously used by the purple lightning blood demon. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the courtyard as a third figure casually enters the light, instantly drawing the attention of both the demonic master and the purple thunder demon's wife as they turn toward the newcomer. The arrival is the Black Killer Blade, a handsome man with wavy silver hair dressed in elegant pale yellow robes layered over black garments, and after stopping beside them with a completely relaxed posture, he smiles pleasantly and offers a casual sing-song apology for arriving late. The purple thunder demon's wife instantly turns her fury toward the Black Killer Blade, pointing an accusing finger directly at him while screaming that they nearly died because of him and demanding to know how he can still show his face so proudly after what happened. Completely unfazed, the Black Killer Blade calmly asks why any of it should be considered his fault, But before he can continue, the demonic master sharply cuts him off and orders him to stay quiet while demanding to know whether he secured the divine artifact assigned to him. With a confident smirk and eyes gleaming arrogantly, the Black Killer Blade gives a simple confirmation and proudly states that he personally made certain to obtain the White Tiger Antidemon Sword. The moment he hears this, the demonic master breaks into a broad grin and loudly celebrates their success while mentally listing their accumulated treasures, naming the White Tiger Antidemon Sword of the Sholan together with the explosive iron orbs of the Purple Lightning Blood Demon. An extreme close-up captures his face as his malicious grin widens and his crazed eyes open fully with excitement while he declares that only one final item remains before their collection is complete, the Phoenix Blood Chalice of the Tianzhong clan. Hidden within the shadows, Yang Huaren's eye widens in immediate shock and alarm the instant the Tianzhong clan is mentioned, the name striking deeply enough to visibly shake him. Concealed in darkness with a dark blue mask covering the lower half of his face, Yang Huaren narrows his golden eye and inhales sharply while listening even more carefully, his brow tightening in disbelief as he internally questions why the Tianzhong clan has suddenly become involved. Against the dark backdrop, he silently processes the mention of another divine relic and realizes he knows absolutely nothing about this artifact. An unseen speaker arrogantly declares that their mission is already complete and boasts that, since they successfully smuggled out the Shalin's divine relic, the Tianzhong clan no longer poses any threat. The perspective shifts toward an older man with a stern expression, gray mustache, and thick beard as he warns his subordinate not to underestimate the enemy. He explains that a Tianzhong clan faction is currently traveling along the route where the Purple Lightning Blood Demon died and reveals that the group is being led by the clan's newly rising young master, the Tianzhong Sword Hero. From his hidden vantage point, Yang Huaren watches the gathering below as the old man addresses the group that includes both the Purple Thunder Demon's wife and the Black Killer Blade. Although the old man suspects this young master possesses tremendous strength, the Black Killer Blade casually dismisses him as nothing more than an inexperienced boy while smiling confidently with his eyes closed. The Black Killer Blade lazily taps a folded fan against his palm as a tense silence settles beneath the ceiling beams, but the atmosphere violently changes when the old man suddenly erupts in a jagged blaze of blue aura. His glowing red eyes lock onto the Black Killer Blade as he towers over him and threatens deadly consequences if he is ever forced to unleash his full strength. Veins bulge across the old man's enraged face while crackling blue energy surrounds him, and with overwhelming pressure in his voice, he warns that failure caused by arrogance will only result in death. Faced with the crushing threat, the Black Killer Blade immediately abandons his arrogant demeanor and bows deeply with clasped hands in complete submission. Beside the Black Killer Blade, the Purple Thunder Demon's wife watches everything unfold with crossed arms and a stern glare fixed on him. The blazing blue aura gradually fades away, leaving the old man standing calmly once again with his arms folded and eyes closed as he logically explains that, since they already possess the other relics, there is no reason to rush recklessly. A nervous bead of sweat slides down Yang Huaren's cheek while he listens carefully to the old man recommend forming a meticulous plan before taking further action. As the conversation continues, Yang Huaren begins piecing everything together in his mind, envisioning blazing Sholan monks above and Rodawi warriors below while realizing the recent movements of the monks were all connected to a search for the relic. He further concludes that the pursuit carried out by the three killer heroes against the Black Killer Sword was also driven by the relic, and from there arrives at one final staggering realization. The missing relic is currently with the Tianzhong clan. The scene fades into the heavy silence of the night as Yang Huaren stands before the dark forest with faint moonlight tracing his sharp features while he resolves that he no longer has time to waste. In the next instant, he leaps into the canopy and shoots through the darkness like a streak of white motion, racing back toward the Tianzhong clan at blinding speed through the night. The scene then shifts to daytime, where a wooden carriage pulled by two horses moves steadily along a dirt road beside a golden field with green mountains stretching into the distance. Inside the carriage, Yang Huaren sleeps against the wooden wall beside a red-haired woman quietly observing the passing scenery. Within his subconscious thoughts, images of the Black Killer's sword, Wanho, the demonic master, and the Tianzhong clan's relic overlap through his dreams while his inner monologue conveys deep exhaustion. The red-haired woman softly asks whether the young sect leader has been unable to sleep and gently advises him to rest because they are nearly at their destination. Yang Huaren slowly opens his golden eyes and sluggishly shakes his head as he struggles against the exhaustion overtaking him. Looking out the window with a hardened expression, he explains that he carries an urgent message for the clan head and therefore cannot allow himself to sleep. Leaning outward into the warm sunlight, he calls to the drivers, Jianghu and Namwook, and offers to take over driving in order to keep himself awake, an offer they immediately accept. Sitting on the front bench, Namwook turns back with a grin while holding the reins beside the resting Jianghu as Yang Huaren exhales another tired breath. Soon afterward, Yang Huaren sits alone at the driver's bench and skillfully guides the horses down the bright road, though his overwhelming fatigue is obvious from the way his half-closed eyes stare downward. Suddenly, his golden eyes snap wide open as a realization abruptly strikes him. The carriage continues onward beneath a glowing sunset before the scene cuts to black, accompanied only by the rhythmic rattling of the carriage wheels. That darkness slowly gives way to the image of a massive traditional estate illuminated by floating golden lanterns. Then a sudden thought appears, questioning whether he accidentally fell asleep, leading into a first-person view of a large, unfamiliar hand touching a thick neck while an internal voice panics in horror and wonders if he was always this fat. The perspective finally shifts and reveals Yang Huiran trapped inside the body of an older, heavier man with graying hair and a mustache, clutching his own face in complete shock. Staring blankly ahead, he realizes that something major has happened even though his memories remain fragmented. Yang Huiran exhales a long, heavy sigh in an attempt to steady himself. And after a calm transition across rows of tiled rooftops, a young woman in a yellow dress suddenly comes sprinting frantically through the courtyard toward the carriage while calling out for the young master. Sitting frozen in place, the older Yang Huiran furrows his brow in confusion as the woman stops before him. And after a moment of hesitation, he correctly identifies her as Yunhua. Throwing her arms down in frustration, Yunhua immediately scolds him for arriving late on such an important day. But instead of responding to the reprimand, Yang Huiran remains rooted in place and quietly asks in stunned disbelief how she has been doing, leaving her completely bewildered just as he suddenly clutches his forehead from a sharp burst of pain. After a tense silence, Yunhua presses her palm against his forehead and remarks that he does not appear to have a fever despite his pain groans, then grabs his hand and forcefully pulls him away while insisting that the guests are already arriving. Yang Huiran stumbles awkwardly behind her, his panicked expression sharply contrasting the tiny woman dragging his heavier body across the vast glowing courtyard of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union beneath the shadow of an enormous pavilion. His attention is suddenly drawn toward a tall, red-haired woman standing triumphantly with a wooden sword while two exhausted, defeated men remain before her. One muscular man grins despite his loss while the other respectfully bows and praises the red-haired woman's ever-growing strength. Watching the scene, Yang Huiran is internally stunned when he realizes these two men are the famous two rising ghost blades. The victorious red-haired woman turns toward him, allowing Yang Huiran to recognize her at the same moment she casually calls him young leader. Sweat instantly forms across his face as he stammers out her name. Master Mo turning fully with her wooden sword resting at her side. She lightly apologizes for using such an informal title and explains that it simply feels natural because she personally taught him martial arts. Without hesitation, she then criticizes his poorly conditioned physique and bluntly states that his exhaustion clearly proves he has been skipping his training before leaning closer and demanding an answer in an authoritative tone. Flinching under the pressure, Yang Huiran hurriedly waves his hands defensively and stammers that he has simply been too busy, prompting Yunhua to step in front of him and proudly defend him by explaining how overwhelming his workload has been. Yunhua then shoves Yang Huiran toward the pavilion so he can change clothes while Master Mo watches the scene with visible amusement. Beneath a twilight sky filled with glowing lanterns, Yang Huiran stands inside a cluttered room in complete bewilderment, recognizing the union around him while still feeling entirely out of place within it. As Yunhua sorts through clothing and urges him to wear a rust-colored robe for the arrival of the young master and young lady, Yang Huiran quietly ties the golden sash around himself, murmurs his thanks, then suddenly blurts out in confusion to ask who exactly is arriving. His thoughts spiral into complete panic just before the doors suddenly burst open and a smiling young man and woman rush inside while loudly calling for their brother. Paralyzed in place, Yang Huiran whispers the names Xiaolin and Qijun in overwhelming disbelief, but the panic quickly gives way to deep emotional longing. Xiaolin immediately crashes into him with a tight embrace while tearfully saying that she missed him, and Yang Huiran gently places a hand against her back in response. Qijun laughs at the sight and teasingly mocks Xiaolin before clearing his throat and offering Yang Huiran a warm greeting while Xiaolin buries her face against Yang Huiran's chest. Nearby, Yunhua proudly points out that the siblings are the feared Tianzhong deadly duo, a title Yang Huiran softly repeats to himself while gently patting the hair of his innocent-looking younger sister. Xiaolin then cheerfully announces that their parents will also be arriving soon for the Moon Playing Festival, prompting Qijun to lightly chop her on the head and scold her for failing to use proper formal titles. Rubbing the top of her head, Xiaolin glares back and loudly argues that family members do not need to bother with formal titles, only for a dark-haired woman dressed in white and purple to suddenly burst into the room, grab both siblings, and drag them outside to continue playing. Yang Huiran watches the scene in silence until the woman hurriedly calls back over her shoulder and reminds him to bring Qiongayang as well. Left completely bewildered, Yang Huiran wonders aloud whether she means the legendary Jegal, Qiongayang, which Yunhua immediately confirms. Stepping out onto the lantern-lit exterior deck, Yang Huiran questions why a shaman would be present here while his attention drifts toward a solitary figure standing in the glowing courtyard below, her sword carving a brilliant arc of blue energy through the night. He watches in fascination as the swordswoman spins gracefully through the air beneath the moonlight before landing lightly on the ground, and from the shadows Yang Huiran quietly whispers the word shaman after recognizing the cold, focused face of Yoel Qiongayang. Yang Huiran then steps out into the light, offers her a hesitant greeting, and politely asks what has brought her to the union. Without the slightest change in expression, Cheongyang looks directly at him and responds with a single word. Husband. Yang Huiran's eyes immediately bulge while his jaw drops completely, his face frozen in absolute disbelief. Zhang, a young woman dressed in a purple martial arts uniform with dark hair tied into a ponytail, calmly stands before the man she loves and openly calls him her husband. Yang Huiran remains motionless in shock as sweat begins forming beneath his top knot, and the more the reality settles into his mind, the more his mustache twitches while fresh sweat rolls down his face. He simply cannot comprehend that he and Zhang are apparently married. In his memories, she was always a shaman devoted entirely to martial arts with no interest whatsoever in romance or marriage, and still struggling to process it, he directly questions her about the situation. Zhang exhales softly and lifts her gaze toward the night sky before calmly replying that, although a great deal of time has passed since their wedding, some things have never changed. Standing nearby, Yang Huiran frowns in confusion while internally wondering whether he somehow forgot their shared life together, or if this entire situation is some kind of elaborate joke. Raising one hand as the sleeve of a purple robe shifts gently in the wind, Zhang admits that she still loves martial arts deeply, but explains that she eventually found something even more precious than that. Beneath the night sky, a faint blush spreads across her face while a soft smile appears, and with her eyes closed and hand raised, she quietly enjoys the cool evening air. Under the full moon and countless floating lanterns, Zhang stands beside Yang Huiran while distant drumbeats echo through the festival grounds and softly announces that the festival is beginning. Her flowing purple skirts sway as she turns toward him and extends her hand, smiling brightly while calling his name and asking whether he is ready to go. Festival lights shimmer behind her as Yang Huiran stays back in silent or mixed with profound sadness, feeling as though she is a vision too impossible to believe. Slowly, their hands move closer together until he silently accepts her gesture. The festival overflows with life as couples walk beneath glowing lanterns while carrying sparklers through the traditional streets. Hundreds of lanterns rising into the night sky above, children playing and families gathering together throughout the stone courtyard. Xiaolin, the freckled young girl, stares upward with wide sparkling eyes before excitedly shouting about how beautiful the lights are, then grabs Yang Huiran by the arm and enthusiastically tells her brother to hurry before racing ahead with her long dark hair flying behind her. Xiaolin laughs brightly and announces that the fireworks are about to begin, and Yang Huiran watches her with a painful smile while quietly wondering when exactly this reality first began before the entire scene slowly fades into white. As Xiaolin pulls him forward into the endless white void, Yang Huiran begins to realize that this piece of the world may truly have been nothing more than a dream. He thinks that perhaps seeing Yunhua alive again, noticing his own Qian robes and heavier face, or remembering Qijun and Xiaolin together should have made the illusion obvious from the beginning. But then he understands the greatest proof of all. The scene changes to Zhang standing alone within a deserted, snow-covered festival ground as she turns back toward him with a cold expression, and in that instant Yang Huiran fully understands the truth. The real Zhang could never truly love anyone because she remained unmarried and devoted entirely to martial arts until the very end. Standing alone with his back facing the endless snowy void, Yang Huiran quietly wonders whether any of that happiness was ever real at all. One by one, he lists the impossible details before him. Yunhua being alive, the Sky Ocean Merchant Union thriving successfully, and his allies Qijun and Xiaolin remaining together with the Tianzhong clan. Overcome with sadness, he asks the empty void whether there truly exists no future where everyone can be happy, then bitterly regrets that if he had treasured those things earlier, perhaps he really could have lived such a peaceful life. Tears begin running down Yang Huiran's face as he cries openly, trembling while desperately clinging to the fading vision. In a broken whisper, he begs the dream not to end, insists that he does not want to leave, and calls out for his brother. Xiaolin's voice suddenly cuts through his grief as she excitedly tells him to open his eyes because the main event is starting. A deafening boom follows, and brilliant white fireworks explode across the sky above the dark towers while lanterns drift downward through the glowing night. Seen from behind, Yang Huiran silently watches the lights while beside him Qijun clasps his hands together and smiles warmly at the beautiful fireworks. Yang Huiran slowly turns his head and sees Zhang standing behind him with a calm, gentle smile, and despite the thunderous noise surrounding them, they share a quiet, unspoken moment. From far away, the group appears as tiny figures gathered near the festival path while an old man with a long white beard and an older woman with neatly pinned hair stand watching the younger generation with warm smiles. Yang Huiran's voice trembles as he asks the old man whether he is truly his father, and the man turns toward him with a kind but puzzled expression. Yang Huiran then looks toward the older woman and softly asks whether she is his mother. Desperate to reach them, Yang Huiran suddenly runs across the vast empty plaza while Zhang calls out his name in a voice that echoes endlessly behind him. Then his eyes abruptly snap open. A sharp golden eye stares forward completely awake as Yang Huiran jolts upright with a gasp, no longer standing within a festival, but sitting inside a horse carriage traveling quietly through mountain roads during the daytime. His long dark hair hangs around his face while Woon-young, with a flowing red hair, drives the horses from the front. Turning back toward him, Woon-young calls him young leader and asks whether he is finally awake, but young Hwaerin can only hold his head in one hand while tears continue falling down his face beneath the crushing weight left behind by both the dream and his real life. Seeing his condition, Woon-young looks at him with concern and softly asks whether he had a nightmare. Young Hwaerin slowly shakes his head, his hair falling forward to hide his eyes as he lowers his gaze toward the floor and quietly whispers that it was simply a very happy dream. Woon-young looks at him in confusion, unable to understand why a happy dream would leave him in such visible pain and bring tears to his eyes, but young Hwaerin says nothing more and only continues staring blankly downward while the carriage steadily advances toward the enormous fortress rising through the mountains ahead, the home of his clan. Speaking in a flat, exhausted voice to the woman he calls Master Mo, young Hwaerin finally explains the source of his pain, admitting that the joyful future he witnessed inside the dream was impossible and could never truly happen. Woon-young calls out to him again with concern, but young Hwaerin's golden eye suddenly narrows as a sharp, focused resolve replaces the sadness lingering on his face. Inside the fortress courtyard, a freckled young girl with a small tupnut, Yeonhwa, freezes in shock and relief the moment she sees the arriving carriage. The broom slips from her hands and clatters loudly against the stone floor before she immediately breaks into a sprint toward him, loudly shouting for her young master. The instant young Hwaerin steps down from the carriage, Yeonhwa throws herself against him and clings tightly to him while sobbing uncontrollably with tears of joy streaming down her face. She cries out that she waited so long for him to return, and young Hwaerin looks down at her with a far gentler expression before slowly reaching out a trembling hand to comfort her. At that moment, he realizes his earlier conclusion was wrong. That dream was not impossible after all. He now possesses the power to make it become reality. Young Hwaerin kneels down and embraces the crying girl while silently promising himself that he will create that bright and peaceful future for everyone. Looking up toward the towering clan fortress, he finally understands why he was sent back into the past. He rises to his feet once more, accepting the crushing burden resting upon his shoulders along with the second chance at life he has been given. Around him, more clan members begin running toward him with joyful smiles, including a young man and woman eager to welcome him home. And as young Hwaerin watches them approach, he understands clearly that an enormous amount of work still lies ahead. Standing beside Yeonhwa while looking across the clan buildings, young Hwaerin begins planning his next moves, thinking about the demonic master, the divine relic, and the dangerous power struggles threatening the Tianzhong clan. Yet despite all those looming dangers, a small confident smirk slowly forms across his lips because he already knows what his first step must be. Looking toward the gathered faces of his family and allies, young Hwaerin finally smiles warmly and broadly before speaking in a clear, unwavering voice to tell them that he is finally home.